as popular as you can get in terms of a political policy idea.
But could this actually get through Congress?
Right.
I mean, everyone would like to pay less in taxes, but the fact is taxes are needed, most people would agree, to pay for government services and pay for the government, pay for the military, pay for defense. I could go on. Where would tax money come from if these taxes were cut?
So if you ask the Harris campaign, they say they want to pay for some of these tax cuts by increasing taxes on the wealthy and corporations. Harris has talked about increasing the corporate rate to 28%, also increasing capital gains taxes. Trump has been a lot more squishy on what he would do. He said that economic growth would pay for this, that increasing energy production would pay for it, even tariffs could pay for it. But when you look at the dollars and cents, these are really hard decisions that Congress would need to make to have some of these really big tax cuts go into effect. We already have a running deficits. Both Republicans and Democrats say they don't like these deficits and want to curb those back. However, if you want to keep introducing tax cuts, you either have to raise taxes elsewhere, find another source of revenue, or not do the tax cut.
Laura, we have a debate finally coming up between Harris and Trump on September 10th. What do we know so far about what to expect in terms of the nature of that discussion between the two candidates?
So both candidates are preparing for the debate, however, in very different ways right now. Harris is hunkered down in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She's meeting with staff, having these closed doors policy sessions. She'll be doing these mock debates with someone playing Trump. She's working with a lot of policy analysts who have helped previous presidential candidates into debate prep. Trump is doing none of that. He doesn't like to do these mock debates. Instead, he's just having conversations with his staff, sort of lightly discussing, what are the policy issues he wants to hit. And he views doing things like going out and doing rallies, the speech like he did yesterday at the Economic Club of New York, as rehearsing for the debate. So they're both, working on their messaging, but going into the debate, don't expect a lot of really detailed policy discussion. This is going to be much more about landing zingers, having a moment that can then be, clipped in 30 seconds and put and shared on social media. This is less about, how do we want to, address the debt? How do we want to address deficits? This is more about kind of having an overarching message that can resonate and get people out to vote.
Laura, just in 10 seconds, is this the only debate you think that they're going to have between the two candidates?
It's the only one that's scheduled. There is a vice presidential debate for October 1, but we'll see if there's another one added to the calendar. Okay,
we'll have to wait and see. Laura Davison, really appreciate you taking the time. Politics reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Taking a look at the markets, about an hour and 10 minutes to go until the close of trading. We're off our lowest levels of the day. The S&P 500, though, still down more than 1.7%. The NASDAQ 100 right now down by 2.6%. Coming up, we're talking about a new addition to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek, and that is Emily Graffeo. Okay, we're going to talk about the newest addition to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. She's 32 years old. She rose to fame as a kid on the Disney Channel. She started a music career. She created her own beauty brand, and she's now starring in the Emmy-nominated Hulu show, Only Murders in the Building. In the process, she's built a fortune that's made her one of the country's youngest female self-made billionaires. We're talking about Selena Gomez, who I know from the Hulu show, and you said when we were chatting about this earlier, from Wizards of Waverly Place.
Yeah.
So you've known about her for years.
I've known her for years.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been my whole life. I've, watched her on TV. She's great.
She spent a lot of years building her businesses as well. Diana Lee writes all about it. She's Bloomberg News wealth reporter. She writes about the star who's now, for the first time ever, part of the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. She joins us here. Diana, that is, not Selena Gomez, in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. So a lot of people know her as from a star of screen, star of TV, star of streaming, and of course her pop music career. But in fact, it's something else that constitutes the vast majority of her wealth. Tell us how she built up this over $1 billion fortune.
Yeah, so it's a really fun story. We did a little bit of math on her net worth. She's estimated to be $1.3 billion, and that is, as you said, one of the richest self-made female billionaires in the country. And that's really impressive because Bloomberg previously did a story on Taylor Swift, which is a similar approach. By the way, she's also a good friend of Selena Gomez. So yeah, well, Taylor Swift got to billionaire index because mostly coming from music revenues. Well, in Selena's case, music is a really tiny portion of her net worth. You know, that she is a singer, she is an actress, she is an entrepreneur, all at the same time. So she really got rich from these multiple different revenue streams that leverages her talent and obviously the massive social media following. So yeah, the majority is coming from this beauty brand, Rare Beauty, which is extremely popular among teenage girls. And obviously it was valued at $2 billion. And apart from that, she makes money from the revenue stream from album sales, music tours, acting, and streaming. And of course, she co-founded a mental health startup called Wondermind as well.
She's very busy. But
Exactly.
I really like that chart. 81.4% of her wealth comes from Rare Beauty. What exactly makes Rare Beauty different than other makeup brands? And I feel like every celebrity has a makeup brand. So why is this one so successful?
Yeah, definitely the bulk chunk of the wealth is coming from Rare Beauty. And Selena has pretty much kept this brand very independent. And I guess one of the secret sauce for the success is that she really leverages the social media following to promote the products. As you know, Selena is the most followed woman on Instagram, and obviously there's a lot of TikTok following for that as well. So she really leverages that to do the marketing for the product. And apart from that, there is this charity element as well, because Selena has been quite open about her struggles with bipolar disorder, and she pledges to donate 1% of all the Rare Beauty revenues into a charity fund that supports the mental health education. And that kind of like charity-based philosophy really resonates with her followers, so that supports her business as well.
These celebrity-backed businesses, as Emily was mentioning, there are a lot of celebrity-backed businesses. That's by no means a guarantee that there's going to be some huge exit here. As you pointed out in your story, there was some discussion that this could be sold at some point. It hasn't been.
Yeah.
But what are the risks having so much of a net worth tied up in a business that is still venture-backed at this point?
Yeah, so that's a really good point because we know that the valuation on beauty brands might be very transitory, and celebrity-backed business is definitely not a guarantee for a forever hit. We see that a lot of consumers might fickle, and a lot of these brands tied to famous people might be fizzling after a strong start. But in terms of Selena Gomez, I would say it's a very unique situation because she really managed to diversify her business into many other business streams that prepare her very well for later years, because you see we have seen this big transition over her career into something that is more authentic to her, that actually proves to be better investment decisions. And especially, even though we haven't seen many music tours in the past few years, but we see she become more passionate about acting. And Only Murders in the Building is back on the screen. So yeah, obviously she keeps making money from all these branding revenue as well. So yeah, I think she's really like good example for, somebody who give a good example of how celebrities can manage their wealth into later years.
Very briefly, you did not hear back from Selena Gomez's team.
I haven't,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Diana Lee, Bloomberg News wealth reporter, writing about the star who for the first time ever is part of the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, Selena Gomez, on that index. Taking a look at the markets today, we're still seeing stocks lower off our worst levels of the day. The S&P 500 down 1.6%. The NASDAQ 100, though, down more than 2.5%. Emily, continuing to see the sell-off, especially when it comes to those big tech names and those chip companies.
Yep. That is really, 2.5% down on the NASDAQ. And those 2-year yields down 10 basis points. People really hiding out in bonds and betting on a more dovish Federal Reserve.
Well, if you are sticking around on Bloomberg TV, coming up next is the close. That is going to do it for our hour on Bloomberg TV. But we're still coming at you from Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, and of course on YouTube. We got a great program coming up. We're talking campaign finance, we're talking sports betting, and of course, we're talking these markets. That's all next on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. We are 1 hour away from the close of trading on this Jobs Friday, September 6, 2024, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Tim Stenivek. Emily Griffeo, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, in for Carol Nasser. How are things looking cross-asset right now?
It's always a good day to be a cross-asset reporter when we have a bond market where yields are down in almost double-digit territory. We have stocks plunging. It is the worst week, or at least the S&P 500 is poised to have the worst week since March 2023 when we had a mini banking crisis.
Yeah, the regional bank crisis. Okay, we're going to have much more on the markets a little later in the program. We're also, speaking of money, talking campaign finance in terms of money raised, now that we've got a view of August's haul. And speaking of money, sports betting hitting at $220 billion has financial advisors on alert. We're talking about that story in just a few minutes. Plus, a look at the shipping industry with a really interesting guest, the CEO of Synergy, talking about how ports are becoming pawns when it comes to geopolitics. All that and more over the next 2 hours. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
All right, I thank you very much, Tim and Emily. We've got just about 59 minutes to go before that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. Steep losses, not only on the day, but for the week. For the week right now, the S&P looking at a drop of 4.2%, right to today's numbers. S&P down 88 now at 54.14, a decline of 1.6%. We've got the Dow down 366, a drop of 0.9%, while NASDAQ is down 405, a drop now of 2.4%. Stocks on track for the worst weekly sell-off since March of 2023. Bonds whipsawed as another disappointing report on the U.S. labor market revived concerns that the economy is cooling and the Fed may be moving too slow to rescue it. 10-year, 3.70%. We've got the 2-year, 3.65%. Spot gold down $24 the ounce to $24.91, a decline of 1%, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, 68.04 now on WTI. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers says while the August employment report was not particularly poor, it did make predicting the size of the Fed's likely interest rate cut this month a tougher call.
I think because of the weakness, it's looking like a closer call for 25 versus 50 in September than was my guess a month or two ago. I don't think it's ultimately very important.
Bloomberg contributor Larry Summers speaking with David Weston on Wall Street Week. You can hear the entire interview tonight, 6 o'clock Wall Street time. Mobileye shares are dropping today, down 8.1% after Bloomberg News reported that Intel is considering options for its stake in the automated driving systems provider. Intel lowers well, Intel tumbling by 2.4%. Donald Trump has won a delay to his sentencing in the New York hush money criminal case until after the November 5th presidential election, giving the Republican nominee a reprieve from a potential prison term weeks before voters go to the polls. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down now by 1.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, Vice President Kamala Harris raised $361 million in August. It highlights how her ascent to the top of the ticket for the Democrats has energized Democratic donors and the base and upended the race with Republican Donald Trump. Harris had $404 million in the bank at the start of September, topping the $295 million that Trump reported for that same time period. For more, we go to Bill Allison, Bloomberg News campaign finance reporter. He talks money, he talks politics, and he joins us from Washington, D.C. So, Bill, what do we know about the record haul that we've seen from Harris just over the last 6 weeks?
So since she became the nominee, she's raised a staggering $615 million. That's almost as much as Donald Trump had raised all the way through the end of July. So she's just had an incredible burst of support from Democratic donors. She had 3 million donors in the month of August. 1.3 million of them were new. And, she's definitely got momentum with the donor class. Okay,
I'm curious about what this means for her electoral prospects, because sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I think that the key thing about the money is that obviously it's not just raising the big money; it's the fact that you can spend a lot more than your opponent. She has much more money in the bank. She can hit the battleground state airwaves. They've opened offices in all of these states. They've got 2,000 paid staffers spread out across the battleground states, coordinating all of these Get Out the Vote Act operations and voter contact operations. So they can build a much more massive machine to, basically persuade the public to vote for her.
In your article, you cite the campaign co-chairman, Jeffrey Katzenberg, who said that 95% of the contributions came from donors giving less than $200. This, of course, to Harris's campaign. How unusual is that?
Well, actually, it's less unusual than it seems. One of the reasons why, is basically we're counting the number of donations, not necessarily counting the amount of money that's coming in. And there are many more small dollar donors than there are big donors. So, but that being said, 95% is a pretty big number, and it's not unusual, or it's a good sign for the campaign that they have so many small dollar donors, because it does kind of track voter enthusiasm, and the fact that so many people are giving means that she has a lot of supporters, and those supporters are talking to other people, and so it could really help her campaign.
Is the enthusiasm short-lived in the sense that so much was raised in a very short period of time following Joe Biden leaving the top of the ticket? Or is there any indication that the momentum has continued?
Well, she still has, she's got events coming up. We talked to her campaign people, and Jeffrey Katzenberg was saying that, that there is no way that they're letting up. They're going to continue doing it. But that being said, we've seen in this, this crazy up and down campaign, Donald Trump had this amazing month of fundraising, and this after he was convicted in May. And, he blew the doors off of what, raising what he did, what Joe Biden was doing. And that enthusiasm kind of went away. I mean, he raised $130 million in August, which is not a horrible figure, but it's nothing like the 310 million that he was raising when he was kind of, peaking against Biden. So yes, a bad debate performance, and given how crazy this campaign has been, any kind of black swan event could, put a damper on her fundraising. That remains to be seen, though, that's going to happen.
We have about 2 months left to go, right? Almost exactly 2 months
Yeah,
left to go.
Buckle in.
How critical are the next 2 months for campaign fundraising? And do we have any idea of just how much more money is going to be donated to both of these candidates?
I think you're going to see, especially in September, first half of October, a ton of money comes in, especially to super PACs. This is when big donors start writing those 8-figure checks, and you really start to see the super PACs ramping up. We're going to see a lot more money, and and as the closer you get to election day, more people are donating, whether it's a small dollar donor or somebody writing a big check.
Bill, when you think about who's donating to Trump's campaign, does he have the same enthusiasm in terms of small money? I think his figure was about 98% of his donors were giving less than $200. I think his average donation is $56. And again, it's just kind of a reflection of, that if you look at the percentage of the American people that give more than $200 to a campaign, it's a fraction of 1%. Huh. This is a very small pool of people. So, but the fact is that when they give money, and when you're writing, for example, a $929,600 check to the Biden Victory Fund, the Harris Victory Fund, that money goes a lot farther than, the person who's giving $10 or $15. So it's not surprising that, there are more small dollar donors than big dollar donors. But what's kind of worn off for Trump is that while the percentage is still good, they're just not donating as much as they were back in May and June. Bill, what is really wild to me about all this money is how much is being spent on such a small number of people when it comes to the U.S. population. As we talk over and over again on our program, and as you guys do in Washington, D.C. with the Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll, it's basically tens of thousands of voters in 7 different swing states that are likely going to decide this election. It's kind of mind-boggling.
It really is how narrowly focused, the election, what it comes down to. And again, it doesn't really come down to the whole population of these states. It does come to these swing voters, undecided voters, persuadable voters. And that's really, at this point with, certainly with Donald Trump, who's very well known. Kamala Harris is not as well known, so she has a little bit more room to persuade people to catch on with voters. But yeah, it's a huge amount of money to spend. If you look at, Pennsylvania, I think there's $150 million booked through Labor Day just in television ads. That doesn't even include what's being spent to knock on doors and visit people and send out mailers and direct mail. It's a vast fortune spent trying to persuade a narrow sliver of the population to pull the lever one way or the other.
All right, Bill, we got to leave it there, but please, we're going to have you back very, very soon because you follow the money. Bill Allison, Bloomberg News campaign finance reporter, joining us from Washington, D.C. This is Bloomberg. Well, as I was preparing for this story, our producer Elizabeth asked if I'd ever placed a bet on a sport. Have you, Emily?
I have not.
You have not?
I was technically under the athletic department in college, so there were a lot of strict rules around like what we could.
Yeah, but
and
I think now
do.
you're allowed. I have no idea actually.
But now I'm not really interested in that because there's some rules around Bloomberg journalists?
Oh, maybe I shouldn't tell people then what I found out from another colleague.
Maybe I'm
idea.
Overly cautious.
Yeah, I am too.
We were just talking about how all I buy is the S&P 500.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, we're allowed to buy index funds. That's like the only thing we can buy. Another colleague, though, who shall remain nameless, said that she placed a bet last night. Check out this bet that she did. Oh. She did a multi-leg same game parlay on last night's Ravens-Chiefs game. She put down a whopping 50 cents. It would have netted her a few $100s if she won.
Who was this?
I'm not going to tell you. She didn't win.
Okay.
She did not win, but 50 cents down the drain. That said, the proliferation of mobile betting apps like FanDuel and DraftKings, plus betting kiosks at stadiums across the country, have made it so that even small bets make for big business. The U.S. sports gambling industry has seen more than $220 billion wagered in the 5 years since the Supreme Court essentially legalized what was long an underground aspect of fandom. Claire Ballantyne is Bloomberg News personal finance reporter. She writes about how financial advisors are on high alert. She joins us from New York City. Claire, good to have you with us. What are financial advisors telling you about the $220 billion that's been wagered over the last 5 years? What are they seeing from their clients?
Well, they're telling me that they're really worried. Maybe not their clients in particular, but just about sort of the industry as a whole, where so many people can bet money so easily. We're seeing these mobile apps and usually it's young people, a lot are male, that are able to just sort of bet money at the touch of a button. And it's become such an intrinsic part of watching games that is just exploding and growing continuously.
Claire, you've written a lot about retail investors buying anything from crypto to meme stocks. How much of this trend now of these people using their maybe pandemic savings to bet is just another example of the fact that those savings still exist and that there is still some liquidity in the market here and a propensity to spend?
I think you're right that it's all kind of tied together. There's sort of been this gamification of trading and investing. It's fun, it's easy, it's quick and flashy, and people are able to sort of have this community around it. And I think it's the same thing with sports betting. It's taking this activity, watching sports that people love to do, and then combining it with the ability to sort of have some skin in the game and bet money on it. And I think it's a great question about how this, leads to questions about the consumer health and how much money people have to spend. I think it's a really interesting gauge into the average American consumer right now. And definitely we're seeing people still have the money to make some of these bets.
You talked to some folks who've been placing bets. What did you find in general about the people you spoke to who are actually spending money on these apps?
Yeah, what was really striking to me was just how these people are sort of justifying it to themselves. They're saying, oh, it's just $5 here and there. It's $5 for a game. It's $10 here. Feels like a really low amount of money, but then you sort of add that all together and you think about how many football games there are in the fall, and it starts to become kind of worrisome just to consider also the fact that most people lose their bets and they lose money. So it's pretty striking to me how the mentality is sort of around this and sort of the justifications of it.
The financial advisors you spoke to, what was the advice that they're giving to their clients? Did you speak to advisors who don't want anyone, betting, or I'm wondering if there's maybe a safer way to participate in sports gambling?
I think financial advisors would always rather their clients not gamble than gamble. But I think, it sort of relates to what a lot of advisors say about stock trading. It's like, okay, if you want to bet some money on, meme stocks, cool. Just make sure it's only a set amount, that you don't go over that amount, that you think of it as, fun money, discretionary spending, and not part of a long-term investment strategy. And I think it's the same here. I don't think anyone's saying you shouldn't sports bet at all, but it's just continually having that sort of check and making sure you're not going over your budget.
I'm certainly interested to keep following this and see, Emily, whether or not we're going to start to see pushback in the coming years. You always do hear when these products and services are advertised that, if you have a gambling addiction, call this number, and here are the resources that the state offers. So certainly interesting to see this take. Claire Ballantyne, Bloomberg News personal finance reporter, joining us from New York City. We do have about 45 minutes, a little less than 45 minutes to go until the markets close on this Friday, shortened trading week, but a jobs day. Taking a look at the S&P 500 off our lows of the day, but still down 1.5%. The NASDAQ composite right now down by 2.4%. As a reminder, the NASDAQ composite actually opened higher this morning, but has since been down about 2%. We're seeing shares of Broadcom down 9%, Tesla down 7%, Supermicro down 5.7%, and ASML down 5%.
I'm trying to look at what is green here on my launch pad on the Bloomberg terminal. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is green, but only by less than 0.1%. But I guess you could see that as a safe haven trade, and really investors are just piling into bonds today.
There are 12 stocks in the NASDAQ 100 that are actually in the green today. One of those, Monster Beverage.
Huh.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at
PDD
that.
Holdings, higher by 0.8%. Fastenal up by 1.4%.
I feel like Monster beverages, that's something you would drink if you're going to then go gamble on sports on your phone.
Check out that story on the Bloomberg Terminal. Coming up next, we're going to talk maritime shipping with the CEO of not one, but two shipping companies. That's next.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at losses for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Jobs Friday. Yes, we are off session lows, but still looking at a decline in the Dow of 324 points, down 0.8%. We got the S&P right now down 82, a decline of 1.5%, while NASDAQ is down 382 points, a drop now of 2.2%. 10-year yield, 3.71%, with a 2-year, 3.66%. Gold is down 0.9%, $24.94 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.6%, $68.06 for a barrel of WTI. Well, the jobs report proved to be disappointing to a lot of investors today. Reaction to that report from Joni Biley, the chief workforce analyst at EmployBridge, who was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Intelligence.
This report definitely proves we have a weakening job market. We've been saying that certainly for some time. We feel it in the temporary help industry. Our industry, the staffing and recruiting, of temporary workers has really been on a decline for about 2 years.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Bloomberg Intelligence podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Apple's most important event of the year takes place Monday when the company will roll out its latest iPhones and set the stage for a new artificial intelligence platform. Apple right now down 0.7%. And Bolero is rallying after the operator of bowling centers reported revenue for the fourth quarter that came in above the average analyst estimate on a down day for the rest of the market. We got shares of Bolero up by just about 8%. And briefly, Donald Trump has wanted delay to his sentencing in the New York hush money criminal case until after the November 5th presidential election, giving the Republican nominee a reprieve from a potential prison term weeks before voters go to the polls. Recapping, S&P down 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, our next guest has a great view of global commerce. He runs companies that have more than 24 ships in the ocean that transport at any given moment things like wheat, corn, steel, copper, oil, coal, and more all around the world. Stamatis Tsantanis is the chairman and CEO of the publicly held ship owner Seanergy Maritime, traded on the NASDAQ under SHIP, as well as the CEO of the publicly traded shipping company Maritime United, ticker USEA. Stamatis here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm very well, and thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Thanks for joining us. I want to start with the economy because you have an understanding of what's moving where and when. How would you describe the global economy right now?
Well, it's not in such a bad shape as everybody's saying. I mean, it's actually quite good. I mean, we see the United States, running at very good growth rates. China has always been into play, and we do a lot of China trades because China is importing a lot of iron ore and coal that we transported to them, and it's not in bad shape at all. I mean, we feel that the economy globally is doing quite well. I cannot say the same for Europe. I mean, Europe has been lagging a lot, but as far as the US and China is concerned, I'm pretty bullish.
Do you see the lagging continuing in Europe?
Well, yes, because the biggest victim of, the Russia-Ukraine war has been Europe, actually, from its energy needs. So, unfortunately, Europe, it's going to take a while before we see a rebound. And also in Europe, we have this political instability. You have all these governments changing all the time, and, that doesn't create any vote of confidence as to what the growth rate is going to be if you have so many political instability in a place,
I want to get to geopolitics, but first, I want to also zoom out on the shipping industry because I'm sure shipping has been front and center for you for your whole career. But for many of us, it really came into focus during the pandemic. We were talking about supply chain snarls, prices for shipping costs just absolutely skyrocketing. Do you think now where we are in 2024, would you call this a normalization of the industry?
Well, yes and no. I mean, that's actually a great point. Shipping came into focus during the pandemic where suddenly people realized that they cannot get the products, goods, that they were used to in the supermarkets or, whatever they buy it from. So unfortunately, shipping came into play with all these disruptances, that happened globally. Yes, we have things stabilized since the pandemic a lot, but there's still a lot of disruption, and that is a result of the Red Sea. As you know, you have the Houthis, they're bombing ships all the time. You have the Russian invasion into Ukraine, and that has disrupted the European energy market a lot. So you still have a lot of disruptions. Panama Canal, that was a big disruptor because of the reduced rains and the water levels, is now coming back into normality, but you still have a lot of global disruptions, unfortunately, and it's going to continue to be like that for the immediate future, I believe.
Is that why we're seeing, just over the last few months, the cost of moving a shipping container increasing so much? I mean, we don't hear about that as much as we did during the supply chain snarl of the pandemic, but why are we seeing costs go up in recent months?
Well, that's a great question, and that happens mostly because of the Red Sea closure. I mean, when you cannot access Europe and you need more ships to take the commodities from, let's say, China.
But that's been happening, that's been more than a year, the Red Sea
It's been under a year, but that creates like a backlog. It's like the accordion effect. I mean, you don't notice it in the beginning, but, over a course of like 3, because you have the stock, right? Things are being, stocked up in places, in warehouses. But once you have the real disruption, and disruptions last a bit longer than the year that you mentioned before, then it starts to bite. Okay. And unfortunately, we have conflicting interests. I mean, shipping freight rates usually go higher when you have disruptions. And I'm proud to say, I'm not so proud to say that, unfortunately, we want normality and we want things to be cheaper for the consumers. But, you always have something going on.
I also want to talk about stocks here. There's a number of dry bulk shipping stocks that have really done well over the last year. I'm looking at an ETF, the Breakwave Dry Bulk Shipping ETF, ticker BDRY. Over the last year has returned over 110%. Does that momentum continue?
The answer is yes, and our stock, which is SHIP, is highly correlated to BDRY because we tend to follow the bigger ships of the dry bulk vessels. So what we do is that we transport raw materials from the production areas into the places where they turn into steel or aluminum. So we're very critical in the global logistics chain because, if you look at infrastructure globally, whether that is in the United States or Africa or Europe or the Middle East, you need steel. Steel is something that you cannot replace very easily. I mean, you can argue about oil and that's whether that's going to be replaced by natural gas and stuff, but steel is steel. It's kind of difficult to replace, a very critical component in infrastructure, right?
Stamatis, let's talk politics a little bit because certainly front and center for us as we enter the final stretch of the presidential campaign. And I imagine you're watching it very closely given that you hear a lot about tariffs, especially from former President Trump, who says he wants to bring back and even increase tariffs on goods coming from certain countries. How do you look at this as from your position as CEO of a shipping company?
In order to have the tariffs make any sense, you need to have things produced in your country or in countries that are your allies. How do you put like steel tariffs when 56% of the global steel production comes from China? You don't see any blast furnace, production of steel, anything being built in Europe or the United States, right? It just doesn't happen. So the world still is highly reliant on the Chinese steel. So no matter how many steel tariffs you put on or EV tariffs, things will still find its way. You just make it more expensive for the consumers. I don't agree with tariffs so much. I mean, only when you have direct competition and only if there is any dumping takes place. But in this particular event, you don't produce steel here. It's a given production. You need additional steel, not just in the United States, but also in Europe. So it's going to find its way to the consumer. It's only going to be more expensive, and that's bad.
How do these tariffs help with congestion at all, or do they make that worse?
Well, congestion is mostly war-driven and weather-driven.
Yeah.
So tariffs do not create any, big congestion effect on anything. Congestion is always a problem in our trade because ships get congested in areas, and that creates a lot of backlog and makes things again more expensive. But it's mostly war-driven, like Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East, and weather-driven. When you have a typhoon or a cyclone or a hurricane or something that creates congestion in areas.
You're the CEO of 2 publicly traded companies. From a shareholder perspective, how do you make sure that you're giving enough time to different companies?
Well, thank you. Both companies are quite similar. So the management company is consolidated into one that provides management services for both companies. And the investment philosophy of each company is completely different. Synergy, for example, owns a pure play fleet of Capesize vessels.
Capesize, remind everyone what that is.
Capesize is the largest conventional ship that transports iron ore, coal, and bauxite. It's about 180,000 tons of cargo carrying capacity, and it's about 1,000 feet long. So it's like 300 yards. It's a big ship, and we have 20 of those. So we're quite big in what we do. So Synergy is mostly buy and hold and generates a very significant return, and it's a cash flow thing that we distribute to our shareholders, and we have increased our dividends substantially. United Maritime is we buy, hold, and sell. So when we find the opportunity to buy an asset low, we buy it, we keep it, and then we sell it, and we usually, we have been very successful in creating some amazing profits in both companies.
Should note that Synergy shares this year, SHIP is the ticker, up about 34%, Emily.
That is outperforming broader markets and the S&P 500. In the lead up to the show, Tim said that we were going to discuss how ports are becoming pawns in geopolitics. Talk a little bit about that in the last couple minutes that we have.
Well, it's about infrastructure. I mean, there are not sufficient ports in the Western world to accommodate all these additional changes in energy. I mean, for example, Europe was reliant on the natural gas coming from Russia in the form of pipelines. That doesn't exist anymore. You need to create the infrastructure to bring in natural gas through the port facilities and make it distribute it into the households. How are you going to do that? I mean, the infrastructure was not in place. And people have been pushing the can down the road a lot in infrastructure because they were reliant on things that were like 30 or 50 years old, like these pipelines in Europe. And the same thing happens in the United States. People do not accommodate for that.
Very briefly, 1 minute left. Concerns about drought, especially with regard to the Panama Canal. We saw some issues there earlier this year. How are you thinking about that?
It has recovered a lot, so I'm not so concerned.
It's recovered a lot.
It's recovered a lot. I'm not so concerned about Panama. I'm concerned about the Red Sea. The Red Sea will continue to be critical, and it affects the United States a lot because you export a lot of coal to India, for example, from Baltimore. Now those ships need to go around the Cape of Good Hope. You need 20 to 30% more ships to do that. It's critical. So I'm more concerned about the Red Sea, both from a safety as well as the energy infrastructure.
Stamatis Tsantanis, Chairman and CEO of Synergy Maritime, and also the CEO of the publicly traded shipping company Maritime United, joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Taking a look at the markets, we're off our lows of the day. The the S&P 500 down 1.5%. The NASDAQ 100 right now down by 2.4%. Among the worst performers in the NASDAQ 100, Broadcom down close to 10%. Tesla down 7.4%. Supermicro down 6%. ASML down 5%. Speaking of the markets, coming up next, we're driving to the close. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index deeply in the red on the week. The S&P on track for a loss of 4% or more. 20 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs. But right now, let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. It's another tough day for stocks as the 8:30 a.m. payrolls data missed estimates. The Dow is currently down 407 points. S&P's dropped 93, and NASDAQ, that's lower by 2.4%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 3.71%. Gold is down 22 points. Oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's down by 4.3%. All of the main 11 S&P sectors are trading in the red, led by losses in tech and telecom. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, McDonald's and Travelers, while Amazon fell 3.1% and led to the downside. After earnings, Broadcom fell 10%, and in the tech space, Tesla fell 7%. Supermicro dropped by 6%. Wrapping things up, Intel fell as much as 3.9%, trading to its lowest level intraday since 2010. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, I thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. Donald Trump has won a delay to his sentencing in the New York hush money criminal case until after the November 5th presidential election, giving the Republican nominee a reprieve from a potential prison term weeks before voters go to the polls. The sentencing now takes place November 26th instead of September 18th as originally planned. Now, for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, it's time for the drive to the close, and we're joined now. Yes, it is 3:40, and this has been a brutal week in the equity market.
Time to close the market.
Time to close. Let's shut it down.
Let's shut it down.
We're joined now by Lauren Sanfilippo in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio, senior investment strategist for Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank. Help us understand what is going on in stocks right now, because we are poised for the worst week in the S&P 500 since the regional banking crisis in March of last year.
Yeah, let's close it out, right? I think that makes sense. The labor market, jobs report, I'm sure you guys have been talking about this all day, right? In our view, this is a cooling. This isn't a labor market that's really stalling out. I don't think much has fundamentally changed since the beginning of August. So that's important to note, right? It's just been a little bit of positioning. Just what I'm seeing in semiconductors as the example, and tech's really selling off, taking it on the chin.
Is this what the Fed wants to see? I'm not talking about the market reaction, because we're told the Fed has a dual mandate, and then that mandate doesn't include the equity market. But is this what the Fed wants to see when it comes to the labor market?
I think so, and I think this gives them more reason to cut by 25 basis points. That is our base case. I know those odds have been oscillating today between 25 and 50, but again, we're in that 25 basis point camp. I think the inflation print that's going to come out on the 18th, it's not time to call the all clear, I actually think, on inflation. And it was only 2 months ago when we got an inflation print that actually triggered a massive rotation in markets.
Yeah, we're actually set to get CPI next week on the 11th, and that's set, according to economists surveyed by Bloomberg, 32 of them, 2.6% is what we, and again, it's not the preferred measure of inflation, Emily, but that's 2.6 is getting closer to 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, when you think about the August that we had, there was some fear that sell-off was the beginning of a broader unwinding in markets. Do you agree with that framing, especially now that we're getting this data that the Fed kind of likes and kind of is pointing to more of a soft landing?
Right. I think all that data actually probably bolsters the case for a soft landing. We saw basically at the beginning, right, some chop around some mechanical yen carry trade for sure. It was a growth scare at best. And then I think we got a revised Q2 GDP report that told you actually the consumer was in better shape than initially thought. And a GDP for Q2 at 3%, that's very healthy. The Atlanta Fed GDP for Q3 now is saying 2%. I mean, again, this is a moderation in growth, but this is by no means a recession. And we think the Fed is embarking on a non-recessionary cutting cycle.
So, non-recessionary cutting cycle. You don't think we're in a recession or headed to a recession?
No, and I don't think that there's a lot of data out there to sort of suggest that, right? Particularly dating that data that's leading and not lagging, like we saw today with the jobs market.
So then, where are you finding opportunities in this market?
So unfortunately, this takes a little extra legroom here, but I do think you have to look under the index, under sectors, right? It's tough to make broad sector calls in this environment. Like, for example, industrials would not be a sector right now that I would be recommending or overweighting, but I still like the aerospace and defense industry, right? And I think there's a lot of legs there. So unfortunately, this is about quality. This is about earnings growers. In Q2, we saw, for earnings, we saw 5 out of 11 sectors growing their earnings by double digits. I mean, that's earnings, that's broadening. So I'm tracking earnings into Q3 to see sort of where we see opportunity.
Have clients been calling this week with the sell-off?
Yes, and then they tell you how much they have in cash because it's almost like a I told you so moment a little bit, right? I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty out there, and that's what I'm hearing from clients.
So they do have a lot of cash, and they're ready to jump on opportunities when they see the time is right. Do they feel like things are still too high right now?
Unfortunately, there are a lot of clients that think there's more to come on this like downside pullback, just given the confluence of issues that we have ahead of us, right?
Do you think there's more downside to come?
I think, we could definitely see more to this pullback. I mean, there's still the election cycle in front of us. We have a debate next week. And again, CPI, who knows what that's sort of going to bring. So, yeah, I do think that there could be more to this pullback.
Do you do anything particular in portfolios to prepare for the election? Because I think it was yesterday we were talking to Abigail Doolittle, who was pointing out that when you look at the VIX futures curve, which is getting into a little wonky territory, but it looked like traders were not really bracing for a lot of volatility around the election. And so that could be seen as maybe an underappreciated risk.
I mean, maybe we're pulling forward some of that uncertainty too. This has been an unusual election cycle, but when it comes to portfolios, I mean, we're thinking about corporate profits, so sort of that underlying strength. And that's really the North Star. Policies, we're not going to start positioning portfolios sort of around where we think candidates are going, but we are thinking about gridlock or not. And it's just the polling's just getting tighter, particularly in the swing states.
Gridlock or not is more important to you than who's in the White House?
Yeah, just in terms of what the market's looking for. I think the market would be more nervous about like a Republican or Democratic sweep.
Then the policies actually get done.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Lauren, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Here in the studio, too. What a treat.
Nice
Always
to be
good
here.
to see you. Lauren Sanfilippo, Senior Investment Strategist for Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank. We do have a redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Top aides to President Joe Biden have been crafting a proposal to create a sovereign wealth fund that would allow the U.S. to invest in national security interests, including technology, energy, and critical links in the supply chain. This, according to a person familiar with the effort. The behind-the-scenes work by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and his deputy, Dalip Singh, mirrors, at least in spirit, a proposal that was floated yesterday by Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, who called for a government-owned investment fund to finance a, quote, great national endeavors during a speech, Emily, at the Economic Club of New York.
This is something that we had talked about yesterday, of where would the money exactly come from? And it's also when the U.S. is facing such a large federal deficit, is it really the best idea policy-wise to start a sovereign wealth fund?
Yeah, if you look at other countries that have sovereign wealth funds, namely Norway, which is valued at over $1 trillion, they don't have the same type of budget deficit that the United States does. Singapore, another country with a sovereign wealth fund. You mentioned it, we were talking about it yesterday. That's because the idea of this U.S. sovereign wealth fund has some outside support. Hedge fund billionaire John Paulson said Thursday that he supported the U.S. building a pool that would surpass the $1.7 trillion Norway uses for investments.
When are we going to go back to talking about the $1 trillion coin?
Oh, I don't know. That's a really good question. Coming up next, we're joined by our Bloomberg TV team for our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, YouTube, and on Bloomberg Originals. We're to count you down to the close. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenivek and Emily Griffeo in for Carol Massar. You know what, Emily? Ever since I started doing this, we've referred to this time period when Carol goes on her vacation in September to the Massar sell-off. And once again, she's going to come back, depending on what happens in the first couple days next week.
And there's a rebound.
I don't know. Could still be a sell-off. This has been a sell-off.
Historically, what happens when she comes back?
I don't know what happens when she comes back, but when she's gone in September, there's a sell-off.
You know, hedge funds pay millions of dollars every year for alternative data. So Carol will have to tell all these funds about her vacation plans and whether
they just
that's
got to listen to Bloomberg Business
trading
Week.
signal or not.
Hey, speaking of trading, we're off our worst levels of the day, but still down 1.7% on the S&P 500. Stocks headed toward their worst weekly sell-off since March of 2023. Bonds whipsawing. Disappointing report on the U.S. labor market, reviving concerns that the economy is cooling, and the Fed is moving too slow to rescue it.
Yeah, the bond market is pretty interesting today because we were discussing this earlier during the break. There's talk of a potential for a 50 basis point rate cut in September. But then when you look at what the swaps market on the WIRP function on the terminal is showing, traders are only pricing at about a 20% chance that we would get 50. The 25 is fully priced in. So why was there all panic this morning when people said, we don't need a 50? The data's not that bad.
Yeah.
There's been a lot going on today.
Yeah, that's true. So Wall Street bets on a half-point Fed reduction this month faded again after briefly gaining momentum when Fed Governor Chris Waller said he's, quote, open-minded about the potential for a bigger cut.
I think it was really those Waller comments.
Why though?
Because traders react to headlines, and then when you actually looked and read his comments, he didn't say, I'm ready for a 50 basis point cut. He said, oh, maybe if, I could be open to the potential. So I think that kind of explains
So
the
you think we would have
knee-jerk
had to see a bigger
reaction.
miss than 20,000 or so jobs to have a 50 basis point rate cut be really on the table?
Well, yeah, I guess. I'm not trading, but I would assume, that
23,000 payrolls short of forecast for the month of August.
Yeah, I guess that's not that much. Even the revisions
it depends
were,
it depends on the number that investors were looking for, right?
Yes, but it only missed by 20, right?
Yeah.
And then the unemployment rate was steady, and even the unemployment rate was steady even as the labor participation rate was steady. Wage gains were still pretty solid. So overall, it wasn't exactly a report that was screaming a weakening labor market that would prompt an emergency Fed cut or a jumbo-sized rate cut. I think that's what the market is kind of figuring out today.
Well, you look at the S&P 500, and there's pretty much nowhere to hide in there today. You have communication services down 3%, consumer discretionary down 2.7%, information technology down 2.5%. Not even any green when it comes to real estate, down about 0.1%. Staples down 0.3%. Healthcare, Emily, down 0.4%.
Yeah. Even the more speculative areas of the market that I think we were seeing some froth and some excitement earlier this week in buying, those are underperforming today. And that's typically a sign that, again, there's nowhere to hide. There's no appetite for risk. You look at the ARK ETF, ARKK, that's kind of a bellwether for speculative tech stocks, down 4.6%, a basket of the most shorted stocks in the market, tracked by Goldman Sachs, down 2%. Bitcoin down 4.5%.
I got a crazy one for you.
Okay.
GameStop? Up.
Oh, really?
6%.
Okay,
Here's why.
then my thesis is...
This is why.
I stand corrected.
No, because Roaring Kitty, he posted to X for the first time in a few months. What does it mean?
It never... what did he post?
I don't know.
Like
I have to figure it out. I have to log in, I guess, to see it.
a picture of nothing. Yet it's
That's
time
what
to
happens. Cutting you down to the close in just a few minutes. Coming up next on Bloomberg TV and radio, we're going to be joined by our Bloomberg TV team for our cross-platform coverage. YouTube, Bloomberg Originals, radio. Bloomberg's The Closing Bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you to the Closing Bell, a global simulcast starting right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Emily Grafeo by his side, in place of Carol Masser, as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube. As stocks right now, Tim Stenovic, retesting those session lows, the S&P down 1.7% on the day.
Yeah, set for the worst week, going all the way back to March of 2023 when we saw that regional banking crisis. I mean, in the S&P 500, Broadcom, Tesla, Supermicro, just dragging down the S&P 500.
And tech doing even worse here. The NASDAQ 100 down 2.7%. There was really nowhere to hide. That safe haven trade in tech stocks is just not working today.
You know what's performing a little bit better in that it's not down as much? The Dow Industrials on a day in which volume is a very healthy 19% above the 20-day average.
Yeah, and also if I just look at small caps for a second, like they're definitely down, but just by 1.8%, so definitely performing better, say, than tech.
Yeah, and we were just talking with John Kolovis about some of those technical levels, the retesting of some of those key moving averages, where the next line of support is here. And you wonder, is this going to be a move, meaning heading into next week, that is going to be technical driven, fundamental driven, or macro driven?
I think the answer to that's yes. I think you have to put all three of those together, right? You get the CPI, which is going to be macro. We're obviously going to be looking at the debate. And then in terms of the micro, I don't know what we have, right? Earnings are going to be in a stall point, so that's going to be a little difficult to get a better read.
Yeah, the stocks right now down about 4.5%. Your 2-year yield down about 8 basis points here, and your VIX elevated here on the day right around 22. Let's walk you through the numbers here in New York as we get the closing bells with the Dow Jones Industrial Average closing out the day down by 1 percentage point, roughly about 400 points. And believe it or not, that's actually our outperformer on the day. On a weekly basis, it's down about 2%. The S&P 500, though, having an awful day, 1.7% lower than when it started the day, more than 3% lower than where it started the week. The NASDAQ composite down about 2.5% on the day, 4.7% on the week. And let's take a look at that Russell 2000, which is going to close lower by about 1.9%.
In the S&P 500, you had more than 4 out of every 5 stocks lower on the day today. 418 moved lower, only 82 ended up moving higher, Scarlett.
All right, let's take a look at IMAP. It should be a pretty easy read today. There's lots and lots of red. There are little slivers of green there. And why don't I tell you the biggest decliners first, right? You've got certainly the tech sector, whether it's technology, whether it's communication services, whether it's consumer discretionary, all of those are down at least 2%. Now, the ones that are kind of outperforming by just a hair, consumer durables and apparel, ever so slightly, real estate investment trusts, a little bit of green, but this is a pretty broad retreat, everyone.
All right, well, it did manage to find some gainers today. It was not easy. I do want to start with U.S. Steel, ticker X, up more than 4% today. This after Cleveland-Cliffs CEO said that he's absolutely in the market for his rivals' assets. He told CNBC that he's working with investment banks J.P. Morgan, Chase, and Wells Fargo on a plan. He made these comments yesterday after the market was closed. Shares of U.S. Steel moving higher today. U.S. Steel, Cleveland-Cliffs, and J.P. Morgan didn't immediately respond to a request for comment from Bloomberg. Wells Fargo declined to comment. Remember, it was just Wednesday of this week when President Joe Biden said that he was said to be preparing to block the Nippon Steel deal. Also, how about a little bowling, everyone?
Okay.
B-O-W-L. Bolero, they got more than 350 locations in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. The company reported revenue for the fourth quarter that came in above the average analyst estimates. Shares higher today by more than 6%. And this is a really interesting one on a day when speculative corners of the market are not doing so well. GameStop actually rose today. Shares higher. This after the man known as Roaring Kitty posted to X for the first time in a few months. Shares higher by close to 7% today. What happened? Shares up more than 30% so far this year. The company is going to report earnings after the bell on Tuesday.
That'll definitely be an interesting one to watch if they have many earnings to report, Tim.
If they have any earnings to report.
I was going to say, what
I should
earnings?
say
Not
they're reporting
sure.
results after
right,
the bell.
Right, their
on
losses.
Tuesday.
I'm looking at the decliners. No surprise that those semi stocks getting hit really on the week, but also today, Broadcom down about 10% after the chipmaker gave a revenue forecast that was seen as disappointing, extending losses after their earnings miss that came after the bell yesterday. They see revenue at about $14 billion versus estimates of $14.13 billion. I think really underscoring just how high the bar is for these chip names after the rally we've seen all year. In Broadcom today, trading volume was quadruple the average for around this time of day. I'm also looking at Super Microcomputer. Those shares down as much as 7.6%. JP Morgan downgraded the server company to neutral from overweight. And of course, the move comes in the wake of a delayed 10K filing for the company. The company said it needed more time to assess its internal controls. And then finally, I'm looking at Elf Beauty. Couldn't really find what was driving the stock lower, at least today, but earlier this week, we got some Nielsen-tracked channel point of sales data for the makeup company. An analyst called out weaker than ideal 4-week acceleration, and they called out a deceleration in the 2-year growth performance. That stock down 18% on the week and down about 10% today with the broader market falling.
This is really all flying in face of my invest in your face thing when these companies report and they are struggling or there's some negative press around them. Okay, let's get to the bond market here. There was buying pretty much across the curve, a tiny bit of selling, and I mean tiny, in the back end. But the front end, look, down by 8 basis points. You're taking a look at the 210 curve, on inverting closing on inverting for the first time since July 1st, 2022. You're looking at about a 5 basis point difference. Might not seem like a big deal, guys, but the speed with which we re-rated in the last couple of days feels very tremendous.
Yeah, and that was a great point that I think John Kolovis made as well here about kind of the speed of the descent here. And there are going to be a lot of superlatives on this day, of course, that we're crunching those numbers now. But it gets to this idea here that what is there to save this market? Earnings season is over. The Fed is going, thankfully, into a quiet period. And now you basically just have the markets left to their own devices.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit more about these markets. Look at the SOX this week, having its worst day going all the way back, or worst week rather, going all the way back to March of 2020. Certainly, NVIDIA and Broadcom, a big part of that. But if you look at the SOX today, guys, every single component of the 30 stocks that are in the SOX down today, down another 4.5% today. What's the message that that investors are sending with selling semiconductors?
Are you going to buy one of these Apple iPhones? I hear they have this big announcement coming up next week. And, it's supposed to be AI enabled, though not quite AI enabled.
I'm not. Get more thumbs up things to do your FaceTime.
I don't think you need a new iPhone for that.
I don't?
No.
I heard the iPhone 17 will be a bigger deal than the iPhone 16. So if we're going to hold off,
we're already on the iPhone 17 super cycle now.
So is that next year then?
Yeah, that's not even 2020.
Have we talked about this though? I mean, you guys are raising a really good point, which is the idea that the upgrade cycle has gotten a lot longer for people.
Yeah.
And this makes up 50%, roughly half of Apple's revenue. And it's a really important, it's a crucial device for the company. But if they don't offer something that, prompts people to upgrade, then people are going to wait for longer to upgrade.
And it's also part of the Broadcom supply chain. As we were talking about earlier, Tim, Broadcom is a big supplier for chips for Apple.
I feel like you just need to invest in the you break it, I fix it, like whatever Apple repair company is a better bet than the Apple refresh.
Won't you get sued for that or something? Don't Apple come after you?
No, but if now, everyone's past their manufacturer warranty anyway, so because we're all holding on to them for years and years. There's a great story today written by Elena Pang about how the way that we're eating is totally changing. Americans' love of cheese has drawn $4 billion into new factories. We keep talking about this manufacturing recession, not when it comes to building factories.
Whoa. What the heck is that?
That's cheese, everyone.
Okay.
That's what we eat?
I thought cheese grew on trees.
Who likes the cheese? I love the cheese. Romaine does not like the cheese.
No, I don't.
Sterling?
Particularly after seeing that video. You never want to know how the sausage is made or the cheese.
Tim?
We have a great cheese shop close to where we live.
Yeah, well, we're Park Slopey people, so
Fancy
that's it.
man,
Emily, are you a cheese
shops.
person?
I haven't met a cheese that I don't have an appetite to try. I would pretty much try anything.
I'm wondering how much 4 of the 5 of us are responsible for the $4 billion in new factories.
Wonderful.
That dairy processors are planning across the U.S. to
$4 billion worth of this stuff gets sold. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh.
$4 billion to put into new factories to feed us the cheese that
and they
apparently
just pump it out
the three of you are
through a
really
little hose
into.
there.
I don't know.
So,
do they clean that hose after every pump?
Yes, they clean the hose.
Yeah. No cheese.
Sure? Very sanitary.
Sure,
no cheese whiz. No cheese
Also,
whiz for Romaine.
We like the mold. The mold is good.
Right.
What?
It's aged.
Yeah.
I'm so not into cheese.
Oh gosh, Alex.
All right, I'm told we have to go. Happy Friday, everyone. Eat some cheese.
Which part was the mold? Was it the white part or the?
That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We're headed back to radio and YouTube. Alex is heading out to start the weekend. Scarlett and Romaine are going to continue on TV. We'll see you same time, same place on Monday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is Emily Griffeo in for Carol Masser. You're not back with us next week.
I'm not.
You're not.
At the moment.
You're
but
not
the week after that, I will be back.
All right.
So
gone, but not for long.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thanks for filling in this week. It's been great. We got another hour coming up. You may remember back in July, the day that President Joe Biden said he would no longer run for president, some of America's most prominent black women across politics, business, and entertainment joined thousands of their peers to galvanize support for Vice President Kamala Harris. They raised $1.5 million in just 3 hours. Check this out. About 44,000 black women, including Representative Maxine Waters of California, other lawmakers, including Joyce Beatty and Jasmine Crockett, talked of rallying behind Harris for the U.S. presidential election case against Donald Trump. presidential election against Donald Trump this November. It was an incredible outpouring of a number of people in a very short period of time. I think a lot of people were surprised, but I would guess that our next guest is not so surprised. Dr. Carrie Mitchell-Brown is a cultural architect and equity strategist. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Good to see you, Doctor. Thanks for joining us today. Before we get to the phenomenon that we see playing out across the country and that you've been studying for years, talk a little bit about what cultural architect and equity strategist means.
First of all, it is a pleasure being here. Thank you so much. A cultural architect and equity strategist. I go into organizations and try to make them better, right? Looking at their culture. So it's not just about changing the people who are sitting at the table, it's changing policies, making sure that people feel like they belong, making sure that everyone's contributions are valued regardless as to where they work at in the organization, how long that they're being there, and more importantly, that there are high levels of respect.
The reason I brought up what happened on that one day in late July, that Sunday, is because you argue that there's this emerging power shift to Black women and women in general that you've observed.
Yes, there is. It has been for some time, but the world has seen it operationalized. Often in our space as equity practitioners, we hear that you have to give up something in order for other people to have space. Inclusive leadership looks exactly like what happened there. Joe Biden made an assessment that what's required right now he could not provide in his leadership, so he transferred his leadership to a very capable Black woman who has been in the trenches and demonstrated that she has a lived experience to lead in this moment and beyond. And that's what is required. And he did that very, very well. There were a number of people who supported and rallied behind him, but he did it very well, and it came off as very powerful and very transformative, and others can take up that practice in moving when their leadership no longer meets the moment.
What is the next phase of this power shift towards women? I guess, how do we keep this momentum going? Because now we do have, a Black woman kind of front and center stage. How do we kind of keep that continuing?
Yeah, I mean, it is a sign for businesses. It does really highlight that equity is necessary in all of our institutions and all of our workforces. Ketanji Jackson Brown, I mean, she's at the pinnacle in her career as well.
Supreme Court Justice.
Supreme Court Justice, absolutely. We saw a lot of that happening when she was finally confirmed, as well. It is very, very important for these leaders to represent our democracy, to represent and reflect what our country looks like.
I want to go back to Vice President Kamala Harris, because one thing that we've seen her do, or one thing we've seen her not do, is make her racial identity part of her pitch to the American people, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
She's not making that front and center with the campaign. Certainly, former President Trump did that about 4 or 5 weeks ago at that event in Chicago.
Right.
But she has not made that a big part of her campaign.
No, she has not made that a big part of her campaign, and it's not her only identity either. She's American, she's a woman, she is multiracial, and, she is a representative. When she accepted her nomination speech, she represents all people, and she talked about doing that for her entire career, of the people. Right? And most women who lead organizations, who lead corporations, who lead labor unions, who lead think tanks, they don't lead as, I'm a Black woman president, I'm a Black woman leader. We have 2 women currently who are Black that lead Fortune 500 companies. They don't lead with, I am a Black woman CEO. No, I am the CEO of the company.
That's a tiny number.
It's so tiny. so tiny.
That is not representative of.
It is not
the US
representative of the U.S. population at all. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. But my example is still the same, that they don't lead with "I am a black woman leader." I am a leader, a proven leader.
So, what groups do you target in your work as a cultural architect and equity strategist? Do you kind of focus on people early in their careers and advancing them, or is this more kind of targeting people in the mid and more senior levels?
I really work with organizations who are committed to ensuring that they have the right environment for Black women to thrive, for everyone to thrive, but particularly for Black women to thrive. So if there's an organization who has an experience that they're not able to retain talented Black women, well, we have a conversation to see what's going wrong, because it's not the Black women who are leaving who are the challenge. What's happening in the environment, what's happening in the workplace, what's happening in the cultures, the policies, the practices that create the conditions where Black women do not want to stay.
What are the challenges that these leaders are coming to you with when they hire you, when they bring you in to do this work? What are the problems they're trying to solve?
The problems that they are trying to solve is they're trying to operationalize their commitments for racial equity, their commitments that they are making for diversity. We all know that companies with diverse teams are 35% more productive in revenue, in impact, in the bottom line overall than companies whose teams are not diverse.
Okay, so I want to bring this up because in recent months we've seen Lowe's, Harley-Davidson, Tractor Supply, Deere, Brown-Forman all come out and say they're pulling back from pledges to commit to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. There's a real pushback to DEI right now.
There is a tremendous pushback to DE&I right now, and one would think, were they committed in the first place? After George Floyd, 2020, there was a lot of commitments. No company wanted to be on the wrong side of, I'm not going to commit to this. We saw a lot of companies pulling back with the Supreme Court rulings coming out of the Fearless Fund. And the risk of litigation. We have witnessed some organizations softening their language around their commitments on their website, but continuing to move forward, with their programming, changing the words, and, changing the actions. They're two separate things. But, I would question, were they serious about it in the first place?
10 seconds, permanent shift, is this it? Or these companies circle back in the coming years?
They need to circle back. It's at their own peril if they don't.
All right. Dr. Carrie Mitchell-Brown, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Cultural architect and equity strategist joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. The S&P 500 today closed down by 1.7%. The Dow was down 1%. The NASDAQ 100 was down today by 2.7%. The biggest weights on the NASDAQ included Broadcom, NVIDIA, Tesla, Amazon, Meta, and more. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and YouTube.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Wall Street coming off of a brutal week, at least for the bulls, with the S&P 500 index on the week slumping by 4.25%. In fact, it was the worst week since March of 2023. Bonds whipsawed as another disappointing jobs report revived concerns that the economy is cooling and the Fed is moving too slowly to rescue it. S&P down 95 points today, a drop of 1.7%. The Dow down 410, a decline of 1%, while NASDAQ was down 2.5% today. NASDAQ tumbled 436 points. 10-year yield 3.72%. The 2-year 3.66% on the 2-year. Spot gold down $21 the ounce to $24.95, down 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, $68.11 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line, though, on the week, S&P 500 index down 4.2%. Bolero rallied today after the operator of bowling centers reported revenue for the fourth quarter that came in above the average analyst estimates. Shares today advanced by 6.6%. And Apple's most important event of the year takes place Monday, when the company will roll out its latest iPhones and set the stage for a new artificial intelligence platform. Sources tell Bloomberg top aides to President Biden have been crafting a proposal to create a sovereign wealth fund that would allow the U.S. to invest in national security interests, including technology, energy, and critical links in the supply chain. Again, this according to a source. Recapping stocks lower, S&P today down 1.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well, she's a woman of the world, and God, she knows it.
Well, women and non-binary venture investors have gained a foothold in the tech industry 5 years faster than the advocacy group All Raise expected. But leaders say a national backlash to DEI initiatives threatens the progress that has been made. Check out these numbers, Emily. About 18% of decision makers at U.S. venture capital firms are female. It's double from 2018, when All Raise was founded and set a goal of reaching that number by 2028. That's according to the group's annual report. It was published just a couple of months ago, back in July. Very curious what Sarah Dusek has to say about all this. She's co-founder of Enigma Ventures. She's got a new book just out this week. It's called Thinking Bigger. It's a pitch deck formula for women who want to change the world. Sarah joins us from Cape Town, South Africa. I should note, she's a founder who founded the company Under Canvas, which was sold for more than $100 million. And she's also behind the Few and Far collection. Sarah, good to have you with us. How are you?
I'm very well. Thanks for having me.
You know, it's interesting because we spend a lot of time talking about the small portion of VC funding that goes to women and how it hasn't improved that much in recent years. But we are starting to see, at least here in the U.S., and again, important to know, this is from a U.S. perspective. You're joining us from Cape Town. It does seem like at least decision-making or decision makers have become more representative, at least on a gender level here in the U.S., than some organizations thought they would. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the rise, a large rise of female fund managers over the last few years. But still, when you look at the size of funds that female fund managers are able to raise, they're still minuscule in comparison with many of their male counterparts. And that's still a problem, because obviously the amount of capital that women can deploy then influences who is getting that capital. And what we know is that still only 2% of female founders are getting venture capital in the US.
What do you make of that divergence? Is there anything that kind of explains that really large gap between who gets funding and who doesn't?
Well, venture capital historically has been a big boys club, right? So if men are typically doing the investing, then inherently we invest in people. All of us are prone to invest in things that we like, things that we can understand, things that we can connect with, people that we can connect with. We're prone to want to invest in people like us. And so if only men are doing the investing, we're likely to see a lot more men getting investment than women. And largely, women have been left behind of the conversation about what it takes to be investable. And if you think historically, it was 1988 that women could have a bank loan, a business bank loan for the first time.
Hold on.
That's not long ago.
Wait, is that in the US?
Yes. It was 1988 when a woman could have a bank loan for her business in the US that did not have to be countersigned by her partner or husband, a male counterpart of some kind.
Wait, Emily, go ahead, Emily.
No, I was just saying, that's really surprising.
Horrified as I am. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, that's
We
pretty
both
crazy.
weren't even alive, right, Tim?
Rude. I was alive then. You weren't. She always tries
But
to
that's part of our history, and that's part of the gap that we've got. That it's been more challenging for women to grow and scale businesses, and largely women have not been in the loop about what investable looks like. And that was part of the reason for writing the book, was to demystify the capital stack, demystify what it takes to be investable, because we also know that only 2% of women ever build businesses that do more than $1 million in revenue every year. So we've got a chicken and egg scenario there. We don't have enough women at the funding table, which we know is improving slowly, but the amount of access to capital that even those female fund managers have is minuscule. But we also know that women are not building the kind of businesses that could be investable. But of course, you need capital to build the kind of business that could be investable. We've got this vicious circle.
Well, talk about the vicious circle, because in your book, you start out the book by writing about what the heart of the problem is. What is the heart of the problem?
The heart of the problem is not enough women are building big businesses. They're not thinking big enough about building the kind of businesses that could be investable. And we're not understanding what big looks like. And, from a venture capital perspective, we're talking about 100 million big. That's floor for thinking about a venture backable business. Could the business that you are building one day, not tomorrow, not 5 weeks from now, but one day potentially be worth $100 million or more? And that's what we've got to sort of help women understand. What does that look like? How could you build a business that has that kind of potential? And that's not just tech businesses.
Yeah, so give us your
story
story from early on in your career when it came to your idea with relation to what you did in Montana.
Yeah. My husband and I built a company called Under Canvas, which today is still the leading and largest glamping company in the United States. And we did not build a tech company, but we did build a company that became worth well over $100 million. And when I started my company, I had no idea what venture capital was. I didn't really have a lot of concepts that, if you were going to build a business, that maybe you might need some investment or that you would need investors to come alongside you and build it. And I was very green and very not clear about what that looked like. But I had a business that had the potential to scale. And I could see the reality of what we were building, and the demand for what we were creating was there. But I had to learn the hard way about venture capital, raising money, and there were so many things I didn't know. And I thought that was me. I thought I was the only one who didn't know all these things and didn't know the venture speak and didn't know all the acronyms and didn't know the language. But since becoming a VC myself, I now know that most women don't know the language, don't know the acronyms, don't know what investable looks like. And so that was part of the reason for writing this book, is how do we demystify it? How do we make it easier for women to build the kind of businesses that are investable? And how do we help women understand this is the scale, this is what it takes, this is what it looks like? Because if you know what the exam questions are, you have a much better chance of passing the test.
You talk about the pitch deck. How important is that stage of the process for, a founder kind of starting out how crucial is it that they get that pitch deck right?
The pitch deck's everything because it's like your calling card. It's the 10 pages of information that give the headlines about your business. And it's the first impression that you will give anyone about your business and about you, especially when you're pitching investors. But the wonderful thing about the pitch deck and working on your pitch deck is that it's not only relevant for going out to raise capital. It's also really relevant for helping you work on your business and helping you think about what are the building blocks of scale. And so the book unpacks the pitch deck to be able to help you write a fantastic pitch deck to go out and raise money. But it's also designed to help you think about what are the fundamentals of scale that will really help me grow and escalate my business.
Well, I love that the book is filled with stories about your own experience as an entrepreneur. And I'm going to ask you to share a few of them. One of them from, I believe, back in 2010, when an event producer called you and your husband to make an order for tents that you didn't necessarily have, but you saw it as an opportunity to sell these tents. Explain what happened.
Yeah, that was a really pivotal moment in our business journey. We were in the very, very early days of the business, and we received a call from an event producer that said, I love your tents, I love what you're doing, and I'm doing a music festival in New York, and I would love you to provide the tents for the business. And of course, we did not have 150 tents, which was what they were asking us for. But it was a moment in time where we knew this could be a game changer for us. We have to say yes, and then we have to figure out how on earth we're going to pull that off. And so we said yes. We said, well, you can get those tents from us. We will help you put on your music festival, and off we went. But it was a nerve-wracking ride. I was pregnant with my second child at the time, and we asked the producer, when is the actual event? And it was the same week as my due date with our child. And my husband and I looked at each other and said, well, we still got to do it. We still got to find a way to pull this off and make this happen. And that contract that we won was a complete game changer for our business.
Sarah, sit tight. Sit tight. We're going to do some news, and then we're going to come back with Sarah Dusick, co-founder of Enigma Ventures. She's got a new book out. It's called Thinking Bigger, a pitch deck formula for women who want to change the world. She's also the founder of Under Canvas, which was sold for more than $100 million. Do you want to get to a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal? The discount home goods retailer Big Lots is preparing to file for bankruptcy as soon as Sunday and plans to sell its chain of stores via a court-supervised process. This according to people familiar with the plans. The company will continue to operate under Chapter 11 protection, the people said, and is in the process of lining up a so-called stalking horse bid, meaning it's subject to better offers should any materialize. The company's been working with Alex Partners and Guggenheim Partners on the bankruptcy and sale process. For more, head over to Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg terminal as well. This is Business Week.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. It is on to the weekend, and we are coming off of the worst week since March of 2023 for the S&P 500 index. This week, the index dropped 4.2%. Bonds whipsawed as another disappointing jobs report revived concerns that the economy is cooling, and the Federal Reserve is moving too slow to rescue it. S&P 500 index today down 95 points, finishing the week, heading into the weekend, 5408, a drop today of 1.7%. The Dow down 410 points, a decline of 1%. NASDAQ down 436 points, a drop of 2.5%. 10-year at 3.71%, the 2-year 3.65%. Gold down $20 the ounce to $24.96, a drop of 0.8%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil today was down 1.5%, finishing the week just above $68 a barrel. Jobs Friday. Lauren Sanfilippo is Senior Investment Strategist for Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank, and she was a guest earlier today right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
In our view, this is a cooling. This isn't a labor market that's really stalling out. I don't think much has fundamentally changed since the beginning of August. So that's important to note, right? It's just been a little bit of positioning. Just what I'm seeing in semiconductors as the example, and tech's really selling off, taking it on the chin.
Lauren Sanfilippo with Bank of America Private Bank. Broadcom lower today after the chipmaker gave a revenue forecast seen as disappointing. Other chip stocks down in sympathy. Broadcom down 10.4%. NVIDIA down 4.1%. Advanced Micro Devices today was lower by 3.6%. Sources tell Bloomberg the discount home goods retailer Big Lots is preparing to file for bankruptcy as soon as Sunday. Also, sources tell Bloomberg top aides to President Biden have been crafting a proposal to create a sovereign wealth fund that would allow the U.S. to invest in national security interests, including technology, energy, and critical links in the supply chain. Recapping, S&P down today by 1.7%. Now, for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I want to get right back to Sarah Dusek, co-founder of Enigma Venture. She joins us from Cape Town, South Africa. She's got a new book out. It's called Thinking Bigger, a pitch deck formula for women who want to change the world. She also founded and was CEO of Under Canvas, which was sold a few years ago for more than $100 million. Sarah, I want to start or continue the interview with you by hearing more about your story, because you started your career not as an entrepreneur, but as an aid worker, and found yourself after a few years burnt out with that. Tell us a little more about how you started your career.
Yeah, I was always very keen on saving the world, and I really believed I could. And I spent the first 8 years of my career, as you said, working for NGOs, because I believed that non-profit vehicles were the only vehicles that could do good. But now I know different. And after 8 years of hard grind and not making enough of a dent in any of the problems that we were trying to solve, I went back to the drawing board, burnt out, and thought there has to be another way. There has to be a different way to solve some of the world's biggest problems. And what I realized was that the vehicle that is designed to solve problems is actually business. The very heart of doing business is about solving a specific problem for a specific user that has to be sustainable because it has to make money. Otherwise, it's not going to exist very long. So, which really, really revolutionized my thinking around, could business be a vehicle for driving change, solving problems, doing good, moving us forward one step at a time, which launched my career into business, because I realized, well, if I believe that, then I should get in the ring and I should figure out, is it possible to do good? Is it possible to use business as a vehicle for moving the world forward?
It seems like you have a really good kind of positive mindset. And even the title of the book, Thinking Bigger, kind of has to do with this idea that if you put your mind to something, you can achieve it. Without spoiling the book, I'm wondering, what kind of tactics do you give to aspiring women entrepreneurs about really changing that mindset and pivoting the mindset towards one that is focused on being successful and being confident?
Yeah, one of the things I've realized over the last few years of working directly with female entrepreneurs and understanding myself also was there was two critical components missing for women: lack of knowledge, and therefore we are disempowered, about how the capital markets work and how you raise capital and the building blocks of building scale, but also the mindsets that we carry around with ourselves that actually are really huge stumbling blocks, from scarcity to playing it small to risk aversion. I mean, there are dozens. And so I started to unpack them as I tell my story through the book, because I could see many of them as a reality for myself that were sort of being a glass ceiling for me and were hindering my growth and what I was capable of. And as I've worked for other female entrepreneurs, I can see so many of the same mindsets coming to the fore that trip them up. And women typically want to play it safer. We typically are a little bit more risk averse. Obviously, that's a big generalization. But I started to see some trends. And that made me realize those are as big of a problem as lack of knowledge or lack of access to markets. And those we can do something about, right? We might not be able to change the capital markets overnight, but we can change the way we think. We can change the way we approach risk. And we can start to see a lot more clearly some of the things that are getting in our way.
What's the most underrated piece of advice that you would give to female founders?
Trust yourself more. I have never gone wrong when I've bet on myself. And often what we're not seeing is women believing in themselves enough. And we see that by how willing all in they are to be or not. You know, you really have to be all in. If you are going to grow and scale a business from $0 to $100 million in value, you have to be all in. There is no two ways about that. And often we see, you know, we're wanting to play it safe. We're wanting to hedge our bets. And really, you have to believe in you. And often, you know, we go out to raise capital and we expect other people to believe in us, because that's what you're asking people to do when you're asking for their investment. But we have to believe in us first. And if you can do that, you are on your way.
Sarah, just in the last couple of minutes we have, I want to look forward with you and help us understand what you're working on now. Few and far. It's not an agency, but it's a luxury experiences company. Explain what you're doing.
Yeah, I love being an entrepreneur and I love the travel space. So here we are again building another travel /climate company. And what we're trying to do this time is not just build a sustainable business. Under Canvas is an extraordinary sustainable travel business. Now we're trying to build a regenerative travel business. And the difference is the investment we make in the planet. So the business exists so that we can impact and regenerate, rewild, reforest the planet. So that's the heart of what we're doing. We're taking people on extraordinary carbon negative adventures around the world, taking them to some of the most incredible wilderness destinations. And we're also deeply investing in decarbonization by rewilding, restoring thousands and thousands and thousands of hectares currently in Southern Africa that will capture our nemesis, carbon, and capture it in the soil and play a role in hoping to save our planet.
You're talking about experiences throughout the world: Africa, Europe, South America, North America, Antarctica, everywhere. Really cool stuff. Hey, Sarah, thanks so much for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week. Sarah Dusek is the co-founder of Enigma Ventures. Her new book out this week. It's called Thinking Bigger, a pitch deck formula for women who want to change the world. Her new venture, Few and Far, is up now, and she is the founder and former CEO of Under Canvas, which a few years ago was sold for more than $100 million. Taking a look at how markets closed today, the Dow down 1%, the S&P 500 down 1.7%, the NASDAQ down 2.5%. Cheese is next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec. That's Emily Grafeo in for Carol Massar on this Friday afternoon. Emily, pop quiz. Is there such a thing as too much cheese?
No, not if you work at Bloomberg. We get a little piece of cheese every morning.
Or 2 or 3 or 4 if you're me.
You can take as many
them.
as you want, I guess.
Sometimes require multiple trips so people don't see you taking that much
right
in one fell swoop. The reason we're talking about this is because Americans' love of cheese is drawing $4 billion for new factories. Eilina Pang is Bloomberg News commodities reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. This story is just blowing up. Everybody's talking about how much cheese we're eating and how much companies are spending to produce more cheese. You're a commodities reporter. How did this story come about?
Yeah, I started covering the dairy industry earlier this year, and I was asking about a lot of the dynamics going on, and people were just saying people are eating their dairy. People aren't drinking their dairy. And as a consumer, that made a lot of sense to me because I can't remember the last time I had like a straight glass of milk. And if I have a latte, a lot of people go oat milk now. But yogurt and cheese, everyone eats all the time. So it sounds like people aren't really eating dairy, but actually in like a milk fat level, which is how the dairy industry measures it, people are eating more dairy than ever before, and that's because of cheese.
Okay, you came here with numbers. In your article, you write that America's per capita cheese consumption has more than doubled since the government began keeping track of it. In 1975 to about 42 pounds a year, it's more than all the butter, ice cream, and yogurt combined. Facilities for making cheese account for more than half of the $8 billion in U.S. dairy projects slated to come online in the next, just in the next few years. That's according to the International Dairy Foods Association, Emily.
So I want to talk about if you know, like, what kinds of cheese are kind of synonymous with American production? Do they discriminate, or do we produce all kinds of cheese? I'm a little hungry, so hopefully we can keep this very like food focused.
We actually do produce a lot of cheese. And this was interesting to me because I feel like American cheese gets a bad rep because you think of like the sliced cheese that isn't really cheese.
Yeah, the cheese product is what it is.
Correct.
What they call it?
The cheese product.
Yeah, they can't call it cheese because it doesn't have the milk.
It doesn't have enough cheese. It's like blended with other things. But as it turns out, the U.S. is actually a net exporter of cheese. So we basically only import varieties that are like specialty cheeses that are like hard for us to replicate here. So we actually do end up exporting more than we ever import. So it really covers everything. It's like, it could be like a Wisconsin cheddar. There's also a lot of Mexican style cheeses now that are gaining a lot of traction, both in the U.S. and also for export to Mexico.
How are prices right now?
Prices have been weak for a while. Milk prices during the pandemic really slumped because people weren't in school. That was a really big one. Yeah, so dairy farmers have struggled for a couple years here to try to find a market for their milk. And so part of the added processing capacity is expected to help that. And now milk prices are a little bit better than they have been.
Would a dairy farmer rather sell their milk for cheese and yogurt or sell it for milk? Like, does it matter?
It is, so my understanding is that if you sell milk for fluid milk, you usually get a better price on that. But because most of the milk is going into dairy products, within that milk for dairy products, they look at like the actual content of the milk. So milk that has higher protein in it or higher fat in it will fetch more of a premium. And so it's really interesting because now that we have this shift to cheese, our milk like contains more fat than it ever has before on average.
So there's obviously a big demand for cheese in the U.S. Is there enough supply? Is the infrastructure able to kind of handle these hungry Americans?
Yeah, I mean, we are importing more than we ever have, which is really interesting. But I think broadly, companies are ramping up demand because there is more need for it. And because they think the per capita consumption of like 42-ish pounds, but like countries like France are like well above 50. And so these companies are really putting this money in, hoping that someday we might be like France.
You know what I noticed about myself with drinking milk? As an adult, I basically stopped drinking milk. Because, you drink milk as a kid, right?
Yeah.
But then when we had kids, we started, the doctors tell you to get milk for your kids. I started drinking the whole milk for my kids.
It's so good.
It's so good. And now I don't care how old my kids get, even if they stop drinking milk, I'm going to keep drinking milk. So like, I think that, I know this is anecdotal, but I think having kids makes people drink more milk.
I think that's probably true. Yeah. And I think it's also interesting because for a long time, skim milk was like the rage.
Yeah.
And now
I can't touch the stuff now.
Yeah, now I feel like there's a lot more whole milk, and then I hear people talking about like functional milks, and so people are talking about like, for example, milk that has like added protein in it, or like lactose-free milks. I think like the growth of milk is really in that now, which is also interesting.
There's a lot of protein. Like I will have a glass of milk after the gym, which horrifies some of my friends. They're like, "That's gross, a whole glass of milk," but I mean, for
grew
cycling,
up on
milk.
Yeah, for cycling, like chocolate milk is like the ultimate recovery drink.
Yeah.
It's got sugar, it's got fat, it's good stuff.
Tastes great.
Your favorite type of cheese?
Favorite type of cheese? Burrata is a good one. Yeah.
Okay,
And
Emily?
we're producing that in the U.S.
We do some, I think. Yeah.
Emily, your
not a
favorite
lot.
cheese?
Cheese? I like all. I like Munster on a sandwich, and then mozzarella.
Mozzarella is really
Just
good.
to eat.
Well, I know since you guys are asking and you're asking very curious about my favorite
Yes, go
cheese,
ahead.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's pepper jack. And
That's
I
a
always
good
get the egg and pepper jack on a Saturday morning, which, by the way, Saturday morning is what's coming tomorrow because that is going to do it for our broadcast on this Friday afternoon. A big thank you to Emily Grafeo for sitting in the chair for most of the week for Carol Nasser. Really
has
do
been
appreciate
great.
it. And a big thank you, too, to Eilina Pang, Bloomberg News commodities reporter. She has got all the info on the cheese. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Balance of Power starts now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Job growth falls short in August as the unemployment rate drops unexpectedly, causing new worries about a slowing economy. We're joined ahead by Jared Bernstein, chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors.
And we'll focus on the role the economy is playing in the presidential race as both candidates prepare for next week's debate with Democratic pollster Celinda Lake.
Sentencing in Donald Trump's hush money case in New York delayed until after the election. We'll have analysis on that story and more from our political panel. Welcome to Friday, of course, Jobs Day, Kaylee, which we're going to be talking about quite a bit this hour, putting a cap on a week that has really focused our attention on the economy on the presidential campaign trail, with both candidates trying to flesh out their plans ahead of the debate next week. But this jobs report landing pretty hard on Wall Street today.
Yeah, of course, you did have the unemployment rate going down to 4.2%, but it was soft on payrolls and the downward revisions also were rather brutal. 89,000 jobs that actually were not gained that we thought were. And this, of course, is something that earlier today Bloomberg had to question the acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Su, about.
We are continuing to see stable growth. Jobs numbers are still up. The unemployment rate ticked down slightly. As you've already mentioned, labor force participation remains steady. Earnings are up. This is a continued sort of the, steady transition, to an economy in which we're continuing to see people come into the labor market and find jobs. And, it's a transition to more stability.
We've been in touch with members of the administration throughout the day here on Bloomberg TV and radio, and we add the voice of the chairman now. From the White House North Lawn, Jared Bernstein, the chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors. Mr. Chairman, it's great to see you here. I wonder if we can start there with the matter of revisions. 86,000 downward revisions for June and July. What, in your estimation, then, will be the final number for August?
Well, August sometimes comes in below what it is then revised up towards. That's been kind of a pattern, so we may do a little better on that. But that's one of the reasons why you want to take a moving average of these numbers. If you look over the past 3 months, you're at 116,000 jobs per month. Now, that's definitely a downshift from where we were. We knew the job market was cooling. I think the important and operative question today whether you're a markets analyst or whether you're trying to figure out where the macroeconomy is going, is what's the break-even level of job gains from the payrolls? That is, what is the level consistent with a stable unemployment rate? Well, we know that unemployment ticked down 1/10 in August. That was good to see. And I've seen break-even rates that basically range from 100K to 200K. I'd say right now, probably the trend in payrolls is at the lower end of the break-even range, but it's not outside that band yet.
Okay, so if you don't think it's outside the band of what would be considered normal, perhaps not reason to be gravely concerned. Jared, are you concerned? And I'm not going to ask you what you actually think the Fed will do in 2 weeks' time, but if they do opt for a larger rate cut, are you worried that might send a signal that the economic circumstances the country finds itself in currently are more dire than the picture you actually see?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I think if we think about the economic conditions of the country starting from the top down, we look at GDP growth. Okay, so GDP growth in Q2, 3%. In Q3, the current quarter, we're tracking north of 2%. Think of trend at maybe around 2, maybe a little bit below. So that's a half a year with GDP at or above trend. We have, as I said, I think job growth that has been consistently solid, slowing, yes, but still probably within the band of what are credible break-even levels. That would be enough to keep the unemployment rate moving down. And in fact, that's what we saw in August. Of course, it ticked down. Strong labor supply, as Julie, as Acting Secretary Sue said, but also rising real wages. That's one of the reasons why consumer spending has been so solid. 17 months in a row of year-over-year price inflation growth beating price growth, and that's a big, and that kind of takes you down to the macro level of the paycheck with more buying power.
Jared, Bloomberg is breaking news that you might have heard about, according to a person familiar with the effort. The president's crafting a proposal to create a sovereign wealth fund that would allow the U.S. to invest in national security interests, including energy, technology, and others. We heard yesterday from Donald Trump on a similar idea when he spoke before the Economic Club of New York. Here's what he said.
We'll create America's own sovereign wealth fund to invest in great national endeavors for the benefit of all of the American people. Why don't we have a wealth fund? Other countries have wealth funds. We have nothing.
That was just yesterday. Jared, I wonder if this is something that the country needs, and are you guys looking at each other's homework?
I don't think so. I mean, I think when President Trump is talking about fiscal policy, we should all be very careful about what we're hearing. This is a president who I think said something to the effect of, I want to run the economy the way I've run my companies. Well, he's got 6 bankruptcies behind him and a media company that's lost 74% of its value. So I would be very wary of getting involved in any kind of wealth fund, especially kind of coming back to reality. Let's think about our fiscal outlook. Biden and Harris have a plan to reduce the deficit by $3 trillion over 10 years. That's certainly an important start of moving in the right direction. Everything I hear from the Trump campaign goes in exactly the opposite direction. And in fact, a recent score by the Penn-Wharton Budget Group had Team Trump adding something like $5 trillion to the deficit compared to something lower than 2.
But is it
so I think
is
it's
the White House then
direction.
not considering this, Jared? That's not something that the Biden administration is looking at.
It's certainly something I haven't talked about in meetings I've been in.
Okay, well, fair enough, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Now, of course, as you join us from the White House North Lawn on this Friday, we're all looking forward to Tuesday, in which we are going to see a debate between Donald Trump, who you were just speaking about, and Vice President Kamala Harris. I am imagining the economy is going to come up here. Other than the issue of taxes and where they would like to target tax cuts, we do see some level of similarity on things like no tax on tipped income. For example, perhaps on the sovereign wealth fund idea that Joe was just referring to, but there do seem to be other areas of overlap. What is the distinction Kamala Harris should be making about the kind of economic policy the country needs that she would pursue?
I think that's an easy one. I heard the vice president recently say something to the effect of, "Show me who you're fighting for, and I'll show you what your values are." She's fighting for the middle class. She's fighting for lower income households. She's fighting to take away any barriers to opportunity they're facing. She's explicitly fighting on behalf of small businesses to build on the success that our administration has had in record numbers of entrepreneurship. I hear the other side fighting for mainly two things: to cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires, and to add a massive middle class sales tax in the form of tariffs unlike anything we've seen in this country in the modern era, which would, by some analyses, lower middle class incomes by $4,000. Now I hear the former president talking about a new set of ideas, even lower corporate tax rates, even more deficit spending that would, I think, set us off on a completely unsustainable fiscal path. Again, contrary to Vice President Harris, who's already laying out plans to have a more responsible fiscal path. I think it could be more different whether we're talking about who you're fighting for, who you're helping, and where you want to take the country.
Well, Jared, to get back where we started here, and that's jobs, with another month under our belts, regardless of who wins the economy, what will be the job market they inherit in January?
Well, there I think gets back to, as you said, our earlier discussion. Right now, if you look at the underlying pace of job growth, it's about where some folks put the break-even level, meaning the number of payroll job gains that are sustainable and will keep the unemployment rate where it is or moving down. If you then turn to the overall economy and look at consumer spending, at real wage gains, incomes up a couple $1,000s over the past couple of years for the average family, then you start to see some of the kinds of forward motion dynamics that have propelled this expansion forward and made it the strongest among the G7. Look, today is a pretty simple story that, well, they say the Fed has a reaction function and the market has an overreaction function. Today's a pretty simple story if you keep it down to its fundamentals. Employment up, wages up, unemployment down, inflation down. Put that all together, and it's a recipe for continued growth, continued real gains, and I think an expansion that will persist.
All right, Jared Bernstein, chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the weekend. But coming up on the other side of that weekend, lawmakers return to Washington. We'll have more on the spending battle that will greet them next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
I think because of the weakness, it's looking like a closer call for 25 versus 50 in September than was my guess a month or two ago. I don't think it's ultimately very important.
Former U.S. Treasury Secretary and Wall Street Week contributor Larry Summers on the ramifications of this morning's jobs report. Joining us now for a closer look here on Bloomberg TV and radio is Bloomberg's Kate Davidson, who leads our economy and Fed coverage. So, Kate, obviously, we had softer payrolls of 142,000, downward revisions for the prior 2 months of more than 80,000, though unemployment rate of 4.2%. So you can kind of pick your poison here. Maybe it's not poison at all in the case of the unemployment rate. Knowing the Fed does have CPI data as well next week to help inform this ultimate decision, is that what's going to decide 25 or 50, or did that decision actually come today with the jobs figure in this part of the dual mandate?
Yeah, it's a funny question because remember, for many months we couldn't weigh in on this question, right, until we knew what that CPI report said, or what the most important inflation report between now and the meeting. But it's just things have really shifted, and that's reflected, I think, in the the words and the message that we're hearing from Fed officials. Right, they are clearly more concerned about the labor market now. They're less concerned about inflation. I mean, if there was some kind of big surprise in the CPI report, if it jumped unexpectedly, that could solidify, right, this expectation for 25 basis point cut, a smaller move at the September meeting. But what we know, I think, is I think the assumption is it's pretty safe that we know today at least where things stand. We saw an employment report, as you said, that was kind of in the gray zone. It wasn't terrible. It was better than expected, but we saw that the past few months of data were revised lower. So, not ideal. Jobless rate ticked down. So I think it left the door open. And I think there will be some Fed officials who are pushing for that bigger rate cut. But I'm not sure that the CPI data is going to have a big impact one way or the other.
Well, it seems like the messaging could get a lot more nuanced here. There's talk today of 50 basis points potentially spooking the market. Is it worth going that far? And also invoking the idea of politics driving decision-making at the Fed. This is fraught with risk, is it not?
That's true. I mean, the nuance point is very true. Although Fed officials, it's worth noting, they're heading into their blackout period. Yeah. So we're not going to hear from any of them after midnight tonight until after that decision. We'll hear from Jay Powell. He's the next person we'll hear from at 2 p.m. on September 18th, 2:30 p.m. after that decision. Okay. And I think that they have a communications challenge, perhaps. That clearly there are officials who are worried that there are rising risks to the labor market. Although, as we heard from some of them today, they feel like it's about back to where it was before the pandemic. They don't see a risk of an imminent, sharper downturn here, right? The economy is doing okay. It's clearly slowing down. It's clearly cooling, but they're not overly worried. And a bigger move could be perceived by markets as just really panicky. And I don't think that they are panicked about anything right now.
But it also is worth noting, if that sharp downturn does suddenly materialize unexpectedly, they can't just cut 50 basis points then and everything be solved eminently. There's a lagged effect on the easing side, too.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of the big, central banking question, this long and variable lags of how long does it take for their decisions to make their way through the economy. You could argue that right now they've already been signaling that they're ready to cut, so we're feeling the effects of that
Mortgage
already.
Rates are already lower.
Yeah, we are seeing some of that. I think as we heard a little bit from Larry Summers, is it a big, does it make a huge difference if they go 25 and then do 50 at a subsequent meeting later this year? Probably not. Some people could make that argument for sure. But yeah, I think it would take a little bit of time, and that's the thing with the jobless rate is once it starts to climb, it can go up very, very quickly.
Great to have Kate Davidson on a day like this, reporting for Bloomberg on the Fed. Kate, thank you so much. Next week, Congress returns from summer break. How many weeks has it been? And they have a laundry list of things to accomplish, not the least of which is funding the government, which is where we start our conversation with Bloomberg's Megan Scully. Great to see you at the table here. Your life's about to get a lot more interesting. The clock starts ticking as soon as they arrive on a potential government shutdown. I hate to be so negative to frame it that way, but at least the initial salvo we're hearing from the Speaker of the House to attach the SAVE Act appears to be a non-starter.
Yes, but a reminder, we are still quite early in the month, and they do like to run things to the last minute. So they like to score that buzzer shot on September 30th.
Right?
Yes, till September 30th. So the first offering from the Speaker is, a 6-month continuing resolution, that stopgap spending, to essentially buy time into the next Congress and the next administration, plus this SAVE Act and language essentially that would prohibit non-citizens from voting. Democrats say this is wholly unnecessary. Non-citizens don't vote, and they're not going to want to be placing a vote on this. It's going to just be a political back and forth between the House and the Senate over the next several weeks.
But of course, it is the political implications that could inform the avoidance of a shutdown. Sarah Chamberlain of the Republican Main Street Partnership was sitting where you are with us last night and said there will not be a shutdown. It will hurt us as we try to keep the majority, to summarize her words. So the fact that this is happening very close to an election is of consideration here. Outside of the House majority, though, which of course is her concern, the Senate, obviously Republicans are trying to flip red. They think they have a pretty fair shot at doing so, given Joe Manchin's retirement and the vulnerability of Senators Tester and Brown. But new polling from Emerson shows maybe there potentially could be at least one pickup opportunity for Democrats.
I think there's a few interesting races actually to watch as we head into the final weeks of the campaign season. We have Florida, which has long been, has become an increasingly Republican state and a reach for Democrats. Years ago it was a purple state. We're not there anymore. But this Emerson poll sort of solidifies what we've been hearing from folks on the ground there, which is that this race is actually pretty competitive. Rick Scott, the former governor, is not particularly well-liked in Florida, and he's running against former Representative Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, who isn't well-known statewide, but that might be working to her advantage, running against an unpopular incumbent. She's really buoyed by Harris at the top of the ticket, particularly in the urban areas in Florida, but also ballot initiatives in the state. There's an abortion initiative and there's a legalization for marijuana initiative, which have both proven to be very motivational for Democrats and could bring them to the polls.
I'm glad you mentioned that, though. As you guys might have seen, Donald Trump has decided to back the cannabis initiative, saying that he just wants to find a way to ban public smoking, that people shouldn't be put in jail for it, but let's make Florida different than New York, he says. Is it possible for Donald Trump to steal attention on some of these issues that would otherwise favor a Democrat?
Sure, but we have seen him kind of falter on the question of abortion,
well, that's right.
And that hasn't exactly worked to his favor. So I think it's hard to muddy the waters this late in the game on these issues that tend to grab headlines and tend to be, like I said, motivational for voters.
All right, Bloomberg's Megan Scully, thank you so much. Enjoy this weekend while you can before Congress returns. Now, coming up, with the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris just days away, we'll take stock of the race and the issue of the economy specifically with Democratic pollster Celinda Lake. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We've spent much of this week discussing the economic proposals of both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris ahead of their debate next Tuesday, including the no tax on tips policy they've both endorsed, which does seem to be resonating with swing state voters, at least according to our latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. It finds both Harris and Trump voters support the proposals by no less than 68% in the battleground states. So joining us now for more on economic messaging and more is Celinda Lake, Democratic pollster and president of Lake Research Partners. Always great to have you here on Balance of Power, Celinda. Obviously, they are both trying to win the battle over the economy. We have seen polling that shows there are areas like housing where Kamala Harris is doing better than Joe Biden was against Trump on that front. But where is still the biggest economic vulnerability for her as a Democrat and as someone attached to this current administration?
The biggest vulnerability is still on rising costs. And I think what's really great about a number of her economic proposals is that she's talking about really concrete ways to get the economy going and put money in middle class pockets, not another tax break for the wealthiest 1%, which is what Donald Trump is proposing. So I think she's drawing a really clear distinction. And Democrats are as competitive on taxes now as they have ever been, because the Trump team is perceived, and Republicans are perceived to favor taxes for tax breaks for the wealthy. We favor the wealthy paying what they owe.
So, Celinda, break this down for us when you're preparing the candidate. We've been talking about debate prep all week. Kamala Harris is in Pittsburgh. Donald Trump is doing it his own way. He's not doing mock debates. But there's a question about style versus substance here, particularly for Kamala Harris, who is a bit less known than, of course, Donald Trump, having already had a debate with Joe Biden in this case. How far do we go into the granular? There are a lot of questions here on Bloomberg. The markets are asking questions about their competing tax proposals. But when you're talking to people sitting in their living rooms in the suburbs or the swing states that matter, what is the mission for both of these candidates when it comes to details and policy?
Well, the mission for both of them is not first dominated by details and policy, certainly not the details. The mission for Kamala Harris is, one, to maintain her likability and fill in her profile. People, as you said, people still don't know her very well. And so she wants to share her background and her accomplishments. She wants to share her policy proposals in terms that real people can understand. Donald Trump's mission is to control himself before he alienates every single woman out there. And not being too aggressive, not interrupting or not getting in her space. He was very controlled in the Biden debate, more so than most Democrats had anticipated. But I don't know if he can hold it all together against a woman.
Well, of course, he had his microphone muted when it wasn't his turn to speak in that debate against Joe Biden. And ABC says those rules will remain the same for this debate on Tuesday. So perhaps less opportunity to interject than maybe Kamala Harris and her campaign, frankly, would like, as they try to paint Kamala Harris as a prosecutor, someone who is able to prosecute the case against someone they've described and is, of course, a convicted felon. But we learned today, Celinda, that conviction in New York, he won't be sentenced in until after the election. There will be no other trials for the other criminal cases with which he is charged. Does the prosecutor versus felon argument really resonate if the court cases themselves are not really in the news?
Well, she's prosecuting more than the court cases. But by the way, 58% of the people think you ought to get a sentence before the election. 58% of the people think that January 6th trial should have gone ahead. I mean, people are not happy with this. They're very unhappy that there's no accountability here. But that prosecutorial style has really served women well. And if you look at women debaters, the women that have won their debates are very often AGs or people that have had prosecutorial experience. Jennifer Granholm, Gregoire, Napolitano. So it's a very, very positive style for people. And people like that you lay it out clearly. And they're used to talking to jury trials. And juries are just like voters.
Do voters want to see Kamala Harris, and I guess I'll ask you, Democrats or undecideds, want to see Kamala Harris on the attack? Or is the mission more to draw out Donald Trump, remembering she wanted the mics to be unmuted, to let him be himself in this debate?
I think her mission is really just to lay her record out. and then to draw some clear contrast. Donald Trump has been trying to mute the contrast. He's all over the map on Social Security. He's all over the map on abortion. I mean, he can't hold the same position for one day. He's saying he's for 2025 and then against it, and his people are for it, but then they're against it. So I think it's twofold. Fill in the blanks for herself and draw a clear distinction on policy with Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump has to be the one in charge of controlling Donald Trump, and that's kind of out of her hands. But it seems like from his past that there's nothing as irritating to him as a quote-unquote woman asking questions, or a nasty woman, as he calls them.
Well, of course, Celinda, a lot of the people who will be watching the debate on Tuesday already have their mind made up on who they're going to vote for of these two. There's a very small group of the American electorate that will be undecided still at this point. So when we consider those independent voters, we often refer to them in that kind of blanket way. What do we need to know about the actual demographic makeup of those independents or undecided voters, and what specific issue messaging is going to resonate most with them?
So they are largely non-college. They are low information. They won't be watching the debate that much, but they will be relying a lot on social media and press interpretation of the debate. So frankly, the debate is one piece of it, but controlling the narrative after the debate is the much bigger piece of it. There are two blocks of swing voters who are more undecided. White, older, non-college, moderate women, who are the key to Harris winning, and white, non-college, younger men, who are in some ways the key for Trump to win. And that may produce some real gender gap in perceptions of the debates. And there have been debates in the past, like the Ferraro-Bush debate, where women said solidly, Ferraro won, and men said, are you kidding, Bush won.
Interesting. We understand that early voting is going to start a little bit later than first expected. Today, Celinda, you saw the story about RFK Jr. slowing down early ballots with a court action in North Carolina. That means all voting will start after this debate. Is this the event that more than any decides this election?
No, I think that there have been a series of debates, but I think this is a series of events, but this is a very important one that can really raise doubts or solidify images. And I think that both sides will be trying to solidify their voters and trying to solidify a lead with the swing voters, the undecided voters, who really are flummoxed about who to vote for.
All right, Celinda Lake, appreciate you joining us, of course, from Lake Research Partners, Democratic pollster. It's always great to have you here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. And Joe, interesting to hear from her on the kind of messaging both of these candidates are trying to deliver, but it's not, of course, just messaging, what they're trying to draw out from their opponent on that stage.
Yeah, the judo aspect of this, using their own weight against them, is going to be really interesting to see, especially with two people who have never shared a stage before. They've never actually had a conversation before.
They've not met.
I understand, right? This is going to be we'll have a lot of firsts, I guess, on Tuesday night. We'll bring it to you live here, as we mentioned, with special coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, it'll be a chance to flesh out more of the policy ideas we've gotten from both candidates. Of course, we've heard from Democrats on this program today about Kamala Harris's policy, but earlier on the early edition of Balance of Power, we spoke with Joe Lavorgna. He is senior fellow at the America First Policy Institute and served in the first Trump administration, about today's jobs numbers and about this candidate's economic policies. I started by asking him about Trump's tax rate policy plan in particular. Here's part of that conversation.
The CBO scores the Job Cuts and Tax Act of 2017 as losing revenue, which I don't believe. I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe the CBO is doing enough dynamic scoring. If we look at their estimates back in 2016 and what they assumed, the TICJA, as it was sort of known on the Hill, what that would produce in revenues, their revenue estimates were well short of what actually turned out to be the case, especially on the corporate side where revenues were actually quite strong. So we need to eventually, we'll get more details and we'll see how things play out, but I'd be careful on scoring this because right now we're not that detailed yet.
Well, understood on scoring. Voters are trying to make decisions based on the limited information they have here. And a lot of the analysis that we're hearing is that while Donald Trump seems to be considered more friendly to Wall Street, his idea to make permanent the tax cuts and add the tariffs would have a more inflationary impact than what Kamala Harris, the Democrat, is proposing in this case. Is that wrong?
I don't. The thing is, the problem is that everybody looks at these different proposals in isolation. You have to look at lower corporate tax rates, less regulation, permanency of tax cuts, much cheaper energy costs, an intention to re-onshore and reindustrialize, all as a comprehensive package. You can't just look at one in isolation and say this is inflationary and this isn't. What I could tell you is on the energy side, in terms of lifting energy production, to be a real commitment to expand energy production and get energy costs significantly lower. If we want to do a simple inflation adjustment, I could tell you that the energy share of the economy is almost twice the import share of the economy. So again, if you get those lower energy costs, you would offset any tariff impact. And by the way, as the president said yesterday, these things are open for negotiation. That's why the specificity at this point, I think, is premature. It's a transactional approach, basically, to help U.S. manufacturing and jobs. And you either may believe that theory or you may not. But I think it's very, it all holds together when you look at it in its totality and not just break apart simple pieces.
So if we want to focus on energy here specifically, if there were a blanket tariffs on all imports into the United States, that too would impact energy, right, and could result in higher energy costs. I'm sure you're going to say that Donald Trump wants America to produce more, to be energy independent, but we're already pumping a record amount of oil and gas because these are companies that like to exercise capital discipline and are returning a lot to shareholders. Is that what you think is going to change here?
I just want to change one thing you said. The thing is, we have increased production, but you have to keep in mind that to keep low and stable energy costs in place, you have to have long-term capital investment. So the intention is to do things that will improve the energy platform in a way that it's sustainably producing cheap, low-cost energy, which we had under the Trump administration, if you look at where energy costs were and if you look at where inflation was. So I think the plan is very comprehensive and it makes sense when it's looked at in totality.
We're looking at WTI crude oil below $68 a barrel in the futures market here. Joe, where should that be?
I mean, the market is pretty efficient. I think part of the reason the oil markets and energy markets are soft right now is growth. I'm very downbeat on growth.
Yes.
I was listening to Michael McKee talk about the data. I looked at the data today as being very soft. If we look at the private sector, excluding healthcare, because healthcare is very interconnected, intertwined with government policy, the last 3 months we haven't even generated 40,000 private sector jobs. The unemployment rate did tick down 0.03 in August, but temporary hiring fell again. Manufacturing was weak. One of the areas of strength was in construction, but it seems to me that's ripe for a major pullback in light of the big drop in construction openings and the fact that construction activity is extraordinarily soft. We look at home sales or look at pending home sales or starts, permits, builder sentiment, all those things suggest to us that the construction industry could shed upwards of 1 million workers, which by itself would push the unemployment rate up near 5%.
You can find our full conversation with Joe Lavorgna, former economic advisor to former President Donald Trump, online and on the terminal. Coming up, we'll have a closer look at what's next for Donald Trump's hush money trial in New York, with news breaking today, and how each of the candidates are preparing for next week's debate. Our signature panel up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
I feel sad that I have to come up here and explain it. I have all this legal talent, but legal talent cannot overcome rigged judges. They can't overcome a 4% Republican area. And I'm disappointed in my legal talent, I'll be honest with you.
That was former President Donald Trump earlier today, flanked by said legal talent, delivering a press conference outside of Trump Tower after a panel of 3 judges heard oral arguments in his attempt to overturn a $5 million verdict in the E. Jean Carroll civil case in New York. But we also learned today that he won't be sentenced in his criminal hush money case in which he was convicted of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in New York until after the election. Joining us now for more is our signature political panel, Rick Davis, Stone Court Capital Partner, and Jeannie Shanzano, Political Science Professor at Iona University and Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, both in Washington today. It is a happy Friday, indeed. Thank you for being here. And thank you. Arguably, Donald Trump, aside from his disappointment with his legal team, may have had a happy Friday. And at least one of these cases, he got what he wanted. He had called it election interference to be sentenced prior to voters going to the polls, and now he won't be sentenced until well after the vote count is in November 26th. Jeannie, my question is, does it even matter? Would it have mattered if he were sentenced 2 weeks from now, as was scheduled?
You know, I think it could have. We really don't know because we have obviously no historical precedent. I have to say myself as a political scientist, I think it was the responsible thing for Judge Merchan to do. It does, of course, rob voters of the ability to know that he has been sentenced. I can't imagine he would have been sentenced to jail, but sentenced to something. But by the same token, he is not like other defendants. He is one of the main candidates for president, and I think it's responsible to do it afterwards. But again, it does rob voters of the ability to know that he has indeed been sentenced. And yet, while that should be so important to him, he is out attacking women who accused him of sexual abuse in a bizarre, is probably the only way I can put it, 45 minutes today. With everything going on for him legally and politically, he chose to attack these women and say things, repugnant things like, oh, I wouldn't have attacked her on a plane. I wouldn't have attacked her on a plane in 1978. I mean, this is the top of the ticket. So even though voters don't know he's been sentenced, they know who he is watching this today if they were watching.
Well, of course, we knew none of these trials were going to happen before the election. At this point, with all the changes we've seen in this race, Rick, the focus on the economy, would it have mattered if you were sentenced before November?
Yeah, look, I think, you know, the only evidence we have is what happened when he did get convicted of 34 counts of criminal misbehavior. And we did see a movement down in his polling data for that 1 week that we had a sample size before the debate that completely disrupted the entire campaign. And so the little bit that we saw proves at least that voters were watching and didn't like what they saw, right? It's the first time he hasn't gotten away with something positive out of a legal drama that has occurred this year. And so I think it may be that it's a combination of things. I totally agree with Jeannie. If you're going to stand there and insult women, you know, 6 weeks before an election, I think that's just bad judgment. But the bottom line is, I don't think this is playing to his benefit anymore. And if anything, I think there's a net negative to even a day talking about being a criminal defendant or a defendant in a court case.
But he used to be able to fundraise off of it. It's how he made a lot of the tens of millions of dollars that he was able to raise earlier this year. It's now Harris that, as we've discussed over the last several weeks, has the fundraising advantage. The campaign says $360 million raised in August. That is almost triple what Trump raised. Is there any way to play the catch-up game at this point, especially if you're not going to be able to fundraise as easily off a court appearance each day?
Yeah, I'd say Tuesday night, right? They got a nationally telecast debate, 50 million people likely to watch it. If you have a knockout punch, you're going to raise a lot of money that night, either if you're Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. So that is the last moment, I think, that you can galvanize enough attention in America to have that kind of big bounce. But look, you know, the Harris campaign has a $100 million cash on hand advantage, you know, with 60 days to go. That is awful tough to think you're going to overcome. So at this point, you just got to pick how much money do I have and where do I want to play? I can't play everywhere.
Well, Donald Trump's talking about the debate. He talked about it on Fox News and what was billed as a town hall. The debate, of course, on ABC TV. Listen.
ABC is the worst network in terms of fairness. They are the most dishonest network, the meanest, the nastiest, but that was what I was presented with. I think a lot of people are going to be watching to see how nasty they are, how unfair they are. I agreed to do it because they wouldn't do any other network.
I know he's watching Bloomberg right now, so let's assume that he's going to hear your answer. Jeannie, what's the whole purpose of trying to game expectations by insulting the network that's hosting the event? Incidentally, he suggested that she wouldn't appear on any other network, but this had already been agreed to before Kamala Harris was even on the ticket.
Yeah. Are you saying he is not being truthful about
I'm not saying that. I'm asking you.
He's not being truthful about that, but he is trying to ensure that if the debate doesn't go the way that he wants, he can always say, well, I told you, look at ABC, this thing was rigged. You can hear even there at the town hall, he's getting guffaws and laughs from the audience. This is what his sort of base expects. It's what they've grown to love. You know, it's interesting. When he was at the Economic Club yesterday, and he was a little bit more serious and a little bit quieter and more on teleprompter, if you will. It wasn't quite as entertaining for his base, and so they actually prefer that Donald Trump, and so he's going to play to them. And by the way, I couldn't help but think, because there's no other reason he was out at that press conference today on E. Jean Carroll, that he thinks he's going to fundraise off of that kind of thing. I mean, he is desperate to fundraise. So whether it's the debate or today on the court case, he seems to know he needs to get that money in.
Well, finally, another piece of news we got today, in addition to the news conference and the legal developments, came from the swing states of North Carolina and Michigan. There had been some dispute about whether RFK Jr., who was a third-party candidate, who was on these ballots, would still remain on them or not. A court ruled today he would be removed from the ballots. He, of course, has endorsed Donald Trump. What that means, Jeannie, is the absentee ballots that should have gone out in North Carolina today will not. There will be a delay. Michigan hasn't printed theirs yet. They don't mail out until beginning September 21st. So what's the net effect of this?
Well, it's interesting because Democrats are up in arms. They are, you know, what do we know? They would like RFK to stay on that ballot because they believe that would decrease support for Donald Trump. And now you have what they describe as a GOP appeals court that has come in and said, no, he can't be on there. So the delay is one thing. People will get their ballots eventually and be able to vote. But this is, I think, indicative of what we're going to see with courts stepping in and having to decide everything from ballots to counts to everything post-election. So I think it's indicative of what's to come.
And suggesting that everyone will have to wait till after the debate to vote. So make sure to tune into our special coverage this Tuesday, September 10th, starting 8 p.m. Rick and Jeannie will be with us for the ride as we bring you live debate coverage, the first meeting between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris on ABC. We'll be simulcasting the debate here on Bloomberg TV and radio with clutch analysis from our signature panel. Coming up next week, Congress returning from recess. The race to avoid a government shutdown begins again. Our signature panel stays with us with more next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
think the Speaker is going to do the right thing. The Speaker wants to stay the Speaker. In order to do that, he needs the Republican Main Street Partnership members to come back. They have spoken to him like government shutdown does not. We lose if we have a government shutdown.
Sarah Chamberlain, president, founder of the Republican Main Street Partnership, with us last evening, sharing what she believes will happen when Congress returns next week. They've been gone for a while, but our panel is still with us. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino. How many weeks has it been? 9? I can't remember. Yeah, that's a
lifetime.
Don't call it a vacation, right, Rick? It's the home district work period.
That's right.
And when they get back to work here, they're going to slam into this idea of the SAVE Act, and we're going to have a whole debate about government funding. No one's dumb enough to, Sarah's point, I shouldn't use language like that, to shut down the government right before the election?
Oh, well, that's not true.
Okay.
I mean, I was on the Bob Dole campaign when, Newt Gingrich decided that's the smartest thing in the world to do.
Excellent.
Look how well it worked for Bob Dole.
Yeah.
And the Republicans.
That was quite a shutdown.
Yeah, quite a shutdown. So, look, I mean, there's a faction of the Republicans on the far right, extremists, who think it's good politics for them to come home and say, look, we're helping to destroy government.
Is this just the Freedom Caucus, though, or a larger number that you're worried about?
No, it's really the Freedom Caucus. I mean, I think everybody else has pretty much learned their lesson on this. And Sarah Chamberlain was right. There are a lot of Republicans on the bubble, California Republicans, New York Republicans especially, where, they survived the 2022 midterm elections, and they cannot have a disruptive 2025 budget process this time. They ought to just get this thing done as a CR and live to fight another day.
So if you're not going to have those Freedom Caucus Republicans voting for a CR, though, that means, as has been the case with pretty much every single piece of legislation in this Congress, it will require Democratic votes. If it is disadvantageous for Republicans to have a shutdown, should Democrats not force one, Jeannie?
I do not think they should. I think they should vote for the CR, get this thing done. It would be the height of irresponsibility for them to do that. And I think voters would be smart enough to see that they were doing that to disadvantage the Republicans. So I am not for that strategy. To Rick's point, I can't say they won't do it, but I don't think they should. And by the way, I heard today from Congress people asking if they're going to be held in all 3 weeks or they're going to be able to cut this down to 2 weeks. So
they've got elections
it's a
to
good
win,
job
Jeannie,
to have.
Well, they're going to be pretty busy in the House with some other things here, and it's pretty remarkable to watch the Republican majority, as small as it may be, turn its attention to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. House Judiciary Committee with a field hearing, the Biden-Harris border crisis, House Oversight, longstanding connections to China, oversight, I should say. Energy and Commerce has one on Wednesday on energy policy, from gas to groceries. This is what we're going to hear the next 2 months.
Yeah, they know what we know, which is so far her momentum is unabated, and they're not confident that Donald Trump is doing enough to stop her. So they're going to take it into their own hands because their futures depend upon it. Their majority depends upon it. And so, yeah, they're going to dedicate themselves, in addition to getting the CR passed, they're going to dedicate themselves to doing whatever they can to chip away at her momentum.
It's not just the majority they want to keep in the House, it's the majority they want to gain in the Senate. We spoke earlier this hour about a new Emerson poll that shows Rick Scott, the incumbent Republican senator in Florida, up by a single point against his opponent. Is there actually a pickup opportunity for Democrats there?
Yeah, I mean, Rick Scott and Ted Cruz. I mean, he's not doing much better. And so, yeah, it's actually kind of fun to watch. I don't think there's any chance that those two incumbents lose, but it's a great parlor game in September to see the pressure they're under, because what this means is they're going to take resources out of some of these other challenger jobs or campaigns, and they're going to put them into Florida and Texas because they have to make sure incumbents don't get beat.
You don't see Democrats flipping either of those, do you?
I do, because I do believe Rick Davis and I have a bet on Texas. Am I right, Rick Davis?
There's an offer.
Yeah, and we can add in Florida. We'll add in
Double
Florida.
down, that's fine.
That's a lot of pressure.
I don't mind 2 dinners.
Yeah. He's going to owe me big.
Okay. Did you know about this?
I did not, but I guess this is what we learn when we're all here in Washington together. Yeah. Okay. We also have to keep in mind with Florida, there are ballot initiatives on the ballot with these candidates on abortion and marijuana. It'll be interesting to see if that actually could push a Democrat over the finish line.
That's for sure. We'll keep tabs.
It will, Kaylee.
You want in on this
All right,
bet?
yeah, Jeannie really wants to win this bet. I do not take bets, not a betting woman. I'll leave that to Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our wonderful political panel. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us as we march into the weekend with a presidential debate awaiting us on the other side. You, of course, can check out weekend coverage in the Washington Edition newsletter on the terminal and online.
We have a policy on that, right? Rick
Yeah,
and
no,
Jeannie are getting
we
us
will
into
not be
trouble
placing
now on
bets.
live international television.
No bets.
That's why you tune in here. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power. Next week's a big one. Kaylee and I will meet you back here Monday on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it, others, seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone-cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Business Week, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that, in fact, lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people in Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. Mm-hmm. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual, because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you know, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
Whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody, Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. And these guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want. But is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. More like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb. And that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly have never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it. But will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far out genius. There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather you call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower.
Yeah.
And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And, you know, whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius. Tell us about that moment.
You know, I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you'd want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius like actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and I guess use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help you?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in the space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working and everything else is garbage. So that's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position, navigation, timing, communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and that's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, you know? What does it mean? What would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of like the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and they said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like those days are gone, okay? But to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connectedness, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood, you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and my father was just very abusive. At the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom. And my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, they used a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital spheres. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and stewardship.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story, sharing yourself.
Thank you, brother.
Truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a genius I would like to be when I grow up. Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Zaila Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee. But she considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing at a court, people like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on, I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person-to-person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition. Like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's this girl on me and I have to shield her off. And it's like more tangible competition as opposed to the more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. I think you've heard of him.
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like it's not, maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like, I'm a genius, I have to be a genius, I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people, like some of the scammers and stuff, should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble, because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius. That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere, pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, you go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I mean, I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience or maybe working for NASA or maybe being an NBA head coach. But I just realized I've never thought, how much money would I get for this? Because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make? I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zaila, you're going to cross the bridge. You're going to have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance or of art or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. We'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risk betrayal, authenticity risk rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk. Then the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're gonna try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk, we're gonna take it together, and we're gonna take it tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk, and then how they talk about that risk, changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But As you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone. And Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included. But there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right? Or that's the outcome it can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual, chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. It's, I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that. Because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you've talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
My definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 in order to open a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. It was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, it would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flows.
You also took a different kind of risk and you sued Reddit and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers. They would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do it for closure. I still had a chip on my shoulder and I couldn't fully commit to anything. And I'd still kind of look at every time I'd see Wall Street Bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so, and I needed to get past that. And I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me or my lifetime for me. But but then I can be at peace. Right?
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us, I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? It says, "This is fine." It's a little dog. And this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Loved having you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve Duvally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve Duvally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have a antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay,
is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple of minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken, okay, personally and professionally. Sure. But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, it's just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally, everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018. I think my favorite page of your book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, like, tell me about the day. Like, what do you remember in full about that day in 2018?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Bagehot Fellowship dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Bagehot Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Bagehot Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup to the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup, you end up kind of negotiating with yourself. And you say to yourself that you basically have this barrel of femininity, and you think, like, should I just keep the lid on? Should I just keep the lid on? What would you have risked if you had done that?
I think that would have been impossible, but if I did that, I would have been miserable.
I was wondering when I read your book how it felt to kind of risk your male privilege. You were risking your male privilege in a male-dominated industry.
I'm certain I had male privilege, and I'm certain through the years I exercised male privilege, but I wasn't really consciously aware of it. And to be perfectly honest, it's not something that really matters to me.
When it's time for you to choose a name, you pick one that means she who intoxicates.
Yeah.
Which blew me away when I read it, because months before, you stopped drinking. Why did you quit?
Well, I had a series of progressively bad bottoms. My last bottom, which was in January of 2018, I holed myself up in an apartment. I only left to get alcohol. I drank around the clock, and I made an attempt on my life. So if I continued drinking, I'm convinced that I would have killed myself. After that episode, I made a decision that I wanted to live. And I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop drinking.
Look, we have a professional relationship, so part of me feels like it's hard to say this, but it's also hard not to say it. I'm glad you made that decision. A lot of people who are miserable, they don't get out of their misery.
Yeah.
They stay there.
So the reality is there are a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in the world, and the vast majority of them do not get sober and do not get clean. And they die alcoholic and addict deaths. That's the reality. So those of us who have made it to recovery, don't take it for granted, number one, and two, realize that it was a gift. And it's a gift that has to be nourished all the time, because if you take it for granted, you're going to wind up right back on the street.
When you came out, you got, I think, literal bouquets from traders at Goldman. I think you got like these very warm notes from people. I think you got phone calls.
Yeah.
Those were from traders, and they were not from investment bankers. And you write in the book with clarity, investment bankers were quiet. I was so surprised by that. What can you explain that? Why did that happen?
I think probably some of my relationships with investment bankers were shallower than I thought. And I think investment bankers are very good at having really expansive relationships kind of across a wide group of people. But, maybe some of those relationships aren't as deep as they would appear.
I love that you're accusing investment bankers writ large of a certain kind of interpersonal shallowness.
I'm not sure I said it exactly that
is exactly
way.
as you said it. No. I'm hoping that you'll...
You're not going to put words in my mouth, are you?
Well, I'm the interviewer now.
Yeah.
You know, I asked you earlier about male privilege. Coming out as trans in the milieu of, first of all, New York City, where we are, but also a corporation, which I'm sure, as I'm also keenly aware, has a lot of pressures too. Can you talk, if you want to at all, about, I don't know, maybe the kind of privileges that come with having a really good career as you do?
Sure. So I certainly have white privilege. I have the privilege of having worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm relatively well off. I live in the Chelsea section of New York, which is arguably the best place to be an out transgender person in the world. And even before I left Goldman Sachs, I began to, and I've continued to be, an advocate or activist for the LGBTQ community more broadly, because not everybody is in a position to speak out. Not everybody wants to speak out, but I'm in a position to, and I want to speak out, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed this.
Thanks for having me, Max.
If the names RZA, Jizza, and Old Dirty Bastard mean anything to you, or if you've ever been moved by the music of A Tribe Called Quest or D'Angelo, then you owe a debt of thanks to Sophia Chang. As an artist manager and as a music label executive, she helped shape the landscape of a golden age of New York City rap in the 1990s in a way that would be totally under-celebrated if it weren't for her own book, which is called The Baddest Bitch in the Room. It's a book about the music business, but it's also a book about taking risks, some that work out and some that don't. We've talked tonight about personal risks. We've talked about professional risks. We've talked about financial risks. Sophia's story is a story about what happens when those things come together. Sophia Chang, welcome to the show.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You manage Old Dirty Bastard without any experience as a manager. You ran RZA's record label without any experience running a record label. I think you say in the book that risk is in my DNA.
Did I?
You do.
I wonder if I plagiarized that from somebody. That's really clever.
Risk-taking was in my DNA. Sophia, why is that?
I would say certainly my parents' stories have a lot to do with that. My mother, Tungsuk Chang, born in 1932, she escaped North Korea when she was 14. She was one of 10 siblings. That was a huge risk. It was a very risky boat ride. My father, he was, God rest his soul, he was estranged from his father, and he took a risk when he studied mathematics in Vancouver. They went to Canada to build a better life for their family. So none of that was explicit in my head as a child, but I think that that's probably the model. And I think the other thing that really supported my journey and my risk taking was that my parents, every move that I made, they encouraged me. After I moved to New York, I didn't have a job. I didn't have a place. Their peers would say, your daughter, what's she doing? Get her back.
They would have had a good answer, because when you moved to New York, I think one of the first jobs you had was working for Paul Simon.
Yeah.
Paul Simon had a personal assistant who I think was a Korean American woman.
That's right.
And I think she taught you almost explicitly that it was important for you to take up space in a room. How is, not just confidence, but something like unapologetic confidence, how is that a risk?
I think when you take an intersectional view of this, right? When you think about the fact that I am a woman and I am Asian, and I mostly navigated, Max, very male-dominated milieu. And yes, I remember, her name is Sonia Che, God rest her soul, and I remember watching her move and I thought, wow, and she was smaller than me. She would just burst into a room and you could just feel her. She didn't have to yell. She didn't have to do any of that. But her energy just emanated off of her. And I really took that lesson from her.
But, it occurs to me that you talk about losing the fear of embarrassing yourself.
Yes.
I think when you're at like Atlantic Records in an early job.
Yeah.
People have a fear of embarrassing themselves for a reason, because it's self-protective. It's a kind of shield.
Yeah.
So it occurs to me to ask, maybe the question I really want to know is why is it so risky to be yourself?
I think that in general, we as humans operate out of fear, just in general. So if we're in a meeting and there are 10 people sitting around the table, and maybe I'm junior and I have an idea, my fear, and even if I think it's so smart, my fear is I open my mouth and everybody goes, and it's like the record scratch, rewind, and then everybody looks. I think we all live with a real fear of humiliation, embarrassment, excommunication, reprisal.
Right.
So I have gotten to the point where I just don't care. I mean, it's so incredibly liberating not to care what other people think. It doesn't mean that I don't get my feelings hurt. For me to be out here speaking as openly and fearlessly as I do, I know from people who come up to me that I'm setting an example.
One way of thinking about risk is that it's a kind of bet on the unknown.
Yes, of course.
It's a way of endorsing one kind of future over another. What are the risks, or maybe a single risk, that you still want to take?
I feel like I take risks all the time. I feel like my life is full of risk, and that does feel reckless. But, I just turned 58, and I want to fall in love again. And that's really scary for a woman over, that's scary for a woman over 35. Never mind a woman over 40, over 50, close to 60. And what does that mean for a woman of a certain age to want to fall in love again? Well, that means you've got to put yourself out there. That's a risk because of patriarchy, because of ageism, because of all of those things.
Well, I wish you love, and I wish you many happy risks.
Thank you.
Sophia Chang, seriously, I loved having you here.
And I love being here. Thank you so, so much. Thank you.
Tonight, our three guests, with three very different careers, showed us that you can take just about any risk you want at work and outside of work if you've got the risk appetite and you're in the market for it. You can create a mechanism for other people to take all sorts of outlandish bets on stocks and options. You can reintroduce yourself at your very fancy job without a guarantee that your colleagues are going to appreciate the change. You can take a job in a big business that you're not really qualified for, and then if you don't like it, you can leave. What you can't do, according to these three interviews, is know for certain what the payoff's going to be before you take the risk. The best you can do is think carefully about the risks you want to take, think about why you want to take them, reconsider the risks you've taken already, and wonder about the risks that are still to come. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
The biggest and most consistent lie that I've told in the workplace is telling my clients and or members of Wu-Tang Clan what time the lobby call is or what time the flight is and making it an hour earlier than it actually is. But they all figured that one out a long time ago. So you just have to keep moving it back.
In terms of what causes me the most anxiety, it's when a news story I worked on didn't quite turn out like I planned. That's when you can get into trouble, when people have an unexpected negative surprise.
What's the worst thing that I've ever done professionally? Oh man, these existential questions. What is bad? There's nothing that I can recall that was not moral or not ethical. Mistakes, on the other hand, I've made plenty of those, but all of those have been good, right? They were all stepstones to succeeding, to being able to creating, to be able to actually fulfilling stuff.
I wouldn't say that I've had one sweeping gesture of generosity, and you got a car, you got a car, you got a car. I've never been in that position. What I do that manifests generosity is telling people they're doing a great job and always giving them credit when it's due. And it costs nothing.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. When my colleagues and I thought about what kind of themes of the magazine we want to turn into episodes of the show, we spoke about envy, failure, feuds, family, heists, generosity, legends, risk, rivals, and then we had a really far out idea. Moonshots. We reached out to many different kinds of people, including like actual real NASA astronauts. The first person that we talked to is a billionaire who is spending $100 million to try to cure a rare kind of muscular dystrophy that he has called FSHD by the year 2027. His name is Chip Wilson. He's the founder of Lululemon, and that is one of the most valuable apparel brands in the world today. But when we heard about his life and his career and his feelings about honesty and one extremely serious example of dishonesty, we decided to shoot for the moon. So, tonight's episode is built around one interview and built around the moonshots of one person who doesn't totally think they're really moonshots at all. Here is Chip Wilson. Chip, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me, Max.
You've written about feeling kind of disgusted in business and in life by, I think, what you call mediocrity. And that's like complaining or caution or like wallowing in embarrassment, wallowing in shame. What you want instead is, I think, what you describe as a kind of like radical, a radical greatness. What has the idea of moonshots meant to you and to your career?
I never really thought of moonshots ever. Like, so, I mean, you're bringing this up. And I guess Peter Diamandis from Singularity University and fame in the X Prize would have been kind of the master of this kind of idea about having an idea that could make $1 billion, affect 1 billion people in the world. And so what is that? And how do you exponentially set your company or yourself on that trajectory to get there? And of course, the big ways are setting a firm goal with a buy-win date and conditions for satisfaction, and then putting action in place in order to get there.
Am I right though, even if you're not thinking about it as moonshots, am I thinking that sort of maybe your life has been built around this idea of really kind of loathing, like an acceptance of mediocrity, and that what you want instead is to put yourself in a position to make kind of the impossible possible, which is, I guess, how I think about moonshots?
Yeah, I think more like I almost feel sorry for people that get to near the end of their life and they go, oh my God, my life is over and I really didn't go for it. And something that we'll talk about maybe later is this thing about looking at life from the stands rather than playing on the court.
By the year 2030, I think you've said you'll be unable to walk by yourself. You're about 18 months now into, I think there's a 5-year window for the $100 million US goal. Right. How is this new moonshot, if that's a fair word for it, how is it going?
I would say it's phenomenal. Before 2018, when we really started thinking about this Solve FSHD model that we have right now, myself and a man named Neil Camarda, who was the ex-CEO of Shell Oil in Canada, who family also has this, we belong to a firm out of the Netherlands called Fascio, and it was like the only thing dealing with FSHD in the world, and we went through about 6 or 7 years of it and $30–40 million, and nothing really came out of it. I got to the point where my muscular dystrophy was telling me like, oh my God, like I can't pretend like it's not going to happen anymore. Like it's really starting to affect me. So I went, okay, I've got to put some action in place to make this happen. And I had been studying Peter Diamandis' model about how to set up a $100 million prize and then what that does. And what it does is it brings everybody out of the woodwork. One, you get a lot of publicity for it. There's funding there, and people go, you know, I have an idea that I think can be attributed and help FSHD or maybe even cure it. But there was a lot of steps that had to get there to do that. So hopefully that gave you the foundation of where it came from.
You were diagnosed when you were, I think, like 32.
Right.
Which is before Lululemon. I'm wondering if maybe an idea that there was something wrong going on, if that subconsciously put a kind of internal pressure to sort of be great in the years ahead, and that even if you weren't thinking about it, somehow it pressured you to do something like kind of extraordinary.
I would never compare myself to Steve Jobs, but I often thought about Steve, like whether internally he knew something was going on and he had to make things happen. I don't think that was necessarily it for me. I think I got diagnosed with it. I think I'm a very lucky person in that I have a very slow-moving one. There's thousands of children in wheelchairs who have it. I mean, and then I go, well, why was I so lucky to have a slow-moving one? I was always an athlete. I mean, like 3 or 4 hours a day my whole life. And so I think I was lucky to have this part of it kind of repress I guess the inflammation that occurs in the expression of the epigenetics of the expression of the DNA. So I feel like I feel I've been very lucky to have been born with the athletic love, but on the other hand, I have this problem, and
I know that you consider yourself lucky, and I know that you like to think about yourself as a player on the field, and that you were a triathlete and you swam and you worked out, I think, like 2 or 3 times a day.
Sure.
Sounds very stressful to me. But I'd like to try to channel, if it's true, the feelings that, I don't know, the feelings that I live with, you know, for no particular reason. Feelings of like self-pity and anger or regret. You know, the common sort of ugliness of life. Have you gotten in touch with some of those things over the last couple of years?
Oh, yeah. I definitely lived that life a lot till I was 40. And I think that I did a couple of things. I mean, I went through that period of like self-reflection at the age of 40. Read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, The Psychology of Achievement by Tracy. I took the Landmark Forum course, read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins, and these things kind of formed a new Chip Wilson, so to speak, and it reframed who I was and how I was going to move forward. So I was able to like very easily now flex this muscle called amnesia. And amnesia is something where it's like waking up in the morning and I have no past. And if you have no past, then interestingly enough, you have no future.
Sing a slightly different tune in the memoir. You are very clear that you're really future oriented, and you describe kind of beautifully like this way of like you do kind of talk about like living in the future. And I associate that's one reason why I think about you in Moonshots. I'm curious to ask about the way in which you can put yourself in the future and the way in which, you know, I guess your success has afforded you an ability to try to change your future. So I'm wondering if you still feel as future oriented as you used to.
Oh, I'm definitely there. I think the best way to affect life in the present is to determine what my future is going to be. So I set goals for 1, 5, 10 years out. I have I want it to look like, and I work back from that through your vision to set my 10, 5, and 1 year goals, and I put actions in place in order to get there, and I get the life that I want to live.
Do you feel that you've ever been disappointed that the present doesn't turn out to be what you thought the future would hold?
I don't mind failing 50% of the time at my goals. I think failing is a muscle that very few people are used to now. And people talk about stress and mental illness. No, it's just a failure, and it's a failure to be dealt with. And I think people that learn how to deal with failure learn how to reset goals, reset conditions of satisfaction, new dates, and get on with life.
What's the connection to stress and mental illness? Do you think that sometimes people misinterpret what's really same?
Well, I mean, we've all heard of this thing called helicopter parents that have taken care of kids and doing everything for them, never let them fail, never let them have any adversity. You know, I think that that's the worst thing parents can do, and I think we're going through an epidemic right now.
All right, but you know, that's ironic though, because it was your dad who told you, I think at a swimming pool, that instead of saving your energy in a race for like later on, the final laps, that you should go all out. Will you tell us more about the poolside theory that your dad gave you? And I'm pretty sure that's like it's important to your life.
Yeah. It's really critical. Everybody in that era, it seemed like in the 60s or 70s, it was kind of like, there was always this thing about looking good at the end of the race, like sprinting the last 100 meters in a running race, or in the swim race, going to the end and hitting the wall and going, but nobody really like went full out at the beginning. And of course, it's very common now in Olympics. You can see everybody doing it. But at the time, it was rare. And so to actually like decide to go full out and fully commit, you know, had me get a Canadian record. I think it was the #2 time in the world at the time. And I went, wow, you know, like what? So now I became actually fearful, which is kind of an interesting way of being, of going through life and doing things and not committing 100%. I never wanted to get to my deathbed and go, I only gave that idea 97%. If I would have done 3% more, would I have done it? And would life have shown up differently? I never want to be on my deathbed regretting a thing.
Chip, CEOs are not known for saying what they really think, and they're not known for being willing to be themselves. You printed your own manifesto of sayings on the actual Lululemon bag. Right. You know, it included one, I think, that people ended up getting upset about. It's about children of the orgasm of life, I think. Right. You wrote in your memoir that I think you said something along the lines of like, I'd rather see a child have a job than just waste away. Right. And then in an interview with a colleague here, you said, I think some women's bodies just actually don't work for Lululemon pants. What is the point for you of talking like so brashly?
Well, I think it was the culture of Lululemon to be totally open and undefended, and to have every discussion was out on the table. I think especially when you are dressing people and you're looking at all the different types of bodies and the different personalities that want different colors, different shapes, different everything. I mean, there's 1 billion nuances that have to occur and things like that. But really, it's the psychology of like looking at people and determining who the muse is, who's actually going to buy your product, but almost as importantly, who do you not want to have buying your product? And can a brand be everything to everybody? Does that become the Gap? Well, I never wanted to become the Gap, and I certainly didn't want to become like most failed, quite frankly, American apparel companies. I wanted to be distinct. I wanted to my market was a very healthy person that was interested in fun and longevity and community, and that's who my market was.
We do not need to relitigate the comment about pants, but I mean, I guess that I could sort of imagine that maybe you've learned that like it just like hurt people's feelings, that people felt left out, and they felt left out because of things they can't control. Maybe you wouldn't say the same thing nowadays.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, like let's face it here. I probably had done hundreds and hundreds of interviews and said thousands and thousands of things. It's just the roll of the dice, the odds that I would say something that was very truthful that is going to affect how some people think. Now, let's put it in context. I mean, that type of thing was in 2013, just at the start of social media, and nobody really understood social media or the power of it. Now, this is a very interesting statistic, and that was the third most sold book in the world is The Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling's. Okay, there's the
Harry Potter.
There's the Bible, then Mao, and then the story. It's fascinating when you think about that. 14% of people gave it a 1 star and said it was the worst book they'd ever written. So if you kind of think about any subject or any line that anybody says about anything, you can assume at the very minimum you're going to get 14%. Now, that was a great book. So let's say The average is 22 to 23% of people are going to be vehemently opposed to anything that anybody says about anything.
Listen, I don't think, though, that we should. First of all, I don't want to harp on this too much, but saying something about yoga pants and writing Harry Potter are different. That if 14% of people who read Harry Potter don't like it, that may be the case. But I guess to make it a little bit bigger, I'm betting that you must have a sense that you're taking a risk. You're making a bet that by saying kind of what you want about bodies or the children line on the bag or child labor, a bet that you're just going to be yourself and you're going to say what you want and you don't really care what's going to happen. I'm sort of assuming that must be like a conscious gamble in your mind, or at least it was then, maybe.
I don't think so. I think it's 2013 was the entering of the stage of the world where people couldn't have an opinion anymore. Or I could have an opinion, but it didn't mean that people couldn't vehemently oppose to it verbally on a platform that would go global. I mean, before that, people said ideas all the time. What it is to be an entrepreneur is to have ideas that nobody else has.
Is there anything, I know that you really orient yourself to the future. Is there anything about the past that you wish now that you could change? Something that you did or something that you didn't do, something that you said or something that you didn't say?
No, I'd say my only regret was I had total control of Lululemon, 100%. It was a cash cow making a lot of money. I had 3 kids under the age of 2, and I wanted to be a family man. So I sold to private equity and didn't really realize after selling to private equity that, that people would, I was a very trusting type of person. And, it'll take us 5 years to go public. Well, it went public in a year. Everything that, they had promised me kind of flew out the window. And what really happened is I lost control of the board. And I didn't have A and B class shares, which I could have, easily asked for, and didn't know I didn't have the right advice, which is my fault. And so by not controlling the board, I lost the culture of Lululemon and the growth of where I think it should be.
So your big professional regret is selling to private equity guys and losing control of your board of directors.
No, my regret would more be like I didn't spend time developing relationships with advisors or calling people that had gone through the process before and really understanding, what it is I needed to do. I think I also had surrounded myself with advisors that were also very nice, trusting Canadians, and I think, it's just that private equity isn't set up to, to tell you the whole truth about what's going to happen 3 or 4 years down the road.
You felt you were naive.
Oh, very naive.
What do you want to say to people who are working retail jobs, maybe a job as a barista, a job with a boss, and they really crave doing their own thing, but feel like they don't have the resources or the capacity to actually try? What do you want to tell them?
Well, I think it comes back to what we've been talking about already. Like, do you want to be on your deathbed and go, I wonder if I would have done that or not? What's the point of living a life like that? I'm going to have 2 kids. I'm going to live in suburbia. At 60, I'm going to retire, become a road cyclist, and then I'm going to die. It was great because then I'd lived an entire life. If I would have lived the life I'd already envisioned and then I died, that would be boring.
Wait, Chip, where does this idea of the horror of a kind of basic life come from? I mean, you asked what's the point of that? I mean, I can think of some reasons to do it. Just decency, comfort, family, spending time with people you love and enjoy, I guess that's a low stakes life, but I don't think it sounds as bad to me. It sounds like it kind of horrifies you.
Well, it is interesting that I think everybody makes the life basically in reaction to something that happened when they were in their childhood.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about is a type of person who maybe had a very rough childhood and very chaotic childhood. And in reaction to that, they want a very normal, safe, predictable life. Now, you could say I had a very chaotic childhood and everything, but I think my parents loved me, and I think that I was a firstborn child, and I was kind of, whatever my genetic makeup is or anything, I wasn't ever going to be happy with a normal life.
There are those of us who have a boss and a boss's boss, and sometimes a boss for that boss as well. But we appreciate our paychecks, and we like the stability of it, a sense of certainty that it offers. Can you sell us on the idea of living life your way?
Well, a leader is someone who creates a future that would otherwise not have happened. And a leader can be anybody. It can be the maintenance person sweeping the floors, and it can be the CEO and everybody in between. I think you can have that life that you want to live, but it's important to be a leader to yourself. And so what does that leader do? He inspires and loves other people and makes everyone around them attain their very, very best.
Is it possible to have that life, a life of generosity and love, but without being a successful entrepreneur, just having a kind of stable job, maybe even in some ways what might look to the outside world like a mediocre job? Could it be possible to sort of be successful in your book like that?
A truly happy person is living in choice. So choice means not deciding. So deciding to do something is kind of like suicide. You're cutting off choices, where choice is really about coming up with 4 or 5 different possibilities for how life is lived, or almost how every moment is lived. And that's really only possible by, again, having that amnesia and letting the past go and creating the present from an unknown future. So I think as long as somebody is choosing the life that they're living and not doing it in reaction to their past, then they're living a fulfilled life.
We're going to leave it there. Chip Wilson, really enjoyed having you here.
My pleasure. Thanks, Max. Okay, very good.
You just watched an interview with a billionaire who goes from one very far out challenge to the next, kind of reshaping his present by reconceptualizing his future. But it turns out he has mixed feelings about the word moonshot. If you're the kind of person who aims extremely high professionally, maybe you do too. Maybe you just do what you do. However, no matter how you feel about the word, when you take a moonshot, things do not go as planned. In fact, as you are about to see in the closing moments of our interview, things go to places that no one could have predicted. Take a look. We'll see you soon.
Yes, I can remember the last time I was dishonest, and it actually makes me quite sick. I was being interviewed by the SEC, and I think I had to say what wasn't true in order to, how can I say this? If I would have said what was true, then I would have spent 3 or 4 years in court, flying back and forth from Vancouver to who knows where in the United States. And I probably will have lost $1 billion in stock value. But more so, I just had 3 kids at a very young age, and I wasn't willing to be away from them. And that took more precedence over telling the truth.
Will you just give viewers context of, like, you know, I was here at the time and they were asking about X. The viewers are going to be like, holy what is he talking about? Will you just add in full sentences, like, just help orient viewers so they're not completely flummoxed by that?
No, I won't.
You're just going to leave it mysterious?
Yeah.
All right, well, I honestly want to know more.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Ambition and success are similar, but they are not the same. You can be ambitious and a total failure. You can be a success with no ambition at all. If you call someone ambitious, you might not even mean it as a compliment. You might be trying to say they're more of a schemer than a dreamer. The truth is, ambition can be a little embarrassing. The coolest kind of success doesn't seem effortful. It's less manifested than destined. Total ambition about everything, like no ambition about anything, isn't always so ideal. I read this thing in Bloomberg Businessweek about the Google billionaire Sergey Brin, who has spent years backing a secret mission to build giant airships. The rumor is he spent more than like $250 million. Now, people don't really know what he's up to, and that can be kind of intriguing, but also kind of scary. And yet, he presses on. So how much ambition is the right amount? And who is to say? Let's be ambitious. We're going to try to figure it out together tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight,
ambition. The guest who's sitting at this table with me right now has been called the most exciting Black American scholar ever. And that's because the ambitious work that Dr. Cornel West does as an activist, as a philosopher, as an intellectual, as a teacher who quit Harvard not once, but twice, combines the Baptist Church with Chekhov, with Marx, with John Coltrane, with Toni Morrison, and he makes a criticism of American power and money that is bold and italicized. And now he's doing something more ambitious than ever. He is trying to put himself in the most important position in this world, and he aims for nothing less than disrupting and interrupting the landscape of power as we know it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you for being here.
It's a blessing to sit here with you, man.
It's so good to have you here.
Definitely.
Ambition is a complicated subject, but it's a deep one. When is ambition something to be ashamed of? And when is it something to revel in and celebrate?
As long as ambition has a spiritual and moral dimension to it, it's a beautiful thing. Tolstoy was ambitious. Toni Morrison was ambitious. John Coltrane was ambitious. Stephen Sondheim was ambitious. All of these folk who were ambitious really were people who had a profound vocation. See, a vocation is not the same as profession. If you're in a profession and you don't have a vocation, you're going to get caught up in the dominant forces. And what are the dominant forces of our day? Markets, buying, selling, spectacle, image, celebrity.
Let's go back.
Too much narcissism and hedonism, but not enough caring and nurturing of others as well as self. But it's always been that way. See, I'm not an alarmist about that.
No? Doesn't alarm me?
Oh, no. Every moment of human history, it's been a history that's pretty ugly, man. You know, the challenge has always been the self-destructive tendencies of the species.
I want to mention something about Donald Trump, which is that a year before the 2016 election, I sat with him. I reported on his corporate bankruptcies. There were many things that surprised me about being in his presence and talking to him. But one of them back then was he had never had any kind of representative role before in his life. He went from not representing anyone politically to being president. I think it's essentially fair to say the same thing about you. Tell us about why you're qualified in a way that he wasn't in this life you've had, where you've done many things, but being a political leader in the regular sense is not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, one is that anytime you engage in high quality service to others, no matter what the context, you have to come with a spirit of humility. You learn and listen. So I'd have to have some high quality folk around me who have spent time in the machinations of the system. But you're right, never holding office. So I'd have to come in with a spirit of humility. But most important, you see, we're at the edge of a cliff when it comes to the United States. It's a very, very sad moment because the worst of any country, just like the worst of any human being, is allow that hatred and greed, especially when it's organized, institutionalized, and routinized. It's almost subversive to try to have integrity, honesty, and decency in a lot of our context. So for me, my role is to reintroduce America to the best of itself. Because we've had some great figures and traditions in the United States. We really have.
have a financial question. You mentioned the word accountability. You know, there are reports that you have owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal taxes, and then a smaller amount, I think tens of thousands of dollars in child support.
Yeah, that was the one that was a lie. I've never actually had any child back payment in that sense, though.
Let's talk about taxes.
Very much. Oh, yes.
It's fair to hold candidates to really high standards.
I agree.
What happened so that you didn't pay, you know, whatever was owed?
Well, one, I've always been broke as the Ten Commandments financially. I've had heavy debts and obligations, both with family as well as getting behind. You see, I had student loans when I first came out, and I got behind way back in the 80s. And there was a time when I had multiple audits. I had knocks on the door to get a subpoena Christmas Eve. And I said, dang, could you all wait for another day? I know I'm behind. But the good news has always been that I set up installment plans. And I've always done that because it's true, and I think that people are right to raise these questions, that money's never really meant that much to me. It really, as long as I can keep my money flow, I live from paycheck to paycheck. And that's true for 63% of my fellow citizens in the country. The richest nation in the history of the world. You got CEOs running around here, multi-million dollars every year. And these precious citizens barely making it. I do, in fact, recognize my checks are bigger, but my debts are bigger. And I've always been chasing that next check in order to make it, but I've always been open about that.
Is it something that you're going to work on, I guess, now but before the election?
Well, it's the same because I've always had the installment plans in place. But you see, the important thing is, you know, the great Melville, our greatest novelist, he used to say that truth is a ragged edge. He said, if you're really committed to truth, it means you're not just speaking truth to powerless, you're also speaking truth to yourself. See, and that's Socratic, isn't it?
It's not
that's
easy.
Self-examination, that's self-scrutiny. And it takes a certain kind of courage to do that. Not just in private, but in public.
Are there things that you've found when you look inside that you don't like?
For myself? Oh, absolutely. I'm a human being. I'm a cracked vessel, my brother. I got revolutionary potential. I got thuggish proclivities. And I'm wrestling with this every day. Kendrick Lamar has the same wrestling. I like that. Any decent human being does. Michael Hurley does.
Michael Hurley.
Oh, yes, those valley of tears that he finds himself in, stealing the right to live. Tell the truth, Brother Michael, about yourself. But he bounced back. Tupac bounces back. I attempt to bounce back, but it's human, all the way down, Brother Max.
Let's talk about capitalism. Do you feel optimistic, something akin to optimistic about American capitalism? Can you imagine a world where capitalism somehow allows us to fix climate change, to somehow heal inequality? Can you envision a world where that happens?
Well, one is that you can never downplay the creativity of human beings. There's no doubt that the virtues of markets have to do with scientific breakthroughs and technological innovations. It's a beautiful thing. What you have to do is to make sure the markets are subordinate to public welfare. But unfortunately, especially in the United States, it's very difficult to be optimistic about American capitalism. It's had a long time to generate these results that, in my campaign, I'm calling for an abolition of poverty, abolition of homelessness, strong defense of workers, strong defense of women, control over bodies and so forth, and a real accountability of the organized greed at the top. You see, so in that sense, I wouldn't say optimistic, but I'm not optimistic about anything.
You're not?
Oh,
You seem like an optimist to me.
Oh, no, I'm a blues man. There's no optimism in the blues.
I want to ask you not about what other people think, but about what you would think and how you would self-examine if the day came when, as Republicans, I think, ambitiously hope in their own way, you peel off votes from Biden, Trump wins. How will it square with your values and your internal voice? What would happen on that day if that day came?
I think we have to be, even in the political context, even though we're aware of strategic and tactical considerations, you do have to be honest about what's inside of you. And let me give you an example of this. I mean, you know 40% of U.S. citizens don't vote at all, and that's what I'm targeting. And 62% of those who vote third party, either libertarian or green, say they would never, ever, ever vote for Democrats or Republicans. So we're only talking about a small slice. But I can tell you this, the flip side is, if I remain silent, or if I begin talking about how wonderful Biden is when I don't believe it, that's a violation of my integrity. So that I do understand, that kind of finger pointing, you are the cause of fascism in America because you got 4% and so and so and so. Yes, that's something that I wrestle with. That's part of that Civil War, the battlefield of my soul, too.
What I'm learning is that your real ambition is to be a kind of transcendent existential pressure inside the country to provide something that you think is not there.
Well, it's a beautiful way of putting it, but I wouldn't use the word transcendent. See, I'm a funk master. It's not transcendent. It's immanent. It's grounded in the culture and lived experiences of ordinary people, of those Sly Stone call everyday people. And that's true for all of the social movements. They have transcendent visions because it embraces everybody, no matter what color and gender and so forth. But it is in the funk. And the problem of America is it tends to deodorize its funk. When you playing your guitar, you know where the funky notes are, you see.
The only wrong thing you said is that I don't think I'm a very funky guitar player.
Well, you sound good to me.
Okay,
so I'm telling you that.
I'll take it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really enjoyed it.
This was wonderful, though, brother.
It was wonderful to me. Coming up next, a director, a model, an activist. But is she ambitious? Stay tuned. What do you call it when high-end American fashion all but leaves out the faces of black women? You call it high-end American fashion. The guest who's sitting with me at this table didn't just reshape what beauty looks like on TV, in magazines, and on runways. She helped debunk the myth that the imagery of black beauty does not sell. Beth Ann Hardison's ambition as a model agency owner, and as an advocate wasn't just to thrive, which she did, it was to blaze paths for other people to follow. And now, at 81, she is the co-director and the subject of an ambitious new film called Invisible Beauty. Beth Ann Hardison, so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Can we talk about just like the very specific word ambition? There's something I think maybe sometimes it's like has a little glow of nastiness maybe, like ambition sounds a little bit meaner than like drive or determination. To me, you're such an interesting and ambitious person. What does how do you even feel about the word?
It's not like I don't like the word. I just don't think that I really am the one who really demonstrates it in the way that I think it's meant. Ambition to me is someone who actually plans to actually do something and do it in such a way that they work towards it, like becoming a doctor, a singer, a musician. The ambition has to be there. The passion has to be there. I come along like a troubleshooter, but it's not a plan before that until I see the problem. To me, that's just like someone who's a house cleaner. They're domestic. They just go, oh, there's dust on the thing. Oh, let me just wipe that off.
And that's you.
That's me to me.
I want to ask you about your son, though, because when you modeled, you always kept a second job. And one reason why is that you were raising, sort of semi-secretly from the industry, a kid. You had a child.
Yeah.
You've said, my son and I needed to cross the line, the winning line. He became an actor. He played Dwayne Wayne on A Different World. How did you encourage a sense of ambition in him? And tell us about the toll that it took on your relationship.
I think what it really was is that, I got pregnant when I was a young girl, and I think it was a fear of just failing. I got lucky that it worked out another way, and I wind up being successful in my own way, But I think the reason why I was had to give Kadeem something to do is because he never knew what he wanted to be.
I love the story that you gave him a scene to be a boy with a missing dog, you turned him on to acting, you encouraged it. But look, I mean, it was your idea, not his. Do you have you thought yourself or have you talked to him about the way that instilling ambition in other people can sometimes be a little dangerous?
I don't think it's, and I like that you're stuck on this word ambition, Because you and I should go out on a date. We can argue this point.
Oh, thank you so much. It's the first time I've been asked out on this television show. Thank you, Beth Ann.
Because I tell you, I didn't think I was trying to impose ambition. That's for you to do on your own. I think what I was doing is really basically giving him an opportunity to grasp something. Ambition, I don't think you can really teach people ambition.
Let's talk about you and your drive and your career. So in 1980, you became an agent at Click Models. I think you represented a very young Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Then you start your own agency.
Yeah.
It's Beth Ann Management.
Yeah.
And you discover Veronica Webb.
Yeah.
Then you discover Tyson Beckford.
Yeah.
Whose contract with Ralph Lauren was, I think, also
Yeah, that was major.
What did it feel like to channel your drive, your ambition, if you want, through other people to help them succeed? It was no longer about you as a model. You were channeling other people. How did that feel?
I didn't want to have a model agency. The last thing I wanted was a model agency, but they made me do it. Most things that I'm doing, someone made me do it. It's never my ambition to say, "Oh, I'm going to do this."
Will you let me try to be ambitious myself and push back on something?
Go ahead.
Okay. We talk about your extremely ambitious career, and you're like, "No, I wasn't really that ambitious." We talk about your son, who you push into acting, and you were like, "Well, no, I wasn't really doing that." And we talk about you starting a modeling agency, and you say, "Oh, I didn't want to start a modeling agency."
It's true.
But Beth Ann, is it possible that that there's something about you and the way that you look at your career where you undersell the challenges that you faced instead of doing what most people do, which is oversell them?
Yeah. I'll even get better. I didn't have a career. What I have is many different things I do. I used to have people who stand behind me, and I used to say, "This is my backup band. They can explain me better than I can." And people would step in front of me when I would be introduced to someone. They say, "Oh, please, she's so modest. Let me tell you what she's done." I don't take it on so well. I see that.
Why do you think that is?
I think because I don't think that much of it in the act of doing it. I think that it's something that just had to be done. Someone had to do it.
Be a little less rosy now.
Okay.
So in 96, you closed your agency.
Yeah.
You moved to Mexico. You said, "I had no idea what I'd do next because I had no ambition. I had no ambition." If you have no ambition, you don't know what you're going to do. You just make sure you don't sink. Well said. You
I got
said
some
it.
good quotes.
You said it.
Those things. Oh my gosh.
How did that feel? Take me back to Mexico when it was like you had nothing doing after this decades of action.
I basically knew that I was having a nice downtime. It was good. And I didn't have to worry about doing too much. I still had to work a little bit because I still had Tyson. And then I started getting those calls. I think when I left the industry, New York Times had written an article on me saying who was going to do the work that I had been doing and how important it was. And I was like, oh, please, I'm out of here. Don't put that on me. Someone else can pick it up. And then when I started getting those calls about the models had disappeared and all, and I was getting these calls from Naomi, and you got to come back, you got to come back. And I wasn't gone that long. It was like 3-4 months or something.
Just to expand on what you're saying that Naomi Campbell was calling you to say the black models are disappearing.
Yes, yeah.
And I want to give a little bit more context. You had started an advocacy group called Black Girls Coalition.
Yes.
And that was an advocacy group for models with Naomi Campbell.
Yeah, but it was when it first started, just to be clear, when it first started, it was just to celebrate the girls, to introduce them to each other, because so many of them were working, doing editorial, which had never happened before, but they don't know that. They're the first ones on the scene. I've been around. I've known this is the first time. Then eventually, in about 3 or 4 years later, I decided to go up against the advertising industry.
Right.
Because they were not reflecting their consumer.
And you tell me you're not ambitious.
No, that's not ambitious. Hey, can I get a...
because this is serious stuff. I mean, look, the reality is you played a really important role in getting black faces onto runways and into magazines. But then lo and behold, what happens? The faces start disappearing. Things, the diversity, as it so often does in corporate America, especially...
Swings.
It makes progress and then it comes back.
Yeah.
What was it like to see failure following progress? And what did you do about it?
Well, that's the thing. You always say, you go 3 steps forward and you fall 4 steps back or something like that. And it took me 4 years before I can really get back on that horse. I'm coming back and okay. That wasn't so much like ambition to me. That's more like, once again, like revolutionary. That I live with very well. I believe I am. I know I am.
I want to bring up something else you said, and it's about change. You said, I always know because I've lived life long enough, you can change things. You might need to be foot against your pedal, but you can change things.
Yeah.
There are so many forms of like being driven, but I feel like it's so rare for people to aim to make things better for other people instead of themselves.
I think when I leave here, I'm going to feel different. I think you're really convincing me. I'm going to go out of here with my head held high and a big head, too. I'm going to swell this head up, and I'm going to try and get through that door.
Well, then I'll walk out with a swollen head, too, if that's what you're saying. I think I want to end, if you don't mind, Beth Ann. Mm-hmm. At the end of your film, you talk about dying, going home.
Yeah.
A good end to a good life? I mean, that seems like the most beautiful ambition that I could think of, I think. If you don't mind talking about it, what would you like it to feel like?
When I leave this earth? Mm-hmm. Not so painful. I want people to celebrate, have a good time. I know I'm going to be buried upstate New York in a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful cemetery. And I just hope that I just cruise right along and that something is left behind that remembers. One thing I would like to do, and this is requiring ambition.
Okay.
I want to do a one-woman show.
Are you going to do it? What's stopping you?
Yeah, I got to finish this film. The film keeps going on. And also, I just need to finish this book. And, fear stops me, because that's scary. The one-woman show is not like a stand-up comedian. I'm going to do it interactively with the audience. I'm just going to tell stories. But I always wanted to do that.
Will it be okay if I or if the world remembers you as an ambitious woman?
Yeah, you can do anything you want once I'm gone.
It's a deal. Beth Ann Hardison, thank you so much for being here.
I'm happy I came. I learned a lot about me this time.
So did I.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. It was extremely ambitious to think that we could learn about ambition, how much of it is enough, how much of it is too much, by just asking ambitious people to tell us. As it turns out, sometimes we can easily recognize the ambition inside of us, and then sometimes we totally rebel against the very concept. Maybe the lesson is that ambition is something to recognize inside of ourselves and something to be proud of, as long as it's wielded wisely. Maybe the most ambitious form of ambition is the kind that's generous and humble. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you'll join us next time.
That little inch makes a difference. how do I waste time when like now, I'm wasting time right now.
I don't think I'm proud of any virtue, but I'm blessed to be able to cultivate the highest virtue, which is that of love.
The most valuable virtue to me with anyone that I'm close to is compassion. I think compassion is the most important thing.
I have not rid myself of any of the vices. In the language of my Jewish brother Paul, who wrote the Christian New Testament, I try to die daily.
The most challenging thing for me to have a model agency was having the other bookers around the table. That was the most challenging, never the models. That's interesting.
It is very easy to get a bad reputation. It's very difficult to win a good reputation, and it's hard, but not impossible, to turn a bad reputation into a good one. But if reputation is what other people think about you, then what does it even matter? More importantly, when do you ever have control over other people's thoughts and feelings? I read in Business Week about crypto, which has had a terrible reputation for scams. The journalist Zeke Fox, who has a reputation for very funny writing, also very serious reporting, looked into the coin Tether. And what he found was a crypto-powered human trafficking ring in Cambodia. Sometimes reality turns out to be much worse than reputation, and sometimes reputation turns out to be a lot worse than reality. How are you supposed to sort out which is which? We're gonna try to do it together tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, reputation. In the NBA, everybody has a reputation. The stars, the rookies, the fans, the coaches, the refs, even the lowly reporters. But few figures have a more complicated reputation than sports agents. And few sports agents have a more interesting reputation than the man who is at the table with me right now. You may know that Rich Paul is one of the most influential figures in the business. You may know he works with his friend LeBron James. You might even know his partner is Adele, but you do not know his full story. In a gripping new memoir called
Lucky me. He talks about growing up with a loving mom who was addicted to drugs. He writes about selling them, and he writes about getting on the road to becoming someone else. We're really glad he's here. Mr. Paul, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
The part of your reputation that I'm personally and professionally most drawn to has to do with your role in the NBA movement that's called player empowerment. So I think broadly speaking, it's a shift in influence away from owners, who are mostly white, I think by far, to players, stars, who are mostly black. At this moment, what don't fans understand about who wields the power in the business of basketball?
When you talk about player empowerment, I like to use a different E word, because sometimes when you say empower, it gives off this perception that the players can do whatever they want. And that's not true. It's still a business. And I like to talk about the education of it, because I think players being educated allows them to understand that they have options. What those options are, well, that's to be negotiated. But also, it's to be understood. And a lot of guys don't really have a perspective of the business. It's been something they've been doing all their life. And you can be taken advantage of just playing the game.
I want to ask you about LeBron, because he's performed at such a legendary level for so long, under such close examination.
He's a GOAT.
What have you learned from him about how to be?
As he became more and more successful, the person in him became better. But also, just like everything I've done has been earned. Nobody gave me anything per se. I sacrificed to put myself in a better position because I didn't want to be dependent of LeBron. And so when I see people say, oh, yeah, lucky you met somebody in the airport and happened to be LeBron, and if it wasn't for LeBron, you wouldn't do this or that. I would have been successful at anything.
What would you want to be?
The commissioner of the NBA.
I believe it.
I'm gonna manifest that. Yeah.
You could be.
Yeah.
Your ecosystem, it's much bigger than LeBron. I mean, you have had these really, really important clients, but it's hard not to think about him just because he's starting. I think it's his 21st season.
Yes.
And I think he's like the sixth person to do that.
Yes.
It's very, very unusual. So I'm wondering what you want your life in the NBA and also outside the NBA to look like in a post LeBron world one day when he's ready.
It's gonna look the same. That's why I built it. You know, today in meetings, it's there, but we don't go in pitching LeBron. We go in pitching clutch. You know, and here's the thing: people say, "Oh, well, LeBron gave you an opportunity. Lucky you did this," but you don't talk about. I think Donald Trump's dad gave him a loan, right? James Dolan's dad gave him a business. Somebody gave Mark Zuckerberg a loan. What's the difference?
Yep.
Because it wasn't my dad, and you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody has to have an opportunity from somewhere, especially me coming from a place where if you had any entrepreneurial aspirations, who's gonna look at your business? Who's gonna help you do a business plan?
Right. Here's an equity investment.
Right. And then who has the experience and the know-how and the resources and the relationships to help you even navigate to a place to where you're doing it properly.
my favorite character in this book is your father. He lived with another family, but
Yes.
he helped raise you.
And my brother and sister, yeah.
You mentioned his business, R&J Confectionery.
Yeah.
You write, Dad was the type of guy that everybody wanted to know. 5'7" tall with a 6'5" reputation.
Yes.
He got to work every day, I think 6 a.m.
6 a.m., yeah.
What did he teach you about how the business world works?
Oh man, I mean, he just taught me the importance of consistency, you know, getting up every day, rain, sleet, hail, snow. There was no holidays. I watched how he treated people. I watched how he went about his day. I watched the things, the detail of it. And he can see things in people that they probably couldn't see in themselves. And he took the time out to have a conversation with you. I watched how he treated other business owners around him. So I'm learning this business every day. And so it got to the point to where my dad could just sit in the chair and me, my brother, or my sisters could actually run the store.
Your dad is my favorite character in the book, but I would like to talk for a second about your mom because, you know, your depiction of your mom in the book is like it's not cliche though. It's not corny. You describe your mom as like not a bad person, just a person who was addicted to drugs for a long time.
Yeah.
But then your dad dies.
Yeah.
And after watching the impact of addiction on your mom, you make a decision whose context is like, you know, people should read the book to understand what's happening in your life at the time.
Yeah.
But you make a decision to sell. You don't do it for that long. It's like a part of the it's a part of the
my
book.
toe in the water, yeah.
Will you talk about like I was impressed that you spoke about watching addiction and making a choice to deal drugs. Like I found I found it like among other things just like very honest. Were you worried that it would somehow like impact your reputation or?
No, I mean, how many people in high positions actually are users today, still right now, you know? And that's not a decision out of survival. That's something that they choose to do every day because they enjoy it. So you can't judge, right? I was a kid trying to survive. And so, yeah, my mom was great though. My mom, she had an issue, no different than the issues right now with fentanyl in our communities. But I can honestly say, going through those things, watching my mom, watching other people's moms, watching other people's dad, I was lucky enough to have my dad. And I was also lucky enough for my dad to explain to us at a very young age what was actually happening. And so I never lost the respect for my mom. And my mom had so much respect for us that today I understand why she was absent, because she never wanted us to have a visual of that. And so the book, it was important for it to be real. Like I don't fake anything. There's no gray, there's black and there's white. And again, I'm blessed to be in the position I am today, but I'm also thankful for what I went through as a kid, because it's really, it was my assembly line. It really was, and it molded me.
It makes me think before we end that reputation, like if it lives long enough,
changes.
It turns into something else, yes, and then it becomes like your legacy.
Becomes legacy. Reputation becomes legacy.
What do you want yours to be?
You know, I think my reputation is pretty solid across America. You know, when I walk around in any neighborhood, people know, you know, that guy right, it's a stand-up guy. My dad wouldn't want it no other way. But the difference is today, you know, I just want to be a great example. I want to continue being a great example and not just making it about me, not just look what I did type of thing, but I want to build things, continue to be a builder. Today when I go to work, I have 80 employees, 75 employees, right? And they're young, between the ages of 21 and 55 probably. But continue that, you know, that opening different verticals of the ecosystem of sport and building things to where I can provide opportunity, if that makes sense.
You know what comes into my head as my final question when you talk about that? Building something, ownership.
Yeah.
May I ask?
I have no interest in owning the team. I don't. I know, you know, my competitors are trying to push that narrative out there.
Oh, is that
because-
right?
Yeah.
That they're trying to
they
save
tell
the
families that all the time. Oh, don't go with him. When LeBron retires, he's gonna go and own a team.
Mhm.
Like, but first, I don't have enough money to own a team. First of all, so let's just get that out the way. And then secondly, I think owning a team would hinder me. I'm a creative at heart, so I have to have a lot of different irons in the fire. Because one thing people don't realize, those owners, they built something. So they don't own a team all day, every day. They go to work. They run Aries. They run, Blackstone. They run, so many different businesses that they have. Carnival Cruise, all these different things that the owners have. They don't just own a team all day. So you think I'm gonna go sit on my couch and own a team? No, I don't want to do that.
I could definitely imagine you like starting you mentioned Aries, like a private equity fund. Would that appeal to you?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, and I just might.
What would you call it?
I got the name, but I can't give it to you.
All right, we better end there.
I'll give it to you off the air.
I'll hold you to it.
I got it.
What a pleasure. What a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Great, man. Thank you.
I enjoyed it
Appreciate
very much.
you.
All
Yep.
right, you take care. Coming up next, more Reputation. This guest has a reputation for being able to do a lot of things better than many people, me included. She is a visionary about collective activism. She is funny. She speaks truth to power. She gets results. She is clear about the ways that she is limitless, and she is clear about the ways that she is limited. For example, she needs some help doing things that sometimes many people take for granted, like breathing or walking or talking. And Alice Wong, the author of Year of the Tiger, is also one of the most influential disability advocates in this country. It is a joy, as in like an actual joy, for me to have her here. Alice, welcome.
Hi, Max. Thanks so much for having me. It's a delight to be here talking with you.
Honestly, it's a delight for me to have you here. Let's get into the questions. So much of the reputation that disabled people have is built by non-disabled people, and it's built around ideas of misfortune, sadness, embarrassment, burden. What have you learned about the ways that reputations, even ones that are old and stale, what have you learned about the ways that like reputations can actually sometimes begin to change?
On reputation and reputation building specifically, so much of it is dependent on culture. Part of why I am a writer and activist is to help push the culture forward, but ableism is such an ingrained part of our society that change happens at a glacial pace, and it takes a collective effort, not just me or a handful of disabled people. Until non-disabled people reflect and confront their implicit bias about disability and do the work on unlearning their ableism, will disabled people be able to truly play a larger role in constructing their reputation. There will always be people in power who want to maintain the status quo and the ability to distort and erase disabled people's sense of self and their reputations because it serves them. I myself try not to care too much about what people think of me and continue to do work that gives me joy. And if that helps others see that there's more to life than a good reputation, that can be a positive step in the right direction.
Speaking of the work that you do that brings you joy, your work, your body of work, Alice, is so wide and it's so deep. You're the founder of the Disability Visibility Project. You're a co-partner on the political group that's called Crip the Vote. You served on the National Council of Disability. You've edited anthologies of work by disabled writers, and you've done much more. What's the reputation, though, that Alice, that you want to have?
If I wrote my own reputation, it would be that I am someone who shows up, is thoughtful, accountable, and collaborative. That I am someone who welcomes critique and change, and that I want to learn and grow from my mistakes and do cool things with cool people. That's a mouthful, but that's how I would like people to perceive me, whether they are acquainted with me or not.
Alice, a lot of companies in this country and around the world, but not all of them,
have a reputation for paying lip service to inclusion and diversity. I'm thinking about workers who are disabled, but also Black or queer or trans or Asian or indigenous, beyond. But the reputation is that they don't actually then do the real work of reshaping their own cultures after talking about it. What are a few examples, if you can name some, of companies and their leaders who really are, in your mind, really actually doing it right?
I think most companies say they want to do the right thing and fail from the top all the way down. It's not enough to have a disability-specific employee resource group, a day committee, an annual speaker or a consultant or certain metrics. There has to be a long-term commitment that is strategic, systemic, and sustainable.
Felt so incredibly tempted to tell you about my brother, Tommy, who has, just real magic and humor and love as a person. It's really shaped who I am as a person. I'm sure it's shaped me as a journalist and shaped my sister Anna and our parents as well. But I'm going to resist because I feel like so much of the conversation around disabled people is often very personal and fuzzy and kind of sweet and very, very rarely about political things or very rarely systemic. Why? Why is that, Alice?
People are still averse to complex conversations about ableism because it makes them uncomfortable. We all have internalized or implicit ableism, and it is up to all of us to actually name it and unlearn things that have been designed to marginalize and dehumanize disabled people. For example, people may see me as a somewhat successful published author and editor, but if they took a closer look at my activism and writing, they will see that I openly talk about how because of Medicaid income and asset limits, I am unable to have more than $2,000 in my personal bank account. This has been the case since I turned 18, and I bet most of your audience cannot fathom what it's like to subsist on that amount. Later on, I do want to hear about your brother Tommy, because I am sure you have some hilarious stories. I am fortunate to have a tight-knit family, and much of the reason it is so tight-knit is because they have all supported me throughout my life, and what we experience as a family in the face of such an absurd, inaccessible, and discriminatory society is something that we just have to laugh if not cry about.
I want to share with our audience that I accommodated your needs by sharing questions for this interview with you a few days ago. and that's so that you could use your text-to-voice technology to answer them. And it reminds me that your muscles have weakened with time. You haven't always used this technology. And people, I mean, by the way, including me, I'm about to turn 40, people have very, very strange and complicated feelings about change and about their bodies changing and weakening. What have you learned about how you want to face those changes in ways that feel right to you?
Congratulations on hitting 40 soon. Can you believe this, but I'm turning 50 next year? Change is freaky and scary, but it's unstoppable and out of our control no matter how hard we try. Doctors told my parents that I wouldn't live to adulthood, so I grew up without an image of myself in the future. I couldn't see it, and while I have progressively become weaker and faced changes in my body and life circumstances, it is a freaking privilege and achievement to be this age, and not just surviving but thriving. A few months ago I moved into my own place for the first time. I finally have a home office rather than working from a small desk in my bedroom for decades. I adopted 2 cats named Bert and Ernie, who are my chosen family. I know people pity me and cannot imagine living like me, but what I have achieved and lost made me who I am, and I don't take anything for granted. Every moment with friends and family is a treasure, and I find joy amidst all the struggles and pain.
Alice, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't think it makes much sense to ask disabled people to help non-disabled people to just like be better. And yet I'm also wondering, like, if you were just completely like the queen of the world, what you would demand, what you would demand from your subjects.
Talking specifically about disabled people, in the United States, there is still a bias in Medicaid funding for institutional settings, where community-based services are optional for states while institutional settings are not. Many people think skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes are safer because a person can get 24-hour care, but no one should be separated from society and hidden from the public. And by the way, institutions are not necessarily safe. In fact, they're rife with abuse and neglect, especially ones that are for-profit owned by private equity companies. I would like to see a world where no one goes hungry and has housing, education, and healthcare, a world where bodily autonomy is respected, a world where communities and neighborhoods take care of one another, a world where disabled people aren't siloed by diagnosis, a world where we can rest, dream, and create. Those are a few things I hope to see in the future.
I want you to know, Alice, how grateful I am that you've joined us here. I'm hoping our paths will cross again one day. I'm grateful for your time, grateful for your energy, I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks a bunch for this opportunity, Max.
The pleasure is mine. Almost everyone has a reputation, almost everyone has an inner life, and very few people see themselves the way their bosses or the market see them. When you sit down and talk to other people, as I did tonight, about who they are and what they've been through and how they see the world, the chances are good you're going to hear something new and interesting, and that's a good thing because it's nice to actually be surprised. When you want to figure out which reputations are better or worse than reality, it helps to start by asking questions. Our guests tonight were honest about themselves and their reputations, and maybe that will encourage you to ask other people about theirs. Or you can start by telling other people about you. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
I think the most important lesson you've learned in business is it's never personal. It's always business.
My current vice is watching a ton of TV. When I was able to eat, I loved eating salty and fattening food. Things like French fries, tempura, donuts, and pastries.
What's the most expensive thing I've wasted the most money on? I would probably say a car because it's a depreciating asset.
What kind of car was it?
All of them.
If you get to work and you find it's really hard to do your job with imagination, do not worry. Imagination is still really new. Dreaming is more than 100 million years old, but being able to imagine things on purpose began only like 70,000 years ago. And even then, the reviews were mixed. Plato thought that imagination was kind of suspicious, and the Bible does sort of suggest that it is evil. I read in the heist issue of Business Week about a certain kind of imagination, creative thieves. Their recent hauls include 200,000 Cadbury cream eggs, $37,000 worth of cadaver parts, 1,240 cases of crab, a 4-meter-long whale skull, and 1 catalytic converter from the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. How are you supposed to bring imagination to work, and how do you protect it from the pressures of the marketplace? We are going to try to imagine it together tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, imagination. There are some wonderful people who do the same thing over and over again, and that can be interesting or imaginative. This guest is not one of them. Theaster Gates is interested in cities, space, land, planning, preservation, place, pragmatism, value, desire, development, capital, collecting, blackness, agency, and the art world itself. And that is a very long way of saying that this sculptor and performance artist and painter and scholar is one of the most imaginative people working today. Theaster Gates, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
You have this beautiful phrase that I think of as a kind of metaphor for imagination. You talk about the possibility of life within things. How do you find that life?
Well, it's interesting. So often the life is right up under our noses. And what I've learned from Shintoism is that there's a power. There's power, there's life within things. Wood, trees, water, a rock, right? If you respect that life, maybe it means that you have to work to care and to protect and preserve that life. I feel like there are moments like with the Stony Island Arts Bank or other projects that I've done where when it's dead, it's a reminder of the failures of culture to invest in a thing. But when it's alive, it's like a testament to what's possible when collective people believe in the power of regeneration.
The work that you do on the south side of Chicago has been to find, I think, the meat on the bones, that have transformed spaces that were underinvested into spaces for artists to live and artists to show, and places to watch movies and places to listen to music and places to show collections. Did you find that your imagination was listened to and respected by others? Did people disbelieve that you could remake these spaces this way?
Well, let's look at this over a course of years. When I moved to my neighborhood in 2006, to the Grand Crossing neighborhood, things were interesting. It was a normal neighborhood adjacent to the University of Chicago where I had just taken a job. In 2008, the market crashed.
Yep.
And the real estate values and the kind of speculators that existed on the South Side, they were no longer interested in the speculative land. I slowly started trying to figure out, if no one else is going to buy and protect these buildings and make sure that people on the South Side have opportunity, and in my case, that culture continues to live, is there something that I could do to try to acquire some of these buildings on my block? So one at a time, with my mom's help, with friends' help, with my own sweat, we would acquire the building next to the building that we own and then renovate them best we could. And until we found ourselves owning, over the last decade, a lot of buildings.
Have they had to make a new kind of language for, you're a developer, you're an urban planner, you're an artist. Are you inventing your own words so that you can explain what you've done and what you are trying to do?
Definitely. I'm definitely always both inventing words and trying to resist certain labels. But there were times where I had real translation issues. So I would go to the Department of Planning, City of Chicago, and I would walk in and I would say, I'm an artist. And I would go to my alderman and I would say, oh, I'm a local artist in your neighborhood. And that did not get me the traction that I wanted. So I had to put on my shirt and tie, change my language a little bit and say, hey, I'm a developer. I've invested $10 million in this neighborhood. I'm interested in doing another $100 million of investment in this neighborhood, and I'd like the attention of my alderman and the commissioner of planning.
I don't think imagination has to be generative or productive to be worth something. But when I think about your work, and I think about the cafe, and I think about your mill, you created actual jobs.
Yeah.
I think that falls under the rubric of economic development. Can economic development be something that's imaginative instead of destructive?
Yeah, dear friends of mine talk about, instead of talking about money, they talk about energy. What can I do to create varying kinds of good energy? And most of the time I start with, what do I want? And I want to be able to get a good cup of tea in the morning. I want to be able to hear great live music. I want to see amazing films. I want my friends who make films to feel supported in the production of their films. I want to listen to house music and I want to jack all night. I just locked in to my neighborhood and I'm like, oh, those things that I would normally try to find in another place, why don't I bring them here? I'm going to build the amenity. And if I build it for myself, it means 500 people, 1,000, 5,000 people could also benefit. And it also means that the model for neighborhood transformation, economic development, if you will, that model is playing itself out in real time. Then, and this is where I feel now as my hair whitens, that there's a way in which the work that's been accumulating, there are now other people who can grab the baton and do bigger, greater works.
without at all taking away from the beautiful energy that you're describing, there is something that a little voice in my head that scares me about what you're describing, because it reminds me of a very old lineage. Neighborhoods without resources, artists move in because the rents are affordable. Then developers come in because now the neighborhoods are a little bit cooler. Then rents go up, they're gentrified. What can you do, and what have you done on the South Side to make sure that the work that you're doing and the imagination that you're bringing is going to include your neighbors and not, eventually, I guess, like exile them?
Yeah. Well, right now, I feel like I'm in the middle of living this playbook that I'll eventually share with others. But a big part of it was the acquisition of land and then protecting that land so that it was always available for mission-based activity. While life happens, and change happens in cities, that will have 500,000 square feet worth of residential space, 2 million square feet of commercial and cultural space.
2 million?
That will protect, when this thing is over.
Yeah, sir. If you're talking on a scale of millions of square feet, I feel so sure that there have to be capitalists listening to this who are going to be calling you up and trying to say, these nonprofit investments you're making, you're a fool. You should be making money from this. Do you get calls like that?
Well, I would go back to this issue of the life and things. I think that one way of reading death is when a neighborhood has been underinvested in. Another way of reading death is when the fabric of the neighborhood has been forgotten and it's been replaced with gross reinvestment and redevelopment. The death of cities is not just the problem of gangs and violence. The death of cities is also when we become monotonous versions of ourselves.
Yeah.
And so I think that wealth has to develop more sophisticated tools for measuring health and life, and be willing to invest in ways that are more about what humans need than just about the bottom line.
I really like connecting the life of things with the death of imagination.
Yeah.
How have you learned to protect your imagination, the life of your imagination, and to keep it going? Imagination dies too, creativity. How do you protect it and give it life?
When I was young, and my dad would make me paint the baseboards of apartments that he was renting, and it was time to turn the apartments over because someone had moved out. And he was like, whatever you do, don't get paint on my floor. And so I learned to tape, and I learned to use a paintbrush so that I could fan white paint and make sure that I wouldn't mess up his walnut floors. In a way, my dad was inventing creativity in me, inventing a deeper imagination by telling me to paint the baseboards. The way that I protect my imagination now is by continuing to work. That everything I do, I'm trying to find good solutions for complicated problems.
What are you going to do next? I mean, what are your dreams, and what does your imagination tell you about what the future holds, and why, what's stopping you from doing it right now?
Well, maybe this goes back to Buddhism. I'm thinking about how to, it's been about 15, 20 years of building. And I feel like right now I'm preoccupied with how to give it all away, how to let go of this tight hold that I've had on development, and imagine it as a kind of long-term, durational performance. That I've been involved in a 15 to 20-year performance of neighborhood transformation. And at the end of the performance, the audience gets all the props back. So I'm learning a lot from people who are actively trying to say, I've been given too much, I've figured out some things, and I made a lot.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Do you have an instinct about how you're going to start? How you're going to start saying goodbye?
With gifts.
Do you know yet who you want to give your first gifts to?
Artists.
Are there any journalists you'd like to give some of your records to? No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe I'll keep the records. We can swap records. We can swap records.
Exchange.
Yeah.
That was a pure joke. Yasser Gates, it's a pleasure for me to listen to you.
It's my pleasure.
Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed that. Up until just a few decades ago, the systems of American art had practically no room for women. Museums, galleries, auctions, schools, and mass media gave the distinct impression that men had a monopoly on imagination itself. The guest who's sitting with me at this table played a key role in changing that. Judy Chicago's painting, sculpture, photography, needlework, much more, has helped alter the shape of art itself. And at 84, she is getting her first major museum survey here in New York at a new museum show that's just brimming with color and generosity and imagination. It's really nice to have her here. Judy Chicago.
Thank you.
The art world has become a big business in the way that it wasn't when you were starting. So I'm curious to ask, like, what have you learned about big business and about how big business works and how it looks that you couldn't have foreseen back then?
Well, first of all, you know, I've been asked a lot about, oh, well, aren't you upset that this recognition has been so delayed and blah, blah, blah. Actually, I'm not. You know why? Because I had 5 decades of working in my studio without ever thinking about the market. So you have to really understand how outside of that I've been, because I had my own vision of what art can be, should be. I believe art is an act of generosity, and that I feel really bad for young artists because, they get swallowed up, spit out like stocks on the stock exchange. But, you can stand up to that. You don't have to do it.
Your work is willing to imagine something that, I have a hard time with, which is, not just the death of the world, which is something the art does deal with, but your own death. I was really moved by, I think it's called a mortality relief. It's this bronze piece in the exhibit, and it looks almost like a death mask in advance, but you clearly are able to imagine your end. What do you think about when you think about it?
I wanted to be able to face the end of my life with grace and courage, because it really isn't good to have an adversarial relationship to aging. I started out exploring, I start with research, so I started looking at attitudes towards death going back in time. And of course, discovered that, we are an aberration in terms of the way we shroud death, hide death, try to have battles with death. When they write about cancer, after a battle, give me a break. Nature's going to win.
Hearing you talk now reminds me that, I have a relatively romantic idea of imagination, especially when I'm sitting with a wonderful artist who makes work that I admire. I guess I'm tempted to think of imagination as this very beautiful thing that could take you to very beautiful places. But you are also willing to imagine horror and grotesquerie. And I think that maybe people are uncomfortable doing that.
There are a lot of people who are concerned about what's happening in our world, and they need to be encouraged to look at it, to think about it. We are encouraging people to participate in this digital quilt that I created with Dementi, the Web3 company, and Naja, one of the founders of Pussy Riot. And so there are a series of questions that I believe we need to answer, like if patriarchy were dismantled, would women and men be equal? Would men have permission to be gentle and vulnerable? Would women have permission to be strong? Would there be equal parenting? Would the earth be protected? I think there are questions that we need to come together and answer. I mean, we are so polarized now. But if we don't answer those questions, we're going to drive the world to destruction.
Judy, what you're describing when you talk about this work is the ability that an artist has to use her skills and to use her imagination to pose these difficult questions to people and make them think about it. But, it's like, Judy, I'm no artist. I don't have these skills. Is there something that non-artists can take from you where, like you, they can use what they're good at to make other people think in new ways? But for most of us, we're not able to paint and draw the way you can.
Of course, what we're looking at now is the pushback and the effort to push back all the gains that started in the 70s. It will take millions of people putting down their phones and going in the streets. I don't understand why there were not millions of people in the street after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Not protests, because just a protest doesn't work anymore. What is required is the same thing that propelled the social change movements of the 70s, which has to do with organization, all the things that aren't fun to do. Developing leadership, developing organizations that can take the protests and turn it into actual civil change. I want to tell you something. It's worth it to feel like you've made a contribution, to have the satisfaction of that. I don't care what the New York Times said over the course of my career.
I live right by the Brooklyn Museum, where the dinner party is the heart of this beautiful collection of feminist art. This center is named for a member of the family behind Purdue Pharma and OxyContin. Apart from just what everyone else says about philanthropy and money and naming, I'm just curious how you feel about that.
First of all, I'm going to answer you with a counter question. Elizabeth Sackler's establishment of the Center for Feminist Art has allowed dozens of unknown women and feminist artists to be exhibited. Does she get any points for that? Or does her name disqualify everything she has done? Patronage is complicated, and so is history. It's like when everybody wanted to just knock down the Confederates' statues and sort of erase our past. I'm like, what if we let Black people, African Americans, come and write their stories on the statues? so that we would see multiple points of view simultaneously. The point of view of the oppressor, the point of view of the oppressed.
I want to end Judy with the future. I'm curious if you imagine, you know, what art will look like. We're living in this strange time of artificial intelligence. You know, I'm wondering if you imagine that AI will demand room for itself in the art world. I'm wondering if the opposite will happen and the infinite possibilities of computerized art will teach us to embrace craft and imperfection.
My answer is going to be really short.
Okay.
Many, many years ago, Bruce Nauman and I had a conversation about, we were in our 40s, about how art schools were getting rid of drawing. And we agreed that when you're a young artist full of bravado and energy, you can go a long way in your career. But when you get into your 40s and your ideas get more complex, if you can't draw, you come to a standstill. And I am somebody who believes in the hand. And I believe in the connection between the hand and the heart. And that's my answer.
Well, your hand and your heart and your imagination have changed other people's hearts and their imaginations. I'm really glad you've been here to talk to me about it. Really, really enjoyed it. Judy, Chicago.
Thank you very much.
So
You're
much.
very smart.
Imagine this. You've got imagination, you've got a job to do, but you're not sure how to bring one to the other. These two guests tonight have used their imagination successfully in completely different ways. One of them has used his to transform his neighborhood inside Chicago. The other one has used hers to transform herself into a Chicago and to transform art history itself. Maybe you use your imagination inside the market. Maybe you use it despite the market. Either way, you can steal the tools of these two artists. Patience, practice, collaboration, voice, and fight. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
When all else fails, one must scream. Well, as we look at what's happened to our world, it makes me angry that more people aren't screaming.
There have been times in the workplace when I've said that things were good when they weren't good. Sometimes because I was trying to maintain staff morale. Sometimes I was trying to be optimistic, like this is gonna be good, even though it's not good today. And then there have been other times where I've known that the person I was talking to had such a fragile ego. And you gotta be sensitive when you work with other creatives.
That's enough already, guys. Now, come on. Come on. I know.
This story did come around as something that's a bit different. There is a dark side to it.
It's hard to even talk to people about these chemicals and tell them, look, there's a chemical that's in you that's not found anywhere in nature.
This is the shadow flea. To actually see clandestine behaviour, that makes you think, well, what else is going on?
always tell a fake image from an authentic one. Deepfakes are undoubtedly one of the most challenging risks posed by artificial intelligence. These are the images, audio recordings, and increasingly videos, which look convincing enough to fool all but the sharpest amongst us.
What's really interesting is that fake images, even the convincing ones, aren't new inventions.
No, like that Loch Ness Monster picture. Or one of those creepy double exposure photos of a sad-looking Victorian ghost.
Right, but their sophistication is rapidly advancing. And many experts say that political disinformation campaigns using deepfakes are not only happening, but set to become a far bigger problem.
So, on this episode of AI IRL, we're going to hear things like this.
Is how do you have a society? How do you have a democracy if you can't agree on basic facts? We can disagree on what to do with the facts, but we should not disagree on actual facts.
And this.
Should it be an independent body? It depends. Who gets to be in that independent group? Are they appropriately speaking for what, everybody in the world?
As we try and answer the questions, what's next for AI and disinformation?
And is it about to get a lot worse? Hani Farid, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for
So you're a
having me.
professor at the University of California at Berkeley, and you've been specializing in digital forensics for quite a while.
Yeah.
So the analysis of deepfake detection, for example, for many years.
Yeah.
Set the scene today.
Yeah.
What is the state of disinformation pre-ChatGPT and post-ChatGPT?
Good. So first, I think it's important to understand that disinformation is not fundamentally new. It is being amplified and powered by AI today, but we've had disinformation well before there was AI, well before there was an internet, well before there was computers. So this is part of a continuum, but I think it's an important part because it is about democratizing access to technology that is typically we used to be in the hands of the few and now are in the hands of the many. And the one thing we know that when you take a powerful tool and you put it in the hands of the many, the threat vector changes. Okay, so where are we today? So the average person can now go to a website and generate an image of a person who doesn't exist and create fake profiles online to perpetuate everything from crypto scams to romance scams to all kinds of fraudulent material. And those are trivial to do. You don't have to know no technical skills, go to a website, type something in, you get an image of a fake person. Okay. We also have the ability to go to a website or a service and type in, give me an image of, and describe what you want. Joe Biden having a meeting with fill in the blank, and it will generate that image for you. And the images are very, very realistic. We have services where you can upload 2 minutes of audio of your voice, or my voice, and clone that voice, and then type, and then have you, or me say anything you want me to say. Okay, cloning voices. Solve problem. Okay. We have lots of services where we can now take videos. So for example, you could take this video that you're recording right now with that camera and replace my face with another face.
We're not going to
do that. Well, first of all, the viewers have got to start wondering, how do they know that it's me and not one of my grad students because I was too lazy to come over the bay in the morning. But we can do that.
So on the one hand, more people have access to these tools for fun purposes, like pulling a practical joke on Nate.
Yes.
But it's also used from a more nefarious perspective to stoke unrest.
Yeah, or create non-consensual sexual imagery, or commit fraud, or push disinformation campaigns. And so I do think you make a good point, though, is that there's an upside to the social media. Is that when this stuff gets out there, there's a lot of eyeballs on it. But here's the thing you have to understand about social media. The half-life of a social media post is measured in minutes, which means half of views happen within the first 1 or 2 minutes. And by the time the fact checkers come around and fix the record, the vast majority of people have moved on, number one. But number two, and this is the important part, is that social media and human beings have made it so that even when we come in and fact check and say, nope, this is fake, people say, I don't care what you say. This conforms to my worldview. This does not conform to my worldview. I will believe it. I will not believe it. And why is that? So why are we living in that world where reality seems to be so hard to grip? It's because our politicians, our media outlets, the internet have stoked distrust of governments, media, and experts. You're the media and I'm the expert. And that, what I think is what is really disconcerting to me, is we've created these filter bubbles, these alternate realities. And here's the question you got to ask yourself is, how do you have a society? How do you have a democracy if you can't agree on basic facts? We can disagree on what to do with the facts, but I don't think we should be able to, we should not disagree on actual facts of what happened and where did it happen.
Are there some recent examples of like viral deepfakes that have given you real cause for alarm?
So there are two that I can think of in recent memory, and they've given me alarm for different reasons. So one was the Pope in the puffy coat.
Yeah.
And if you saw this image, it was just brilliant.
I was fooled.
Were you really?
I think so.
That's exactly why I was worried, is because journalists fell for it. And journalists who are smart and who are savvy and who are fundamentally skeptical about things.
Thanks. He knows you.
They fell for it. That's right. So that's what the photo was completely innocuous. It was fine. I don't care about the photo, but a lot of journalists fell for it. And that's when I thought, we have crossed through, there's a tipping point here where the images have become so good that really smart people who are by design critical are falling for it. That was number one. But here's the other one that really scared me. It was a fake image of the Pentagon being bombed.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a particularly good image, by the way, but it got posted onto Twitter on a verified account. Thank you, Elon Musk. It went viral because it looked like a news organization, got retweeted, reshared. The stock market dropped $500 billion in 2 minutes from a crappy fake image.
How do you square off that we can move so quickly on the technology that can create deep fakes, but we're so slow to create the technology to combat it? Who's leading which camp, and should it be that way?
Well, you can make a lot more money from the creation of it, right?
Follow the money.
Like
that's all it is. Defense doesn't pay. Offense does. Creating fake stuff is good. You can make a lot of money. It's creative. You can make things more efficient. There's not a lot of money in creating defenses, right? Think about the people creating malware and spam.
Here's a scary factoid for you. VC funds invested $180 million in this deep fake detection technology last year.
Yeah.
And that was up from only $1 million in 2017.
Yeah.
This year, it's at about $50 million.
Yeah.
How much is it going to take?
Yeah. And by the way, compare that to how many billions are going into the generative side of things from ChatGPT, OpenAI, and all these other companies. So yeah, I think that's right. I would say it's about 1 to 2 orders of magnitude difference. And by the way, you raise a really good point, is that follow the money. Where the VCs are putting money is where people are going to invest their efforts. And so the VCs are looking at this and saying, well, we can make money here. We don't think we can make money here. I think they're wrong, by the way. I do think that we are quickly entering this age where people are getting frustrated, not having the ability to believe what they see. And I think that is going to start to become the way privacy became an issue, right? Pre-Cambridge Analytica, everybody thought, whatever, privacy. And then Cambridge Analytica hit and we thought, oh man, this is bad. And we started to see a real shift in the way we as consumers, but also the corporations thought about privacy. I think we're going to see the same thing about trust and integrity and provenance and authentication. But I think that is going to take a little bit.
It's not just about detecting what is fake, but also believing when it's actually real.
Yeah. This is called the liar's dividend, right? When you enter a world where anything can be fake, anything you read, hear, or see, well, then you can deny reality. Let me give you an example of this. 2016 rather, then candidate Trump gets caught on the Access Hollywood tape saying some pretty bad things about women, okay? And what happened is he apologized. He said, I'm sorry, it was not appropriate, and tried to excuse it away. Right? Now, fast forward 2 years. Deepfakes are on the rise, generative AI is on the rise, and he's asked about that, and he says, it's fake. Why'd you apologize in the first place? Doesn't matter. It's easy to deny reality when something can be fake. And arguably, I think that is the bigger threat here. I'm worried about non-consensual sexual imagery. I'm worried about fraud. I'm worried about disinformation campaigns.
Blackmail?
I'm worried about blackmail. I'm worried about the phone calls people are starting to get saying
robocalls.
Yeah, robocalls in your loved ones' voices. I'm worried about all of those things, but that is nothing. It is nothing to not being able to hold people responsible for their actions. Police violence, fake. Human rights violations, fake. Politicians doing something illegal, fake. Where are we? Where are we if anybody can deny anything? And now we all become tribal. We believe what we believe, and there's no external information that helps us reason about a complex.
So how do we fix that? Because a huge part of that problem is not even to do with AI.
Yeah.
That is to do with people and arguably mass media and the internet and everything else. But that doesn't necessarily mean AI.
Good.
So can you solve it?
Yeah. There's sort of 3 solution bins, and I think we need all of them. So one is technology so that when I take out my phone or a camera and I record police violence or human rights violations or a politician speaking, it should on the device authenticate where I am, when I was there, and what I recorded.
Okay,
and
so
the
GPS
hardware itself.
GPS,
date and time, potentially my identity if I want to give up my personal information.
They're already adding that into like the EXIF data in a JPEG, right? So
correct. Here's the second bin that's related to it. If you're an OpenAI or a Midjourney or Stable Diffusion or any of these companies that is generating this content from text, image, audio to video, you should be doing the same thing, which is watermarking and fingerprinting every single piece of content so that when somebody uploads an image of the Pentagon being bombed to Twitter, they will know instantaneously that this is synthetically generated. That's not to say it should be banned. There's nothing wrong with it, but it should be labeled. 2 more things. One is sort of my bread and butter, which is that, as you said, these technologies are not perfect. They will take a while to be deployed. They will get hacked. So now you need the passive techniques. Give me an image. How do I analyze this to determine if it's real or not? And then the fourth one and the final one, and I think we need all of these, is we need regulatory pressure. We need the government to say there's a carrot if you do this well, and there's a stick if you do not do it well. That is the government's role. Think about product safety, cars, pharmaceuticals, transportation, the food we ingest, and the government says these things have to be safe. Why can't we treat the internet like this? Why don't we treat information the same way? Why don't I put a nutrition label on a piece of information the way I put a nutrition label on every single thing I buy from a store?
Ruman Chowdhury, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So you run a nonprofit called Humane Intelligence, and you also run a consulting firm called Parity, where you help companies like DeepMind, Meta, even governments on responsible AI practices and how to mitigate algorithmic bias. But I kind of want to take it a few years back to when you saw this play out on the inside, when you were director of machine learning ethics, transparency, and accountability at Twitter.
Yes.
So I would love to kind of get into what you learned about the state of misinformation and disinformation while you were there.
I think the biggest thing to understand is that it is a near insurmountable problem. The volume, the number of people inadvertently and purposely sharing mis and disinformation online is such an near impossible task to tackle.
Could you maybe define the differences between misinformation and disinformation for those that don't know the difference?
Right. So on one end, you get misinformation, which is almost like misdirection. So it often has a kernel of truth, but maybe it's shifting people to look at one thing and kind of saying, don't look at this other thing. Disinformation would be purely falsified information, something that's deeply untrue. In general, most of the information online that is false or fake traditionally has had some sort of seed in reality. My concern is that with generative AI, we can make much more convincing, pure deepfakes, and anybody can make it. So we will see an increase in the kind of the true deepfake technologies that will spread completely falsified information. And the other thing to think about is also the actors online who are sharing it. So of course you can have bots, you can have malicious actors, people who are purposely sharing it, but actually a very big percent of the information online that is fake is often shared by people who didn't know any better.
And we've talked about people. I mean, this is a bit, I suppose it's a bit controversial, but is part of the issue that people are the problem? I mean, I know it's kind of a contrary opinion, but we talk about blaming tech companies for making and spreading this stuff, but should we maybe be doing more to educate people into not believing it in the first place?
I think that is certainly going to be a step we will have to take in a generative AI world. I think we are sufficiently trained to not believe everything we read, right? You know the phrase, don't believe everything you read on the internet. What we are not sufficiently trained to do is look at images and video and listen to audio and have that same level of critical thinking. In general, if we see a video that looks real, for example, a bomb hitting the Pentagon, most of us will believe it and we won't question it. If we were to see a post and someone said, hey, a bomb just hit the Pentagon, we are actually more likely to be skeptical of that because we have been trained more on text than video and images. So I think you're correct. I think there is this level of education that people need.
So talking about some of these companies, and obviously you've worked at one of them, but there are many, so we'll talk in general terms here. Do you think that they actually can control this?
So there are ways in which they could take action. For example, DeepMind have introduced something called Synth ID, which is a technical watermarking of any photo. And there's a way to analyze the photo, no matter how it's cropped or changed or altered or filtered, that you can tell if it's deepfake or not.
Even if you take a photo of the photo?
Oh, I'm not sure if you take a photo of the photo.
Because this is one of the issues, right?
Yeah.
You know, like if you take a photo of a photo, it's a brand new photo. So you need to be able to analyze something that survives the route through compression and transmission and everything else and degradation that you get from compression.
Right. That's a great point because often we think of these very high-tech ways people will break things. But to your point, most of the best hacks are incredibly low tech. So I think you're spot on. I have no idea if Synth ID works if you take a photo of a photo.
So when it comes to flagging things, and even take content moderation, really at the core, that's at the core of controlling what comes online and what doesn't. Should there be an external government agency or just independent body that oversees this rather than it being controlled internally at the company?
And this is the ultimate discussion. And the phrase I've been using for all of this is, the question to answer is who gets to be the arbiter of truth? And it's such a difficult one to answer. Should it be an independent body? It depends. Who gets to be in that independent group? Are they appropriately speaking for what? Everybody in the world? We've not yet achieved that, like a fully representative body that represents everybody in the world that will be able to confidently speak on every issue.
I mean, technically, that's what we have elected officials for, though, to some degree now.
In the U.S., sure, but I think right now we are having a bit of a crisis of democracy where people do feel like they're not being represented in their own governments. The other part I'll add is, do we want this content moderation to inherently be political? Because that's what will happen, right? People will be elected, 2 to 4 years later, new people will be elected. Do we really want the decisions on what content is and isn't allowed online to be purely political in nature? I know there's accusations that these companies make political decisions. Frankly, companies make capitalistic decisions. They don't actually make purely political decisions. If we move it into the hands of the government, we are literally making them purely political decisions.
Let's lighten the mood a little bit and talk about putting executives in jail, which is a topic I love talking about. But it's really important where I'm from in Britain, because there is a bill in the works that, amongst many other things, does talk about essentially making executives at companies personally liable if their companies help in disseminating what they would call online harms online. It's still all up in there at the time we speak. But I wonder, do you think threatening executives with potentially being locked up, even if it's an extreme case, is that helpful? Could it be helpful?
I don't know. I think it is what we want as human beings to have a single person to blame. We want there to be a good guy and want there to be a bad guy, frankly, right? Like, just in general, as human beings, we love to have hero culture. And when hero culture means we have villain culture. Frankly, a lot of these people are also larger than life and, comically villainous people. That being said, to what extent is throwing Mark Zuckerberg in jail going to fix the problems of social media writ large? Probably not very much, because Facebook or Meta or Google, they are a giant machine, right? They're massively global companies. There are decisions being made by many, many people. It's part of a company culture. Putting one person in prison may be almost theatrically a pleasing thing to do for some folks, but I don't think it would actually solve a big problem.
It's like it's the nuclear deterrent. It's the equivalent of a nuclear deterrent, right? It's there as a potential threat that forces a different general way of behaving, even if the actual, launch button or the prison sentence never actually happens. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting if we think about it maybe game theoretically, right? So I can't help but be a quantitative social scientist sometimes, and I like to think of things in terms of what are people's incentives. So the question is a social media company incentivized to spread mis and disinformation? Actually, they're not. They don't want that because it makes them look bad.
Let me push back on that a little bit, because I do think the widely held belief, and even with our previous guest, was that social media companies' business models are at the core of why disinformation proliferates, because it puts more of a value on content that's engaging, even if it's not true.
So what I'd say is the cost of identifying misinformation, as I mentioned, is so massively expensive. Balancing that with making sure people have an experience they want is a very difficult thing to do. So is an engagement-based model leading to problems of radicalization, misinformation? Yes. Are social media companies actively trying to sow misinformation? No, they're not. And that's what I'm getting at. Versus, let's say, somebody who's actively trying to do a bad thing. So for your prison example, if the CEOs of these companies were actively trying to spread misinformation, then I'd say, yeah, you know what, throw them in jail. They're bad people. I think on the other end, it's recognizing that this is an incredibly difficult problem, and what is the level of transparency and access to these models, or understanding the impact of these models that we may need that is maybe different from what we have today. So I look at the Digital Services Act in the EU, which is really fascinating. So their audit methodology is based on having these companies prove to an independent technical auditor that their models aren't, for example, influencing free and fair elections or violating fundamental human rights online.
So I'm curious about your former team at Twitter, also known as X now, how they feel about going back into content moderation work at other tech companies that are now jumping into AI, where this role is also going to be critical.
Yeah, so to start, Twitter and X are two totally different companies in my head. Companies are driven by the culture and the people who are there. They're two totally different places. But I take your point. Well, I think the people who are drawn to this work, whether it's trust and safety, ethical and responsible AI, which is the work my team did, we're drawn to the mission and we're drawn to the meaning of the work. We understand it's going to be hard. We understand that sometimes we can't solve problems, and frankly, we can't save the world. But I think that there's a fundamental good feeling we have about at least trying our best and being part of the solution. So I found that every single one of them wants to continue work.
What's something that no one's talking about that you think they should be, as far as AI and ethics and your expertise goes?
Yeah, we touched on this a little bit earlier. And the thing I worry about, there's such a rush to governance. There's such a rush to say, let's pass laws, let's regulate companies, let's slap them on the wrist and fine them and throw them in prison. I think we need to take a step back and think about what we are doing with these new laws that may create new paradigms of government overreach into private companies in an almost abstract sense, right? There's a reason why government and private companies in countries like the United States tend to be very separate. We may not always like the outcomes of that, but let's be clear, the opposite, like the extreme opposite, is a purely state-run economy. So we want to say things like, for example, the government should compel tech companies in the US not to sell to enemy states. Do we really want the government to be able to tell for-profit private companies where they should or shouldn't be selling their goods and products?
I mean, we did sort of see that with the previous US administration and Huawei, and basically saying you can't buy these companies' products and you can't sell your components to them. And that resulted in that company getting a lot better at developing its own stuff. And there's a risk that maybe backfired in some people's eyes. It's sort of tangential to the conversation about disinformation, but it all supports your argument.
Right. I mean, it all just ties into the like sort of let's be careful of where we're shifting this power. Like right now, I think a lot of people feel that tech companies have an oversized amount of power. I think that's a fair thing to feel. Now, I don't want to rush into saying, well, then the government should clearly be taking some of that power away. Well, what about maybe developing a world of independent auditors and independent actors? That's what we do with my nonprofit, Humane Intelligence. We're trying to build the independent community of people who are critiquing technology and actually helping drive and shift it towards benefiting human beings, right? So the term fiduciary duty got to mean something to a lot of us at Twitter last year. And I carry that lesson forward when I think about companies who want to do things for good and what it really means.
Facebook and Instagram have about 3 billion and 2 billion users a month, respectively. No single country in the world is home to that many people, and it's why Meta, which owns them both, attracts fierce scrutiny from governments and critics.
And that was before terms like generative AI became commonplace. But for years behind the scenes, Meta's been building a vast network of AI researchers and and it's used what they come up with to show people content and ads it thinks is going to keep people clicking.
That's not always worked out for the best. The company's long been accused of having an outsized influence on the spread of disinformation and social unrest far beyond the shores of its Californian headquarters. And that's led people to question whether switching on even bigger, faster, smarter forms of artificial intelligence is actually good for the world.
Meta says it is, and its boss, Mark Zuckerberg, must know what's at stake if his company gets it wrong.
So, on this episode of AI IRL, we're speaking to Sir Nick Clegg, once a nearly 20-year veteran of British government. Now the man Meta's got in charge of convincing the world's public that his employer is doing the right thing for us all. So Nick Clegg, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, the Brits watching will remember you as the leader of the Liberal Democrat Party from your time in government. You were at one point the Deputy Prime Minister here in the UK, but for years you've been at what was Facebook, now Meta. So give us a sense, how is AI changing what you and the company does at the moment?
So in one sense, it's a continuation because AI, of course, I mean, AI is not, I mean, I know the hype almost suggests as if it's just been invented yesterday, but of course it's been talked about since the 1950s. And as far as Facebook, now Meta, is concerned, almost every aspect of what you see on social media is in one way or another affected by, ranked by, sorted by AI, and has been for many years. And we've, as a company, have long had a pretty strong pedigree in cutting-edge AI research, which we then open source. We have open sourced and shared over 1,000 AI databases and models over the last decade or so, and quite a lot of the foundational technology that's used in the industry. PyTorch, for instance, you know, the sort of AI libraries was devised by Facebook researchers. That all being said, I think clearly generative AI, the development of these large language models, and now these image models, is a qualitative step in a new direction. And that, in terms of particularly the work that I do, is of course accompanied by a lot of time and thought is invested into how you can innovate with generative AI in a way that is responsible, that is safe, that is thoughtful, and we do that very openly and collaboratively with researchers, with academics across the industry, and of course governments are trying to grapple with this, and they're trying to work out whether and in what way they should regulate.
Not to ask people about their bosses, but you know, Mark Zuckerberg, how is it changing his priorities? Because for a long time, you know, he seemed very focused on building a metaverse, and now, you know, we tend to just hear about the AI side of things. I mean, I'm just curious to get your sense of how those priorities are shifting. Are they shifting?
You would say they're not incompatible. In fact, they're sort of mutually dependent on each other. You can't really build a sort of metaverse suite of products, namely the idea of moving from a sort of 2D internet where you're looking at something on a flat screen to actually being immersively in an environment where even if the three of us were physically apart, if we were wearing virtual reality headsets, we'd be able to communicate with each other as avatars now, in the future hopefully as holograms, feeling really we're breathing the same air. Now that technology cannot be built without AI. Well, you certainly can't build content for that, for those experiences without AI.
But it certainly seems like the rollout of some of those headsets just hasn't quite caught on at the speed at which it was initially promised. And now you have generative AI just catching wind really quickly since last year. You have new generative AI tools that the company is releasing. How would you rank kind of those two priorities, though, given the headsets just aren't quite catching on at the same speed?
So I don't think we ever actually claimed that the headsets were suddenly going to sweep the board. That would be wholly unrealistic. You don't build Rome in a day. You certainly don't build a new computing platform in a few months either. We've always accepted this as a long-term investment. And by the way these things catch on tend to go in waves. I mean, I've read about ChatGPT exploding, and then particularly when kids started going left the end of term and went on summer holidays, it subsided in terms of its user base. These things fluctuate. I think, as I said earlier, AI is not new for us, but at the same time, I think I wouldn't look at generative AI as a kind of just as a product. It's not an app. It's not a piece of hardware. It's much more foundational than that. It's like an operating system. It's a completely different. It's the sort of scaffolding, the infrastructure. I'm mixing my metaphors. I hope you know what I mean.
So how are these changing some of Meta's core products then? You talked about the generative AI that's going to form a core part of the business. Can you just sort of talk us through? I know a lot's new at the moment. What is changing there?
So I think if you look at, for instance, at the where content comes from that is being recommended to you on Instagram, we've been very open about the fact that over the last year or two, we were already leaning into having more recommended unconnected content. In other words, content that was not connected to your family and friends, but that our AI systems have been able to scour the internet and say, you might be interested in this, you might find this amusing, you might find this fun, you might find this educational. I think you'll see an acceleration of AI systems not only recommending content, but now increasingly generating content. So one of the things that we've been working on is how to make sure that people can distinguish between the provenance, the origin of something which is generated by AI rather than generated by human beings. So we will have visible, clear watermarks on the photorealistic imagery that people will be able to use in something called /Imagine, which is our photorealistic tool integrated into Meta AI, which is our sort of Meta sort of ChatGPT equivalent, where you can ask it anything from a restaurant recommendation for this evening to how to plan your next summer holiday.
And this is going to be baked into Messenger, into WhatsApp, into things like that.
Exactly, and I was going to say, and all of that gets then baked into all of the platforms, into the messaging apps as well as the social media apps. And then again, I think this is a new departure, not entirely new. Some companies look at Character.ai, for instance, they've tried this. Is we will be leaning into the development of AI characters, personae, from Jane Austen to, a Tom Brady style,
Says
sports
a lot about your
expert.
taste right now.
Well, it's a big range there.
So as more people start to use these tools, which sound really exciting, I imagine that creates a really robust data set to train these models. Do users have the ability, though, to opt out if they don't want to be part of that training set?
Yeah, they do, and they have the ability to, for instance, delete the data which they have when they're interacting with some of these AI characters, these AI personae that I spoke about.
And those personas, sorry, just to interrupt, but are they an alternative to having a friend? Are they can you message someone that you wish existed and who doesn't, or is this an
existing?
Well, I think it'll be very interesting. Actually, I think the truth is, let's see how people use them. Often, it's the most sort of unexpected use cases that really take off, but you will be able to, you'll be able to bring in these AI persona into a group chat. So you have a mixture of. So if you're a group of friends who are organising a holiday, you'll be able to all together chat with one of these, with the travel agent who is an AI persona who'll be able to give you recommendations in that chat group.
And for these product development roadmaps, how early in that process do you personally get brought into those in terms of making sure that what's being considered by engineers, by developers, actually tick the boxes that obviously regulators and governments and people worldwide need ticking before they are adopted by millions of people?
Right at the outset. So I think the kind of way in which we become more and more joined up, the bigger and bigger that the company has become, as you quite rightly say, in order to anticipate some of the legal, regulatory, moral, ethical, cultural issues which these new products might bump up against, the more we can plan for them, and the more. And by the way, you will have seen when we open sourced our large language model, we produce a 75-page research paper, explaining exactly how that AI model was assembled. Yeah. We have provided unprecedented amounts of information about what data is and is not used, making it very clear, for instance, that the data of your communication with family and friends is not included in the training data, as well as what you can do to control your experience and the use of your data. And I think that is all to the good. The more open we can be about how these new technologies operate, the more open we can be about what the risks and the benefits are, what the controls are for users, and also how we need to work with others. We've had thousands of hours of red teaming, stress testing to make them as safe as we possibly can. We can't guarantee that they won't spew something inappropriate or something, unwelcome at any point, but we can keep retraining it. And we try and do that as openly as possible with other folk in the industry. Because if I can just take one specific thing, which I feel really strongly about, you can't reassure people about a new technology if you can't detect it in the first place. That requires high levels of industry cooperation, which is not yet fully mature, but it's something we're trying to lean into through something like the Partnership for AI, for instance.
The way you're innovating responsibly, it sounds like, has a lot to do with your open source philosophy, which not every AI company out there is adopting. Some are closed source models. And this came up in talks in Washington where leaders were, just a few weeks ago talking about why they adopt a certain stance versus another. Why did Meta decide to go in this direction, especially because critics would say perhaps open source models can actually make it harder to police and then hold that company accountable?
Yeah, we just see it very differently. First I should stress, one shouldn't get theological about this. There's space for closed models and open models. And by the way, we don't open source some models and tools where we think it would be ill-judged to do so. Just over the summer, there was an AI tool that our researchers came up with, which can take literally a snippet of your voice and then extrapolate it absolutely perfectly. And of course, that would be irresponsible to open source instantly. I totally understand, and I really don't mean this critically, I totally understand why for other companies, it is a competitive advantage to keep it as a proprietary property, which you then charge basically people to access. We just literally flip that round. We think that the more people use our generative AI tools, the more they will innovate and we'll be able to incorporate those innovations into our own products. So, we're a company, we're not a charity, we're not doing this just for sort of charitable purposes, though I do think it has a tremendously positive effect on democratizing technology. Just imagine what it must feel like if you are a country in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, or in other parts of the world where you just don't have any of the private or public entities that have either the money, because you need a considerable amount of money, or the very significant GPU computing capacity, or the data to build any of all of these things. So we think in the not even in the long run, actually, relatively quickly, shared technology tends to be safer technology.
Just moving things on forwards a little bit here, There's a really interesting bill that's working its way through Parliament here in the UK as we speak. And one of the things, it's called the Online Harms Bill, and one of the things that it deals with, obviously, is, as you know extremely well, is online harms and keeping social media companies responsible online. And there's an interesting line in it that essentially threatens leaders of companies with prison, essentially, or punishment for failing at their companies to keep their companies from causing online harms. And I'm just curious to get your sense of whether that is an appropriate threat, do you think? Is it overkill? And do you think holding execs personally liable could be helpful?
So I think this issue of liability, which of course is not new, you see it in the banking industry and pharmaceuticals. Sure. It's not. I really do think the devil is in the details. It clearly would be both unworkable and absurd. Yeah. The notion that
that Mark Zuckerberg could go to jail.
Well, not that. That the United Kingdom is going to lodge an extradition request to the authorities in California because there's one piece of content they don't like which has appeared on in Instagram in the UK. That would not work. To be fair, that's not actually what the bill, as my understanding, says. It says something quite different, which is if there's systemic and repeated failure to even cooperate with the regulator in question after repeated requests and I think then even a court order, at that point, executives become liable. It seems to me that is not a wholly unreasonable approach to saying, in the absolute extreme case that a sort of rogue company refuses to engage with, refuses to cooperate, doesn't make any even best efforts, even after the regulator has gone to court. I think it's somewhat difficult to then suggest that is.
The line I picked out was the individual has failed to take all reasonable steps to prevent that offence being committed. The offence being online harms, steps. No, I don't think it is that. I think if you, to be fair to the bill, though I'm not a legislative lawyer, but I think to be fair to the bill, it is much more heavily caveated than that. Having said all of that, I do think all democracies, including the United Kingdom, always need to be very mindful that where they legislate is where other, sometimes less scrupulous jurisdictions might choose to follow. And so one of the things that I sometimes feel is lost in the debate in a place like the House of Commons is that if you overdo it in legislation, then it's very easy for the Iranian authorities or the other less scrupulous authorities say, well, if they're doing a version of this in legislation in democracy A, then why can't we do it in our country B? And that's one of the things I somewhat worry about sometimes, which is that the debate around controlling content online, which of course I understand the political instinct because it's all about exercising political sovereignty over things that your citizens see, can often almost accidentally aid and abet those people who actually want to censor speech around the world and pressure private companies to do their bidding. And that's why one needs to, I think, tread extremely carefully in taking on powers like the one that you've just cited.
it over to the United States for a bit. There's a fear among researchers and other experts that artificial intelligence could turbocharge misinformation and disinformation. And recently, you as well as some other tech executives had said that disinformation on platforms right now, even amid the rise of ChatGPT, isn't as bad as expected. What sorts of changes is Meta making to its algorithms and products to ensure that it's not caught off guard ahead of the 2024 election?
Yeah, so this is an adversarial space, right? So people who want to, by the way, just to be sort of tediously semantic, we draw a distinction, just to be clear, between misinformation, which is where you're saying stuff that is partly false or slightly false, or it's deliberately designed to mislead, or it's accidentally designed to lead, to disinformation, which is the much more deliberate use, usually of fake accounts to interfere from outside into domestic elections. The key thing is when misinformation goes viral. And we have a number of increasingly sophisticated tripwires which say, this seems to be going viral. You might want to have a look at this, and then it's for independent fact checkers to decide.
Is it too late by then? Would it be better to catch them before it gets spread?
Well, how do you do? You can't vet what someone posts before it's posted. So the speed at which you do it is crucial, and that's my point. AI has allowed us to become faster and faster and faster. At flag or identifying potential viral content which might need to be scrutinized. And of course, that's our job. And that's why we've invested $16 billion, I think, over the last 5 years. We have thousands of people working on this. I keep reading about, oh gosh, we're letting our guard down. No way. We are putting a huge amount of time and effort into preparing for these rash of elections we have next year. India, UK, possibly US, Mexico, and so on. I think 2 billion people or thereabouts are going to voting booths next year. But the point is, our systems, in a sense, our systems shouldn't care about whether something's produced by AI or it's produced by a human being. If it's misinformation, it's misinformation. But I think it's right to anticipate that all of that will happen more quickly. I think that is a reasonable expectation. It's one we're sort of trying to plan for.
Layoffs in the tech sector really rattled trust and safety teams, which includes a lot of the content moderators that deal with disinformation online. How has this affected the teams at Meta that are charged with ensuring Meta's AI models are in fact developed responsibly?
So we continue to have, I honestly don't know what the precise tally is. Of course, it varies over them. We have around 40,000 people working on safety and integrity in our company. But crucially, the answer to your question is yes, absolutely. We want as much as possible to have new AI tools to facilitate the way in which we keep our users safe and the way in which we enforce our policies and ensure that content that violates our policies is acted against. Because it doesn't matter if we employed 400,000 or 4 million. It still would never, and you can't solve this problem by just employing more people. And I would strongly urge people not to regard this as just as a sort of headcount issue. Honestly, a few hundred or even a few thousand people here or there is not the issue. The issue is one of technology. We won't always be perfect. There will always be parts of the system that don't operate as they should. But is the answer in the long run AI-fueled technology rather than, a few extra people here or there? Yeah, absolutely, undoubtedly, yes.
So where does algorithmic bias factor into that? If these are, largely what the company's going to be relying on to detect misinformation and disinformation?
So you mean bias in AI systems?
That's right.
So bias in AI systems is something which we spend a lot of our research, it's called FAIR, Facebook AI research team, has done a lot of groundbreaking work on this, and you can do a considerable amount in the training phase of these models to ensure that bias is anticipated and that stereotypical content is not relied upon. You then have to use a sort of feedback loop where when everyday users are using these AI models to make sure that bias is not creeping into the way that the systems operate. I think we've made huge advances in that.
So let me ask you, Meta and Facebook were at one point the poster child for move fast and break things. And you had a lot of technology 10 years ago, you have a lot of technology now. So how can you be confident that people can trust that you aren't still moving fast and breaking things, but with AI now?
I think transparency and accountability. I think we need to be as transparent as we realistically can be and need to be held to account for how our systems operate.
How should we hold tech companies to account, though?
Well, let me give you a very good example. We're literally the only tech company that in exactly the same cadence as our financial results, every 12 weeks, we publish exhaustively data about the 2021 categories of content, which under our community standards, we don't want to see on our platform. And we're completely open about how good we are against terrorist content, hate speech, bullying, harassment, IP fraud, you name it, all of these different categories. And we stipulate where our systems have detected that content before any human being has reported it to us. And more than that, we get it independently audited. So EY audits it, because you're not going to believe our homework. And to give you an example of the progress, exactly the issue we've just talked about, hate speech, the prevalence of hate speech now, according to the latest audited statistics that we've published, is down to 0.02%. That means for every 10,000 bits of content, if you were scrolling endlessly on Facebook, two bits of those 10,000 bits of content would be hate speech. And that is down by about 50-60% on where it was 18, 24 months ago for one reason only, because of AI. Because our AI systems have got so much better.
Well, I think that is a very optimistic point to leave this on. Nick, it's been a great pleasure. Thanks so much for taking the time to come in and talk to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The rise of artificial intelligence is raising fresh fears about technology's role in distorting the truth. It's setting up a test of the strength and resilience of democratic institutions across the globe.
And it comes at a time when many governments are grappling with the power of social media and its ability to stoke division.
So in an effort to sidestep mistakes of the past, lawmakers are racing to put up guardrails for a technology they don't fully understand, while AI leaders vie for a bigger role in shaping them.
Now, both camps don't exactly have a great track record here, so why would AI be any different?
In this episode of AI IRL, we'll explore what's at stake for democracy if it isn't. Congressman Ted Lieu, thank you so much for joining us. So you're a representative of California. It's home to some of the biggest companies leading the AI boom. And it's an exciting time in technology, but also a somewhat precarious chapter in society. You know, we saw how social media undeniably played a role in eroding the public's trust in institutions. What risk do you think AI poses to democracy?
As a recovering computer science major, I am enthralled with AI. It is going to move society forward. It already has. There's already some big risks that we also see, and we have to mitigate those risks while reaping the benefits. So in terms of democracy, AI is very good at doing fake videos, fake voices. If you give an AI algorithm half an hour's worth of your voice, it will sound just like you, Jackie. If you give it 2 hours worth of your voice, your family members can't tell the difference. And then you can see how that could be quite disruptive to democracy and just to regular scammers in everyday life where people might get tricked by AI.
How worried are you?
I'm somewhat worried because when social media first came out, people were fascinated by it, they took it seriously, and then over time they realized, oh, we shouldn't trust everything we see on the internet. And that's what I want people to see with AI and the internet. They need to have some skepticism and not trust everything that they see and do some double checking.
I mean, it's not new that legislation plays catch up with technology a lot of the time. We saw that with even over the last 20 years, Napster, more recently, look at something like the Cambridge Analytica scandal with Facebook, Meta now. And I wonder, should we believe that AI can be any different in terms of how legislation can help?
So my view is AI is like the steam engine, which was quite disruptive when society first saw it work. It's going to become a supersonic jet engine in a few years with a personality. And I don't think we're ready as a society or as a government to see all the amazing benefits of AI, but also the disruptions. For example, in terms of the labor force, AI is simply going to eliminate a number of jobs or make a number of jobs more efficient. Well, what do you do with that? Do you go to a 4-day work week? It's my vote that we do that. Or do you fire a quarter of your workforce? Or do you make them work 25% harder? These are all decisions that we have to make, and I'm not sure we're ready for that.
One of the things people are concerned about is that being able to discern the veracity of the audio or images that we see online is just going to get even more difficult as AI gets more sophisticated. Do you think AI has the potential to decide the 2024 election?
I don't think so. I honestly think it's going to be decided on one issue, abortion, and I don't think the Republicans are going to be able to overcome that issue. But AI can be disruptive in putting out fake videos and making people think that, for example, Joe Biden said something that he didn't, or that Donald Trump said something that he didn't. And again, I want people just to be somewhat skeptical when they see videos, especially political videos.
When it comes to reining in AI, you and some lawmakers have proposed that a national commission take a deeper look into what actually needs to be regulated before actual regulation is written. Talk to us about your thinking there.
So I've introduced bipartisan legislation that will create a national bipartisan blue ribbon commission to make recommendations to Congress as to what kinds of AI we might want to regulate and how we might want to do that. There's precedent for this. In the DoD military side, there was an AI commission that did quite well, made some good recommendations. This is the same for the civilian sector. And when we look at AI, because it's so massive and so broad, I think we need a commission that is transparent, that can narrow down the issues we have to focus on, and then give us some recommendations on how to go forward.
But is there a risk that we miss the window to regulate it because we're busy creating a group to structure that regulation where AI is just, it's going to keep going?
So the intent of this commission is not to delay regulation. It's pretty quick. If it becomes law, it requires a report within 6 months and a second report within a year. And then in the meantime, you can continue to pass legislation. So there's certain elements of AI that you don't need a commission to talk to you about. For example, AI that can destroy the world. So right now,
How do you even start there?
So there are these weapons in the Department of Defense known as autonomous weapons, weapons that launch automatically. So I've introduced bipartisan legislation that basically says no matter how amazing AI ever gets, it can never launch a nuclear weapon by itself. There's got to be a human in the loop. So that can proceed and become law, and other sorts of bills can become law while this commission looks at the broader pictures of AI.
You've talked about tapping experts to help you kind of develop some of that understanding. And Congress people have invited people like Sam Altman and other tech leaders on the Hill to really talk about their view on how this technology should be regulated. But do you think that lawmakers have gotten too cozy with some of these tech leaders?
That is always a risk. So I worked with the vice chair of the Republican caucus. I'm the vice chair of the Democratic caucus, and we brought in Sam Altman for a bipartisan dinner. It was a terrific dinner. He was very instructive, and I thought it was very helpful. I also made a point to bring in other civil society experts who had different views of AI risks and AI bias, to make sure that members were getting both sides of AI.
This AI National Commission bill that you put forward, it's a bipartisan effort, but I'm curious what your thoughts are on how a Republican administration would regulate AI.
I think the best way to think about AI is it's not a human being, it's not sentient, it's a tool. And tools can be used for good purposes or bad purposes. So there's nothing particularly partisan to me about AI or about technology in general. And that's why I think if you look at Congress, we've done a number of bipartisan bills, for example, on cybersecurity. And to me, AI is in a similar realm where it's not really a partisan issue. It's how do we want to make sure that we reap the benefits and mitigate the harms.
Do you think it's a unifying issue in some ways?
It could be. So, we don't want, AI to destroy the world. So hopefully we can unify on that.
Do you think that AI can help with some grassroots campaigning?
Right, like write me a fundraising
Yeah.
email in the style of a Taylor Swift song.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something silly.
Would pay attention to.
AI could totally do that. And so I am assuming both political parties are going to be using AI not only in this election, but in every upcoming election. But when you mentioned Taylor Swift, that was interesting because part of their problem with AI is how do you monetize what is happening? You have these large language models that are scouring the entire internet to train themselves. Part of the internet are copyrighted Taylor Swift works. Do you compensate her for the training of AI? I don't know. Then the second question is, well, if this AI algorithm generates things that sound like Taylor Swift lyrics, do you compensate Taylor Swift? I don't know.
Well, on the topic of kind of the relationship that the technology industry has with Washington, it's undeniably going to have to be much more intertwined, given everyone is still ramping up their understanding of what AI is actually capable of doing. Do you think leaders like Sam Altman are in some ways more powerful than lawmakers themselves?
I don't. I think he's helpful in providing information and providing insights into how these large language models work. And I think it might be good to sort of step back and give you my view of how I look at AI as a lawmaker. And to me, the best analogy is sort of two bodies of water. You have this large ocean of AI and then this small lake. So large ocean of AI is all the AI we don't care about as lawmakers. So if your smart toaster has a preference for bagels over wheat toast, we don't care. But in this small lake are the AI aspects that we care about. So one of them would be destroying the whole world. Second bucket would be AI that isn't going to destroy the world but can kill you individually. So there's a lot of AI, for example, in automated cars. And if your cell phone malfunctions, it's not going 40 miles per hour. But if an automated vehicle and AI malfunctions, it can kill you. It's killed people. And there's a lot of AI in moving things, planes, trains, automobiles. And my view is we need to have more federal regulators more attuned to unique aspects of AI to deal with those specific issues. And the last bucket is the hardest, which is AI algorithms have some sort of bias that's harmful to society or harmful to individuals, whether it's hiring algorithms or algorithms that deal with bank risks and credit risks. That we have to grapple with, and that's much more complicated.
Moving forward, do you think artificial intelligence will fortify democratic institutions or erode them?
I have no idea. And I think...
I love an honest answer. I really love an honest answer.
That's a great question. I don't think anyone predicted how social media was going to look like decades later. I do know that most people aren't particularly happy with how it turned out, which is why I think you have more of a movement in Congress to try to regulate AI, because no one wants AI to look like social media decades later.
So you definitely think some regulations should be in place before the 2024 election?
I do. So for example, one of those is disclosure. I support legislation requiring disclosure of who pays for social media ads. If you watch a federal TV commercial, at some point if I do a commercial, it's going to say, I'm Ted Lieu and I approve this message. Well, in social media ads, you have no idea who paid for it. So for example, now if Russia is going to pay for an ad supporting Donald Trump, at some point it's going to have to say paid for by the Kremlin. And so people will know, oh, that ad was paid for by this organization or this country.
Nandira Simbuli, thank you so much for joining us. So you're a policy analyst and a researcher studying the impact technology has on institutions, diplomacy, media, entrepreneurship, culture, all of it. And you have a particular expertise in Africa. Could you tell us a little bit about how you're seeing AI play out in the region?
Thanks for having me. AI is playing out in both the good and bad, I guess the double-edged sword way that we'd expect. On the good side, we are seeing exciting innovations in use of voice in Rwanda, in Kenya, in Uganda, where we're seeing local languages being captured in voice databases that are then being used for service provision. In the case of Rwanda, I've heard from the government that they're using that voice that has been recorded through AI projects with civil society to expand service provision to local communities, which is exciting. On the other side, we have the usual markers. Disinformation is propagated faster by technologies that are able to be, co-opted for such purposes. In Kenya, for example, during our last election, we had a very familiar situation where obviously bots or disinformation for hire accounts were proliferating and actually sullying the information environment.
Are there any specific countries, you mentioned Kenya, for example, are there any other kind of country level examples that you can give us around how AI makes its way into democratic institutions?
I think writ large, any country on the continent that is leveraging social media is the first entry point. So Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, practically most countries on the continent do not face wanton internet shutdowns during moments like elections. We have seen a variation of these tools sort of being leveraged either by politicians or other groups that have been interested in trying to sully the information environment. And it hasn't just been tied to elections. We have seen anti-LGBTQ messaging really proliferate. We have seen messaging against or trying to sort of intimidate, pro-rights groups. We've seen, and some of that has also not just been from the continent. We've seen, I think there's a case of in Kenya and a few other countries, Spanish-affiliated right-wing groups that were leading these anti-abortion messagings that were proliferating everywhere. Then we have the case where it's particularly, very prevalent on the continent, and I think across all countries, with what we call dark social. So groups like WhatsApp, where these messages are then taken and we can't see the effect of that. And I think the most interesting one was even just the speculation of use of AI in Gabon during the 2019 elections there, where there was a rumor that there was a deepfake video of a president who hadn't been seen in public. He had issued an address to the country, and that in itself, the speculation around whether it was a deepfake or not, led to a coup attempt then.
So, I mean, of the countries in Africa that are using AI, which are equitable?
Equitable AI, the elusive search for equitable AI. That's hard to tell because I guess it depends on how we're gauging that. Is AI being deployed by governments, say for service provision? We're starting to see, signals towards that. So some countries like Rwanda, Mauritius, and others are signaling AI strategies. A country like mine, Kenya, there has been a program run by the government that we didn't even know about that is trying to use automated decision making to allocate affordable housing. So on that level, we're starting to see that how transparent, how accountable, how equitable these systems are in administering what they're supposed to do remains an urgent task for us to sort of audit. When do you audit? Do you audit after the effect? Do you audit before it's deployed, during? All these are mechanisms that we have to develop in real time and have very contextual conversations around. In the space of social media, obviously, it's not equitable because many of these companies, I think actually all of them are not equitable, they're not accountable to our regions. In Kenya, for example, one of the most interesting cases that you wouldn't think to tie to the AI discourse as we have it, but is very relevant to it actually, is the case of the labor force that has trained ChatGPT and other AI systems to actually label this data. So the workers who had been employed by a third party that had been contracted by OpenAI, Meta, have been taking those companies to court for the adverse labor practices, and everything from what has been human trafficking has been mentioned, PTSD, lack of care considerations, just precarious labor working environments have been mentioned. So that, in that regard, obviously, that is not equitable.
take a step back because you make a good point in kind of illuminating these different examples that are proliferating across countries in Africa. And we often take such a US-centric standpoint because that's really where a lot of these companies who are creating AI technology are based. And you've said that Africa's digital transformation is really a frontier for the geopolitics of digital technologies broadly. How are you seeing this play out with AI, and what can the US learn from it that perhaps we're just underestimating?
Africa and perhaps Asia and Latin America currently are in an interesting position where everybody, that is the US and China writ large, are trying to get them to fashion their transformation pathways to their image. So you have either the kinds of technologies you're told you can use. I think Huawei was familiar in the US context, being banned in US. That argument to African countries is moot because that company and Chinese technology has been the backbone of the infrastructure that has connected us today. But at the same time, while they have the hardware element locked, the social media, the application layer is predominantly US companies that we're leveraging, and then the entry of TikTok. So those geopolitics of decoupling then tend to be moot in our context with AI. But what that translates into practice remains to be seen, because a lot of this tends to follow a cut and paste model, erase Europe, add Africa in there, and then launch it, shake hands, and we call it a strategy. But is it representative of the not just the governments but other stakeholders who are supposed to buy into it and be guided by that in AI adoption? So there's a lot of that wrestling that we don't, and jostling, I should say, that informs a lot of what is called African digital policy making. But I think what has been emerging more and more from African policymakers is that for them, the most urgent task is how to leverage digital to deliver dividends, addressing jobs, addressing climate change. We have a climate summit going on in Kenya right now. The big question would be, if you say AI, what does that have to do with the climate urgency that we have to do? So those practical questions still color and bring an interesting pushback to the typical geopolitical conversation on technologies.
There's one interesting thing that one thing I find particularly interesting about Africa as a continent is the number of languages and regional dialects that are spoken by people, often by groups that aren't very large. And although we sort of briefly touched on this at one point, I wonder if you think AI could help either bridge the gaps between communities or languages spoken, whether that's to help spread information or just, in general, help people feel better informed about what's going on around them.
More represented.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, absolutely. That's where I can definitely, smile and give a positive outlook, because the diversity of languages also means diversity of knowledge, wisdom that hasn't been, captured, that can help us, reorder the world. AI technologies like the Common Voice project that Mozilla and others have been running can help us capture that knowledge, again, with the conditions that this is not just for extracted for some company somewhere to go and sell some intellectual property limited sort of bounded instrument, but will actually help us build a new commons that is more representative of the world and representative of a majority of a people who have not informed how the world is ordered today.
To shift it back to the United States for a bit, one of the fears swirling around AI right now is that it could further erode the public's trust in institutions here, especially as we have a democratic or an election coming up in 2024. Do you think in some of the countries you spoke about, do you think that AI can actually help empower people to participate in the political process?
I think it can, but again, it's not just about the technology itself. I think AI is just the latest iteration of technologies showing us that the intrinsic motivation driving their use, their adoption, and their iteration is what determines that outcome. So, for example, it turns out that, the popular chatbots, ChatGPT, Bard, and others, are so easily hackable to actually drive a different agenda from what is bounded as a response mechanism. If we tell people rely on, a chatbot to let you know about the electoral process, if that is hacked and it feeds them misinformation, you sort of fed them to the wolves. And, working that back could be, it could be difficult. And oftentimes we don't think about that.
A tool, not a replacement.
Yeah, assistance. And I mean, on that note, do you think, as far as Africa and African countries are concerned, do you think it's the democracy that needs to change or technology?
Both.
Both.
They both need to change. The challenge we're having, and this decade is really laying it bare for the continent, is the tick box has always been elections, and we're seeing that the more and more other, countries are having elections, the less and less democracy dividends are being delivered. Nigeria just had its own moment. In fact, just today, as we're speaking, they're waiting to find out the rulings from a tribunal that was set up to assess whether it was a free, fair election. And we're seeing a lot more of that. Western Central Africa, we're seeing coups happening post electoral processes or democratic processes. There's a lot of, grievance there, and we need to listen to that. A lot of that has been argued that as a young people who are discontent with the way the world is ordered, there's a valid point there that we need to assess. Not to talk down to, but to really understand where these grievances are. I like to say, when we think about the world today, for a younger generation on this continent, they're living in an age where many cans have been kicked down the road, and they're starting to face them even before they've found their way in the world. Will technology help them make sense of it, or will it actually aggravate and give power holders more tools to control them? These depend a lot on how we order the society. So both things have to be thought of in parallel. And I like to say, we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
I mean, very last point then from me is we have seen, as you say, a number of military coups in Africa in recent times. Is AI something that's playing a central or even a peripheral role in those, whether for good or to counter them?
Well, certainly where bots and disinformation for hire accounts exist, they have been used to pass certain messages or seed certain messages in certain communities. I mentioned Gabon, where there was even the illusion of a deep fake. It was analyzed later and found not to be a deep fake, but that was after a coup attempt had happened because it was believed to be so. That message had already spread.
So it was too late.
It was too late. I mean, now that, that we can fact check after the fact, but if people were willing, there was a readiness to believe that speaks to other, discontentments that, the perfect opportunity arose to feed that. I wouldn't want to make it a causality, but there's absolutely something there that speaks to the fact that the way AI works is delivering in the way that society is already primed for it to operate.
Artificial intelligence has been used in Hollywood for years, but the recent boom in generative AI has sparked one of the biggest upheavals the film and television industry has ever seen.
The latest technology can generate scripts and replicate faces and voices of actors without them ever stepping foot on set. It's raised alarm among creatives who are concerned about how their work will be used and whether AI will render them obsolete.
Proponents argue AI can bolster creativity, not diminish it, by automating mundane filmmaking tasks that require more time and money when left to humans.
So on this episode of AI IRL, we'll hear from experts across the industry who have different visions of how artificial intelligence will transform entertainment and where that leaves human ingenuity.
If there's one thing everyone can agree on, it's that AI-generated films and TV will hit the red carpet sooner or later. The question will be, who gets the credit? Duncan Crabtree, Ireland, thank you so much for coming on the show.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You're the National Executive Director and the Chief Negotiator for the Screen Actors Guild. AI has emerged as a key issue among Hollywood actors and other creatives, but it's been used in the industry for years. What is it about generative AI that poses such a threat?
Well, I think really it's the fact that the capabilities of generative AI really haven't even been tapped. The surface hasn't been scratched yet on them. And the idea that, that there could be an AI tool that could help do traditional editing a little more efficiently or provide some additional capabilities there is one thing. The idea that you could have an AI tool that's used to create digital replicas of performers and then actually convincingly create performances that appear as if they did them when they had nothing to do with them whatsoever, that is a sea change in the capability of this type of technology. And it's one that our members are hugely worried about, and rightly so. And frankly, all of us in this society should be worried about this kind of capability.
I mean, just to be super clear, just for anyone who's not aware of the technical requirements of doing something like this is the idea of essentially capturing an actor's likeness, potentially their performance style and their voice, and then saying, well, we've got that now, that's in the system, we can just essentially reuse that for whatever we want in future.
That's exactly right. And in fact, lest anyone think that this is some sort of overwrought concern or something that is just speculation, the studios and streamers literally proposed that they should have the right to do that in this negotiation. On July 11th, they gave us proposals in writing that said that background actors should be able to engage them to work for one day, pay them for one day's work, create a digital replica of them by scanning them, and then have the right to use that digital replica forever with no further consent and no further compensation. And they made a similar proposal for principal performers, that's like speaking part performers, for any kind of franchise.
Well, how about Indiana Jones, where Harrison Ford was de-aged using AI? What role should artificial intelligence play in Hollywood going forward?
When we came into this negotiation, we could have proposed just a ban on the use of AI as it relates to performers. We did not do that. We came in with 4 very complex and nuanced proposals that were designed to really let the industry use AI as long as it was being done with informed consent on the part of the performers affected and fair compensation for whatever's being done. So when we talk about things like de-aging, other types of uses, that's absolutely fine if it's done with the consent of the performer. And that's something that certainly, if using that example for the Indiana Jones movie, obviously they planned that out. That wasn't some sort of last minute surprise that they were going to use de-aging technology for that. And from what I understand, that was discussed with and approved by Harrison Ford. So, the kind of use of these technologies, when done with the informed consent of the performer, it can be helpful to production. And it's not something that we're opposing. What we're opposing is companies feeling like they have the right to just do that without getting any kind of informed consent.
And are these, as far as negotiations on deals and things are concerned, are these non-negotiables from your standpoint? What other non-negotiables are there?
Well, I mean, the principle is non-negotiable. The principle that actors need to have informed consent over the creation of a digital replica and the use of that digital replica and fair compensation, that's not negotiable. Clearly, I mean, we need those are basic principles that need to be enshrined. The mechanism by which those would be carried out, absolutely is negotiable. We negotiated over it for 35 days with the companies. We would have been negotiating over it more since then if the companies would have come back to the table instead of having us be out on strike for 75 days with no discussions over these things. So, we don't come to negotiations saying, there are conditions on these negotiations or this and that are non-negotiable. Having said that, if the principles we're talking about are enshrined, we are very open to discussing the mechanism by which that happens, and we have been.
In terms of like the history of technological impacts on cinema and Hollywood, where does AI in this current debate sit in terms of severity? Is it unprecedented?
So these are, in our view, existential issues, and they're issues that we really have to address now, because given the developments in generative AI over the last 12, 18 months, we certainly can't wait another 3-year contract cycle to address them. We can't even wait a year to address them. I had 14-year-olds come up to me on the picket line at Disney saying how concerned they were about not being able to have a career as an actor because they felt like AI was going to take away their jobs. I mean, when 14-year-old performers are saying this to you, you really have to listen.
Unprecedented times, Jackie.
Definitely. Do you think AI will continue to be a sticking point in negotiations going forward?
We did make some progress during the first part of negotiations, but as I mentioned before, there were proposals put out right at the end of our negotiating period that were really inconsistent with the idea of informed consent and fair compensation. And so the only AI deal that we're going to agree to is an AI deal that reflects those principles. How it's implemented, still some bargaining to do, but those principles must be enshrined in the contract.
Do you think we're going to get replaced, Jackie?
I hope not.
Yeah, me too. Well, Duncan, thanks ever so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Tim Weber, it's great to have an Oscar winner on the show today. So thank you very much for coming in.
Pleasure.
You're a visual effects supervisor, chief creative officer at Framestore, which people will remember from Harry Potter, Gravity, of course, the Avatar films. You've been behind a huge number of blockbusters over the years. So let's start big. What has the generative AI boom done for the visual effects industry?
I think the first thing it did is worry a lot of people initially, because everyone looked at it and it could do such amazing things that were so impressive in short clips, in demos, that we all thought, it's, our jobs are going. But quite quickly, we looked at it and realized there were lots and lots of limitations, and it wasn't going to totally revolutionize the world immediately, but it is still going to have a big evolutionary effect, almost revolutionary effect, I'd say. It has a lot of potential in a lot of different areas, and when it does apply to a certain process, it makes a big change. It typically can speed certain things up by factors of 1,000.
Yeah. So what are some examples of things that we might have seen on screen that has used some of the more advanced AI tools?
There's the obvious stuff where faces have been replaced with someone else. A stuntman has an actor's face put on them, using the deep face technology that we're all quite familiar with. But it is used, we developed a piece of AI technology that enabled us to, when we build a virtual creature or a virtual human being, we build them from the inside out. We build skeletons and then muscles and then skin, and the animator will move the skeleton and the computer will work out how the muscles move and how the skin slides on top of that and how the light reacts to it. Now, the process of doing that could take sort of 40 seconds. You make one move of the skeleton, and it could take 40 seconds to update all of that. But we were able to accelerate that process to make it almost immediate. And what that meant was an animator could move a character in some way, and they could see a genuine representative of how it was going to look in the final image, because all of the subtle details would change too.
Where does AI play a more intensive role, and where does it have more of a potential to kind of take off some of the more labor-intensive tasks?
Where it is taking off now, I would say, is in the early stages of working out. At the very beginning of a project, for example, we do concept design and we draw up how the director wants it to look. Now, tools like Midjourney can create images very, very quickly from scratch. But even there, they're not good enough to create our final image, but good enough for people to go, I like that bit and I don't like that bit, or I want it a little bit like this.
The initial inspiration.
The initial inspiration, yeah.
Thought provocation.
Thought provocation, yeah. We used to do it by searching the internet for existing images, and it was hard to find something even close. So AI in that space gets us quite a bit closer, but still a long way from what the concept artists can do when they can juggle something into exactly what the director is after.
Hollywood actors and writers have been in tense negotiations with studios, and artificial intelligence has emerged as a key point of contention, specifically because they're afraid that their work, their image and likeness might be used to eventually put them out of work. Does a similar threat or concern exist among visual effects artists?
I think it will, there's a lot of people in our industry worried that they're going to be out of a job, and I think the job market will change, but it won't put people out of a job. And I personally, I believe the same is true in writing and acting. I think it changes the way things are done a little bit, but you can't currently. The more I look into it, the less I worry that it is going to replace us. It so still needs the human input.
One of the things that I always think back at when I think of examples of amazing technological moments in film is Toy Story, back in 1996. Is there a feeling that we're at a similar point now, or is the hype kind of getting away from us?
Well, I think it'll be interesting. One of the amazing things about Toy Story is they took technology that was still quite nascent and they created a new form of films, computer animated movies. At the moment, there is no Toy Story equivalent for AI. And I think it might take a while and it may never happen, because one of the things about AI is it is used, as I've sort of described, in a number of different areas to help speed up little bits here and there. It's not like a whole new way. I mean, if we get generative video where you can do voice prompts and you can control the video and it will look sufficiently good quality, Possibly there may be something new out of that, but I think that's a long way away.
In the case of visual effects, will it always kind of require this additional layer of technical expertise?
I think, and I'm talking about visual effects at the high end. What where we work is right at the high end. I don't see that can happen at the high end. You want to be led by a master storyteller, by a Steven Spielberg, and it takes them years and teams of experts to help them craft their movie. The movie that will be crafted out of AI, and look at what ChatGPT creates. It assembles all the words from the internet and spews out something that is plausible and is often useful and often correct, but not always correct, but is often very useful. But for it to, that is different to being a perfectly crafted, original piece.
Using your imagination a bit, what are you most excited about when it comes to artificial intelligence and its potential to transform VFX?
I think there's a number of things to be excited about, but one of the big ones to me is how it can bring VFX to wider areas. It can, because you can render very quickly, it could allow us to create what I'm going to call a volumetric movie. So, say you're watching a movie, but one where it's like a 3D movie, but it's more genuinely 3D. It can encompass you, and as you move your head, there's three-dimensionality to it. It's not just stereoscopic vision. So that would be a whole new way of showing movies. It would be all the more powerful.
As an Oscar winner, someone who's received an Academy Award, do you think there's a future where an artificial intelligence and I'll say itself, could be worthy of winning the award rather than a human being?
I mean, I think there's significantly far into the future, there is all sorts of possibilities. If we get to the point where an artificial intelligence could be winning the Oscar, we're also at the point where an artificial intelligence could be the prime minister or the president or doing all sorts of other things. At which point, I think we'll have an awful lot to worry about, and it may be great, but there'll be a lot to worry about.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Edward Saatchi, thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you.
So you're the CEO of Fable, a company that's used artificial intelligence to create original South Park episodes. It was something as a proof of concept, but still pretty cool. You did it with a tool called AI Showrunner. Could you walk us through how that works?
Yeah, so we've been in AI for about 5 years, and every single year, other than this year, we've always felt AI just isn't good enough to be funny, to really make a work of art. And this year, it really did change. And so we were still reading, articles and people saying, "Oh well, of course, it's never going to be funny. It's never going to really work." And we thought, well, actually, that's not what we're seeing, and we should maybe illustrate what we're seeing. And so we thought that creating the AI showrunner would be a good way to kind of wake people up to just how good AI has become. So we used as an example South Park, which is obviously an incredible television show, and very funny and very anarchic and irreverent, and not sort of an AI telling terrible stand-up jokes, but something really quite sophisticated in its comedy. And I guess you have to have a lot of understanding of like world events and like what's going on and the satire of it. And so we thought that we'd create a tool to make infinite South Park episodes, just for our own research. And we created, I think, maybe 10 or 15 just to kind of illustrate the point and release them. We also worked with journalists so that the journalists could come up with their own story in a sentence, and also put themselves in that story, just to illustrate that you can do whatever you want. And yeah, I think people were both very angry that we did this during the strike, and very shocked that they laughed.
You mentioned the writer's strike just now, but before we talk about that more, do you know if Trey Parker and Matt Stone, the creators of South Park, saw any of the episodes that were made?
No, I don't. And we're huge fans of theirs. But I do think that the episodes were hopefully helpful to the conversation around the strike, so that more controls can be put in place around AI.
Right. And do you think they were then? Do you think that something like what you did was helpful in moving this debate forward?
Well, I think in any negotiation, more information is better, because you can negotiate not in a fog of war, but in a real sense of understanding. And the timing of the strike meant that it was happening at a moment when there was a lot of fog of war around what is AI going to be used for. There were reports of studios literally scanning extras and then saying, we now have the rights to your scan forever, which is completely disgusting and insane. And so there was a lot of worry. And also there was some complacency around, well, of course, AI can't write anything good. And so I do think that giving more information means a stronger hand for the negotiators to say, we want to have AI only used with the permission of the artists, and not producers saying, okay, well, why don't we just get rid of why don't we get rid of everyone? It'll just be us, the producers, talking to our computers, and we'll be so profitable. We've got to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Okay, but the South Park episode wasn't just a stunt. You're actually producing an AI-generated TV show called Thistle Gulch, and it's sort of like set in a simulation of a Western town where AI characters are exploring the Wild West. What kind of effort does a project like that really take when you're using AI?
Yeah, our goal is to make AI people. And so that's why we build simulations. And in the process of building that, we realized that actually having a sort of reality TV of what's going on in this simulation, a little bit like the Truman Show, would be really cool, and that you'd get great results. So we didn't just create the ability to make episodes of South Park. We actually made a simulation of the town of South Park. And those episodes represented things that were happening in South Park. And then with Thistle Gulch and with some of the other simulations that we're building, you'll be able to see both inside the simulation and also get reality TV episodes of what's going on with your AIs. Just as in the Truman Show, you got those episodes coming out of that fake world that Truman lived in.
Let's talk about the profits behind making an AI-generated television show versus if you were doing it the traditional way.
Yeah, obviously the costs are much lower. I think the exciting thing for us with Showrunner and allowing people to make new episodes of simulated shows is that creators could actually start to earn money. That's our key metric: is how do we get the top creators, so the top 5% who create really good new episodes of shows? How do we make sure that this is financially good for them?
It makes me think about those that go to school to study film and how to make TV shows, and whether AI will just render that obsolete. And brings me to the question of what is the creative element? Where's the human component in creating shows if AI is making it super easy? Where do you see that going in the future?
Yeah, I think the area that I'm the most excited about is AI movies. So feature films entirely made by one person. And Orson Welles, maybe the greatest filmmaker of all time, said, I've chosen a terrible life in that I spend 99% of my life hustling to make money or to get money from the money men and women. I have to be nice to all these people that I hate. And it's not a life. I get to do 1% of my time doing something that I love. And I'm very excited for films, the making of films, to become more like the making of novels, more like the making of paintings, where one visionary, a kind of writer-director who's got a vision in his or her head, can, with AI, actually bring that to life.
Sorry, guys, all these people behind the cameras here, we don't need you anymore. Apologies. Me and Jackie are going to do this on our own.
Artificial intelligence is ushering in a new era of scientific research. From biology to physics, AI-driven tools and techniques are poised to expand our understanding of the world.
Forms of artificial intelligence have been used in science for years, but the rise of generative AI is unlocking greater speed and accuracy.
AI-driven simulations have the potential to streamline the search for new drugs. And in genomics, algorithms can sift through genetic information, identifying patterns and disease markers that would have otherwise taken years to uncover through human efforts.
And it can help with hypothesis generation by analyzing papers, suggesting new research directions, and even predicting potential outcomes.
So in this episode of AI IRL, we'll explore what having an AI assistant in the lab will look like, and what science moonshots AI will bring closer within our reach. Sam Rodriguez, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Of course, yeah. Great to be here.
So you're a scientist and an entrepreneur that's spent his career developing new technologies that help neuroscientists better understand the brain. You also just started a new organization called Future House that's backed by ex-Google CEO Eric Schmidt that's dedicated to science moonshots using AI. Why don't you talk to us about some of the breakthroughs you're hoping to achieve?
What we're interested in doing is building an AI scientist. Okay. And, essentially what that means to us is building an AI to which you can delegate some of like the tasks of science as scientists. So I'm a scientist, right? Like you said, I've been a neuroscientist, a bioengineer. I actually started out originally as a physicist. Throughout all these different areas of science, basically, you encounter situations like, for example, maybe you have an idea and you really want to know, like, has anyone done this before, right? Has anyone studied this before? Has anyone tried, building this device or like conducting this experiment or whatever? And you literally like cannot go and read the entire literature on your own, right? Or like, another example, you collect some data set and you have like 100 different ideas for how to analyze it. And you literally don't have enough capacity as one person to go and like analyze your data set in all the different ways that you can imagine doing it. Science is like really bottlenecked by like, our ability to go and do these tasks. And so our idea is that actually we're getting to the point where we're going to be able to build AIs that can like do science themselves. That can assist us with tasks like analyzing data, like going and searching literature, et cetera, and that this will lead to a major speed up in the pace of research throughout science. And so we're really focused on biology, but I think that the impacts here will be everywhere from like, physics, chemistry, like climate, energy, like basically all areas of science are going to be touched by the AI scientists that we're trying to build.
Future House is a nonprofit organization. Is there a reason you didn't want to do this as a private company?
Our 10-year mission is to accelerate the pace of discovery and to make access to cutting edge scientific expertise like available worldwide. That is not a mission that will necessarily yield a profit in the next 10 or even 20 years. It might. But it might not. If we were for profit, we would get pushed into making a drug really, really fast so that we could provide returns to our investors. And obviously drugs are important, but we think we can have way more impact if we pursue this longer term vision. And we're lucky enough to be backed by people who want to support us in doing that.
So let's say I'm a scientist. I have my AI companion helping me crunch some of the numbers. Where do I fall in the scientific process? Where do humans' role come in?
At the end of the day, AI is a tool that like allows us to do the things that we want to do better. The fundamental thing that humans will always do is decide what they want, right? So if I'm a scientist, I will be saying, hey, I would like to investigate this. I would like to study, for example, how neurons are connected to each other in the brain. And I want to test like specifically these hypotheses. And then you'll have your AI assistants or the AI scientists that you're working with that will go off, and you'll be able to direct them in particular directions to go and come up with hypotheses or go through the literature and come up with experiments, like plan out those experiments, execute those experiments, et cetera. But like the humans at the end of the day are going to be like the directors, right? The orchestrators. They're going to be the ones who are deciding what needs to be done, evaluating the evidence and figuring out basically where they want to put their resources.
Talk to us about some of the limitations and also the risks of using AI in science, because I know ChatGPT is only one example, but it's still fairly, in the early stages, and it's inaccurate sometimes. The stakes are much higher when it comes to things like drug discovery.
Oh yeah, and I think that the inaccuracies that you need to worry about, it's like whether these tools can be used for antisocial purposes, right? Whether people can use them to come up with bioweapons and things like that. Huge, really serious risks here, and these are things that we think about a lot. And so I think the main thing is making sure that you have partnerships and dedicate a lot of resources whenever you build a new AI-powered tool to testing how it can be used nefarious or otherwise ill purposes, making sure that you put safeguards in place so that it cannot be used in those ways.
When it comes to bioweapons, that sounds terrifying. How big of a threat is it right now with AI in its current form?
It's difficult to make bioweapons for the same reason it's difficult to make drugs, actually, that we really don't understand human physiology. We lack a lot of basic information about human physiology, and so therefore it's very hard to cure disease. It's also very hard to develop targeted weapons that can mess with your body. So I'm not meaning to minimize the risk, but I think that this is not something that I am personally acutely worried about in the near term.
So it's not like someone in his garage has the potential of building a biological weapon.
Yeah, I think at the moment that is highly unlikely. We have a long way to go before we're at the point where someone could use the AI to build a biological weapon in their garage in a way that they could not do without the AI, right? So already, you can search Google and you can, try to figure out how to make a biological weapon in your garage. And people could do that before they had ChatGPT. And there are people studying right now whether ChatGPT makes it easier or not. I think that there's a long way to go before it becomes really, easy enough that it's really scary.
And I think that's really useful because you help us paint that picture that this isn't about throwing an AI at a problem and suddenly solving a question that we couldn't solve before, but it is about speeding up the process that is involved in trying to answer that question. And I think that's really useful to keep in mind, right? And that's what we're talking about almost with the bioweapons. It's all part of that same argument that we have so much to do. AI just helps us get through some of that stuff, not actually solve the problems.
It helps us get through it, and it will help us get through it much faster. Building an AI scientist will not just help science, it will help AI also.
What is the next frontier?
The next frontier after the AI scientist.
Yeah, after you solve all this AI scientist related stuff, which sounds like a walk in the park. So
yeah, we'll be, check back in a few days. We'll probably have finished it, right? Accelerating discovery research, after we have access to an AI scientist that will make science move much faster, we need to understand how fundamental biology works so that we can cure diseases. And, I'm hopeful that there are many, many diseases that we currently struggle with that we will have treatments for or cures for in our lifetimes by virtue of the acceleration that will come from, from combining AI, from bringing AI into science. So that's thing number one. And then thing number two is on the other side, once we have an AI scientist and people are able to benefit from access to that expertise, I really hope that the quality of medical care, for example, will get much, much better worldwide.
Sam, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. This was great.
Rohrabacher, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here with both of you.
So you're President Biden's scientific advisor, and you also lead the Office of Science and Technology. You also spent a lot of time at DARPA, which is the federal agency that developed technology like GPS and the foundations of the internet. Many people don't know that. And that's because government today isn't exactly known for being at the cutting edge of technology. Can the rise in AI mark a change in that, where government plays a bigger role in driving innovation versus playing catch up to the private companies that are developing it?
Well, AI is changing a lot of things right now, and that's why President Biden's been extremely clear that it's one of the greatest opportunities of our times. And it's going to come with risks that we have to manage. And the work that's underway, the White House has been driving a lot of forward action here in this area. That work is about managing risks, but it's also about seizing the opportunities. And some of those big opportunities from AI are about the research that continues to be funded by the federal government.
So do you think that government can be a driver of innovation in this new age of AI versus just relying on private tech companies to come up with that technology?
Well, we're seeing a surge, and we're very happy that that surge in AI technology has come from American companies. It builds on the shoulders of many, many, many decades of publicly funded R&D, and now what the companies are doing on top of that. So I very much see it as a system where all the pieces have to work together. I spent half of my professional life in public service, but the other half in commercial technology. And every big thing this country has ever done has taken all of us, and that's certainly going to be true for seizing these opportunities from AI as well.
What are some of the moonshots that the US government is currently working on that could incorporate AI in advancing them?
President Biden likes to talk about this being the only country in the world that can be defined in a single word, and that word is possibilities. And that's what science and technology is all about. So I'll mention a couple of areas. One very important area of focus is changing health outcomes. And in this area, the President and the First Lady last year reignited their cancer moonshot. It set an extremely aggressive goal of cutting the age-adjusted cancer death rate by half over the next 25 years. That's about double the rate of progress that we've been making on cancer. The other goal that went with that is to change the experience of people and their caregivers and their families as they're all going through this cancer experience. And if you think about it, who isn't touched by cancer? This is one of the most foundational things, and an area where everyone in this country can pull together for a moonshot goal that really, really matters. Well, how are we going to do that? Well, to do that, we need to prevent more cancers. We need to detect more cancers quickly so that they can be caught. And we need better treatments for when cancer does move forward. And all in every one of those areas, from public health to developing new drugs to tailoring clinical care for an individual, every one of those is an opportunity for AI to help accelerate progress in some very dramatic ways. So that's one huge example. I could tell you a similar story about dealing with all the effects of climate change as they're coming, modeling extreme weather and helping the country be more prepared for resilience.
Could you expand a little bit on your outlook on how that could be achieved?
Well, let's step back for a minute. What these AI systems are so powerful that they can seem magical, but really what they are doing is statistics at an extraordinary scale. So large language models that led to chatbots are about training these systems on human language so that they can build statistical estimates of answers to your prompts. When you're thinking about something like weather, that's another very, very, very complex system. Think about how huge the atmosphere is that surrounds the world. Think about how complex the calculations are when we run simulations to try to estimate how the weather will progress in the short term. And then think about how hard that problem is when we're thinking about climate effects over many years and many decades. That is the complexity that AI helps wrangle because of this new approach of training a computer on a lot of data so that it can build better estimates of what could happen in the future. And harnessing that power is going to lead to some very practical advances, we think, in both understanding weather better, but also understanding long-term climate effects. That's what's going to help us be more prepared and more able to deal with what's coming.
And obviously, the US is a huge key driver in developing AI technologies. But I'm curious, as a non-US citizen, who do you see elsewhere in the world doing interesting things?
Well, this is a global technology. First of all, again, AI, it seems like magic, but it really is human beings and corporations that are building compute, that are training it on data. They're using algorithms that are developed in research communities and widely shared. And so the ability to build AI of various sorts, it happens around the world. And in fact, I think that's good because there's so many applications globally that we'll want to pursue. But of course, it does mean that it really comes back to the question of what kind of a future we're going to build. And, if you think about it, it's such a powerful force right now. Every country around the world is using AI to build a future that expresses their own values. And I think this is why it is so important that like-minded countries with democratic values and norms come together and agree about how we're going to build the rules of the road for AI.
You're advising President Biden on this new age of artificial intelligence. How is the Biden-Harris administration thinking about AI?
The starting point for this administration is what the president talks about every time he talks about AI. He sees its power and its potential. And every time he talks about it, you can hear his optimism about all the things that it's going to bring. And he's very clear-eyed that that doesn't come for free and that managing its risks has to go hand in hand with it. President Biden frequently talks about the fact that we're at a pivotal moment in history in which the choices that we make in the next few years are going to shape many, many decades ahead. AI for him is very much part of this moment. And that's why you've seen this administration move out so actively with urgency, starting by listening to all kinds of communities. We talked about the work that we've done with industry, but also we've had very active engagement with civil society.
Dr. Prabhakar, thank you so much for joining us.
It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Anima and Kumar, thank you so much for joining us. So you're a professor at Caltech and you're senior director of AI research at NVIDIA.
Which actually makes you the perfect person to answer a question that we've had, which is, Really broadly, how is AI changing, or has it been changing the scientific process over the last couple of years? Let's begin with that.
Yeah, this is such an exciting time. Thank you for having me on this show. And, the world has seen ChatGPT and the power of AI when it comes to language models. But to me, that's just the beginning, because beyond language, we can think of all kinds of scientific processes. And by understanding that through AI, we can do everything better, faster, cheaper, more accurate, and really be able to come up with new inventions and discoveries.
Let's dig into that. What does an AI-enabled lab look like?
Yeah, to me, like AI will completely transform the scientific workflow the way we know it. Ever since the 17th century or even earlier, the way we came up with new inventions or discoveries was somebody has some intuitions, right? They went to the lab, they tinkered, they're like, oh no, this doesn't work. And okay, this works, let's move ahead.
Trial and error.
Right? Exactly. And now think about AI being able to do that in the virtual domain, like being able to accurately simulate many of the processes or learn from data, right? The observations directly. And with that, be able to come up with better design, better discoveries than what would have taken really long in the real world.
What's changing the most right now? When you look at the landscape, is there any particular field that you see evolving much more quickly than any other field?
One thing that we're working on heavily is the Earth-2 project at NVIDIA, where our goal is to build very accurate digital twins of this planet. Be able to predict not only short-term weather, but also long-term climate change eventually.
The digital twin of the Earth, what is being twinned?
Yeah, all the processes on this planet. Think of like the atmospheric processes of convection currents, storms, right? Even really like fine scale features of cloud turbulence, what's responsible for hurricanes, for instance, how would this hurricane paths change, and can we come up with the right risk assessment? Because these are chaotic systems. These hurricanes can go in so many different ways. Can we really hone in on what is the risk to different human populations based on what we see today? So these cheaper and faster weather forecasts with AI will also enable us to create better probabilistic assessment of extreme weather events.
Let's talk about some of the other fields that AI is making transformations in the scientific process. For example, genomics or even drug discovery. What's going on there?
Oh, it's such an exciting time there because, the same kind of generative AI that we see for language, you can replace the letters of the English alphabet instead with nucleotides. ATGC, if you recall, what makes up our DNA, right? And with that letters, you can now ask the language of the genome and have a model learn that.
So if there are tasks that artificial intelligence can make more efficient or even replace humans in a lab, what's kind of the vibe in the scientific community? Is there as much fear as there is in other industries that AI could take their jobs?
I don't think it'll happen anytime soon, and maybe never, because humans are such creative beings, right? We're always thinking of the, next unknown question, right? There's so many deep mysteries of the universe. There's so much we still need to understand. And AI is a tool. This will enable lab scientists to rule out a lot in simulation before they can go and do their experiments. So they only need to do a few. But then I feel like there'll be always things that'll be still unknown and to be conquered.
There's a lot of, I don't want to use an unpleasant word, but there are a lot of people who don't believe in things like climate change. And there are a lot of skeptics who believe that science is out to get them, or that, we're all just sitting here lying. Is there work being done that you think could actually win over some of these skeptics? Is there a way to demonstrably show them?
Yeah, I do think all the work we're doing will help towards this because, this is not some model that's in some supercomputing facility, right? Not available to the public. You can download this and go try some of this yourself. Just like a video game, you can play the game of climate change one day, right?
Quantum physics.
So everything becomes accessible. At least my hope is, chunk of the community that is curious will have resources online that is much more open, so they feel like they can participate in that.
If you think about the scientific journey that humanity's been on over the last 300 years, it's been quite good. Just take us 10 years from now. Like, how different will things be?
I think the whole process of scientific research and development will be accelerated many, many times, right? Even orders of magnitude in some areas. And that'll just mean that we can quickly rule out things that don't work and hone in on things that work. Certainly, drugs designed by AI, they're already coming into trials, and that'll just increase fully. Personalized medicine for cancer and all of these, where we really haven't been able to understand, right, for various different targets, how to quickly design drugs. This can make it much faster and also cheaper, because right now so many of these treatments are too expensive to be done at scale. So it'll make this democratized and cheaper. And yeah, I think this will hit every area. I don't think any area is immune to this.
I think it will be interesting, won't it? 10 years' time, if it takes the average drug 10 years to come to market, and if AI systems right now are coming up with some of the potential candidates for a future successful drug, then in 10 years' time, are we going to see a waterfall of new drugs?
I mean, it may not be a huge number, right? Because you can't test all of them. It'll be more targeted. It will be personalized. It will
actually work.
Exactly, effective.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's
Thank you,
been
Maud.
fascinating.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time.
Over the past decade, China has gone from a Silicon Valley copycat to a top contender in technology on the world stage.
Its ascent is peaking at a time when geopolitical tensions with the US and Europe are intensifying, and the rise of artificial intelligence has sparked a new arms race.
The US is rushing to curb China's influence in AI while balancing the need to regulate the powerful technology within its own borders.
How America manages these competing priorities will have implications for where the balance of power in tech will shift to next.
On this episode of AI IRL, we'll explore how China's playbook went from imitation to innovation and discuss what's at stake in the competition between these two superpowers.
Mustafa Suleiman, thanks so much for coming in. Now, you are the co-founder and CEO of Inflection AI and a venture partner at Greylock. Some people will know you as one of the co-founders of DeepMind, now owned by Google. Tell us, what made you want to start fresh with Inflection?
Well, now is really the moment. I mean, it was very clear to me during 2020, 2021 at Google when I was working on Lambda, the conversational AI that now powers Bard, that these large language models were truly going to be the future. And I wanted to start a company to build personal AIs, an intelligence that is completely aligned to your interests on your team and really functions as a personal assistant or a chief of staff, one that knows you intimately and over time can actually help you with practical tasks like scheduling, prioritizing, planning, and those kinds of things.
And that's what you're working with Pi.
Exactly, yeah. Pi stands for personal intelligence, and we see it as your personal assistant, essentially.
How do you feel about the concentration of power in technology right now among the big companies coming out with their own AI models? Microsoft, Google, Meta.
Well, I mean, I think you're right to point out that the big companies have the resources and the people and the compute infrastructure to be able to adapt and compete faster than ever, right? And that is a very impressive, reality of how technology works these days. It requires a huge amount of compute. And at my own company, Inflection, we've managed to raise a lot of money and build one of the largest supercomputers in the world. But on the flip side, the other trend that's taking place is that the open source movement is now almost at cutting edge. I mean, it's probably about 12 months behind the very largest models built at the big tech companies. And so that's kind of a contradictory trend. Like the big companies are getting bigger and better faster, but also everybody is now going to be able to get access to these same capabilities in open source.
Let's fast forward a little bit into the present day where the world order has changed since you first entered the tech industry. How did China go from being a copycat culture to a contender when it comes to digital innovation and specifically AI?
Yeah, I mean, China is more than a contender. I think in many respects, it's one of the leading players now. I mean, they've always been incredibly creative. And I think that we may have, sort of overstated the extent to which they were simply copying, what we were doing. And I think it's important to remain humble about the fact that, these ideas are going to be widely available to millions and millions of people. And, in many respects, all of our cultures are, equally creative, and they've been able to take, tools and ideas that are available both in open source, in the academic literature, and move them forward, innovate at the cutting edge. They've produced a lot of very good papers, contributions to the academic conferences that have been peer reviewed. So, I just think overall it's better to take an approach of humility, acknowledging that, they're also going to be a really significant player in this field over the next few decades.
How would you rank the United States in terms of technological prowess in that world order?
Well, I mean, there's no question that we, in the US and in the West more generally, are currently in the lead. I mean, we have the very best, most innovative technology companies and technology hubs. Without doubt, Silicon Valley is leading the pack. And I think we'll continue to. I think we worry too much that we're going to sort of be dislodged from our podium position.
For how long do you think?
Well, I think the question is, what does it look like to be dislodged? And is that really the right framing in the first place? Like, what is the difference between first and third? And, people talk about there being a race for AI, and it's very unclear what that looks like to come second or third in that race. I think it's sort of the wrong metaphor.
We're talking about superpowers, Clash of the Titans sort of stuff. It reminds me of back when the previous US administration banned companies from doing a lot of business with Huawei, and Huawei ended up basically having to get a lot better very quickly at making its own chip designs and all that kind of stuff. And it feels like it backfired a little bit.
Yeah, you've also advocated for the US restricting sales of some NVIDIA chips, which are crucial in training AI systems, to buyers who don't agree or who refuse to use them ethically and safely. So what do you think is the best way the US can actually flex its power? Is it through the technological innovation, or by stifling effectively some of its adversaries through regulation.
The first thing I should say about that is I don't think now is the time to do that. I mean, I think in theory, when the time comes, if the time comes for us to adopt a kind of global anti-proliferation strategy, we're worried about technologies being so powerful that we have to stop their spread. If that moment arises, and I think we're quite a long way from experiencing that, then technically that would be an appropriate containment strategy. Because much as this technology is manifested in software, it lives on the internet, it still sits on chips, whether you're training a model or serving a model. So in order to ask a model a query, you have to have access to one of those NVIDIA GPUs. And, for what it's worth, there are really only like one major company in the world that produces those high-end GPUs, NVIDIA, and they manufacture the vast majority of their chips at TSMC in Taiwan that use one single company, ASML, a Dutch company that manufactures the core chip that produces the chips, and they sit in the Netherlands. So it's actually a very narrow supply chain. And so I think the point I was sort of trying to make is that if you wanted to adopt a containment strategy, there is a supply chain where you can impose chokeholds on it.
And in 10 years from now, which country do you think will be leading the world in AI? Is it going to be the US? Will it be China? Will it be Europe?
It's going to be the US. I'm pretty sure of that. I mean, the fundamentals in the US innovation ecosystem are unquestionably the best in the world. I mean,
what could flip that balance of power?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to say. I mean, I really do think that the US is in the strongest possible position. At the end of the day, it's talent that drives, this innovation. And talent still concentrates around a small number of physical places. Despite everything that we've experienced in the pandemic and people wanting to work remotely, it's still really important to be physically proximate to other people who, are working with you in the office. I mean, I think that trend isn't going to change. I do think China is going to catch up. I think they're going to develop their own AI chips, their own fabrication facilities. But that is going to take 5 years or so. The export controls that the US has implemented, are real, and they really will prevent China from getting access to the next frontier of models, so the GPT-5 onwards. Right now, I don't really see how China could train those kinds of models.
Is there any downside, any unintended consequences that could come from this containment strategy the US is employing?
Yes, I think it is a very aggressive strategy. The counterattacks have already started, right? The China restricted gallium, which is a raw material used in chip manufacturing. And I expect them to have their own reactions in time. We're very dependent on their supply chain. And so the idea that we could completely decouple, I think, is misguided.
I'm going to just put you on the spot really briefly and wonder, can you tell, because we're all friends here.
Sure, go for it.
Do you have a major regret about your work in AI? And do you also have a major single goal?
Yeah, my major single goal is to show that it is possible to create safe and ethical artificial intelligences which are accountable to humans. There is a possible trajectory where some groups may recklessly experiment with algorithms that can self-improve. And if in 10 to 15 or 20 years' time, those kinds of AIs are set loose on the open web in, a reckless way, then I can imagine that possibly causing serious harm. And so for as long as I can remember, almost 15 years that I've been involved in AI, I've been trying to raise awareness and concern about the possible ways in which it can go wrong. And part of doing that is to show a bunch of practical ways that it can go right, both with writing my book and laying out a series of containment strategies and things that we have to do in politics to improve our governance and regulation, but also in actually building and making Pi, which I think is hopefully going to continue to remain a very safe and controllable personal AI that can work for you.
Mustafa, thanks so much for coming in. Been a pleasure.
Thanks very much for having me. It's been great.
Helen Toner, thank you so much for joining us. You're a director at Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology, and you're also an OpenAI board member. Dan Wang, thank you so much for joining us. You're a visiting scholar at the Tsai China Center at Yale Law School, and you've been studying technology and China for many years now.
And we've just heard from Mustafa Suleyman, and he thinks that China's emerged as one of the biggest contenders in AI. So Helen, I'm just curious to start with, do you think we're overestimating China's capabilities?
It's certainly true that they're a big player. And it's also true that we shouldn't underestimate them and that we have a bit of a history of underestimating China's ability to innovate. I mean, I think 10, 15 years ago, the story, at least in Washington, D.C., where I'm based, was, yeah, China can't innovate. If they're producing things that look like new technology, it's because they've stolen them. I think that's clearly no longer true. At the same time, I think it's also very possible to overestimate them. And sometimes I think I see that as well. So are they a serious competitor? Yes. Are they eating our lunch? No.
So that copycat culture, it's fair to say that most people are thinking we're past that stage. Dan, what do you think of that?
Well, I think it's certainly the case that China focuses on different things. So President Xi Jinping is, I think, a little bit less enamored with the internet platforms, with a lot of the cryptocurrencies, with a lot of the AI businesses that Silicon Valley specializes. He's also a little bit less enamored of Wall Street and financialization and hedge funds. And if I had to think about what Xi's broad views are, it would be much closer to being something like capitalism with German characteristics, which is much more about building cars, building hydraulic pumps, building heavy machinery, the heavier the better, about all sorts of these major industrial projects. And I think China is very much a leader in things that include electric vehicle batteries now, solar photovoltaics. It is making a lot of electronics products, and it is innovating on a huge sort of a lot of the automotive supply chain. But I think they have a little bit less of a focus on AI, and therefore there is not so much political direction anymore to really push forward these consumer applications.
I think it's fair, though, that some of those areas, the US is also innovating very, very strongly. So are there any areas where China is innovating significantly better than the US?
Well, I would say something like electric vehicle batteries, where China has something like the 70% of all global expansion, all global capacity of electric vehicle batteries is now mostly in China. When it comes to the clean technology supply chain, again, these very industrial projects, these pieces of heavy machinery, that is a little bit more the focus. I think the US is really strong in things that include semiconductors, artificial intelligence, biotechnology. These are things, the smaller things where China is not so good, but there are big areas in which China is way outbuilding the US.
I mean, the semiconductors is getting significantly better in China. I mean, partly maybe as a result of the Huawei issue. Helen, what's your view on the semiconductor side of this?
So China's definitely been investing for decades in trying to have their own independent semiconductor supply chain, and they've been making some progress. The thing to know about semiconductors is there's a huge range of sophistication, from the really basic semiconductors, computer chips that go in basic devices, your smart fridge, your car, up to the kind of more advanced chips that might go in a brand new iPhone, up to very advanced chips that go in kind of the data centers, gigantic warehouses full of computing, which is what you're training advanced AI systems on. So China has made a lot of progress on the more basic end of the semiconductor sort of scale, and is still really struggling to hit the most advanced end. And that's where, it's not even, you can't even say the US is, alone able to create those advanced semiconductors. But what you have is an incredibly advanced global supply chain.
Many describe artificial intelligence and its development across these two superpowers as an arms race. Is that framework misguided, do you think?
I think it's a bit misguided. I think you really want to look at what kind of AI are we talking about, and in what way might it be a race. I think the place where it's clearest that it makes sense to think in a competitive framework is in kind of military domains. So, it's just true that the US military really wants to make sure that it is keeping pace with, and ideally a little ahead of, the Chinese, or a lot ahead of the Chinese military in terms of what technology they have.
Dan, Washington has taken some steps to curtail some of China's ability to get their hands on the cutting edge chips that really power these AI platforms. What's your take on that? Is that an effective strategy, or will China just find a way to build their own?
I think that China is going to try to figure out a lot of the way to build their own. A lot of the chip makers now have been under very significant stress from US sanctions dating back to about a year ago now, released by the Biden administration, that is really stopping their ability to access not just the high-end chips, but also the semiconductor production equipment as well.
And I think in general, it's really difficult to distinguish between what kinds of technologies should the US really not want China to be able to develop and where is it fine. So, you mentioned, clean technologies before, where China, if you're looking at, manufacturing solar panels, as you mentioned, EV batteries, a lot of other areas, China is doing amazingly at that. And what you're starting to hear in some, US policymaking circles is that maybe that's a bad thing, that China is making a lot of kind of clean technology stuff. And I find that a little sort of tricky to reckon with, is at what point do we want to, really shut them out or prevent them from being, able to manufacture anything if it's something good, useful that we can use. Of course, if it's technologies that we think have really significant military value, I understand, but then it starts, the lines between those categories start to get very, very blurred.
It seems like these tensions are just ratcheting it up even higher as time goes on. With each administration, they're intensifying. So to your point, if we do need these other technologies, solar technology for this transition into a greener future, I mean, what kind of happens next? How much do we place on kind of the AI arms race that could then potentially work against us in climate change? Is that a concern, or is that too far in the future still?
Well, a few months ago, Beijing did announce some export controls on certain solar technologies involved in making production wafers.
So it's already happening.
It is already happening, that there are some threats out there that, relatively speaking, Beijing has been pretty restrained against retaliating against American companies of the likes of Intel, of the likes of Tesla so far, but these things could escalate more.
How does the relationship between, the ruling party in China play out against the kind of the development of companies?
I think the Chinese system is definitely more top-down when it comes to AI development. You see less kind of individual tech companies like OpenAI or Google taking the lead, and more these kind of multi-institution partnerships, or maybe you have a university and a tech company and a government, department all collaborating on big AI projects. That's much more common in China. At the same time, China is a huge country, so there's a limit to how much the government can achieve from the top. So a lot of what you see is sort of Beijing providing direction, providing ideas, providing sort of signaling of this is what we in the central government would be excited about.
Dan, how would you compare how the Chinese government is handling AI with its people versus how they handled social media?
Well, I think President Xi Jinping doesn't necessarily view AI right now, a lot of these ChatGPT-like applications, as some of the most economically productive things that are coming into our society. So I think that President Xi looks much more at AI like he would at Facebook or Twitter, now known as X or whatever it is. These are platforms like TikTok that, if you're asking me, is something like TikTok or Facebook really increasing my personal productivity? Well, I would say actually it is really horribly detracting from my productivity. And so I think that a lot of these AI platforms right now create speech issues. When an ordinary Chinese person sitting in Beijing or Shanghai asks AI, well, what happened in 1989? Well, what do you think of socialism? What do you think of President Xi's performance? These AI tools are having a lot of challenges actually answering socialist correct values that are in line with the government's ideas. And so these are major speech platforms, first and foremost, and perhaps not really the economically miraculous thing that raises our productivity growth at the very moment. Now, it might happen later on. Right now, I think the party views it as somewhere between economically not that useful and potentially very socially destabilizing.
So from a consumer standpoint, AI is almost it can potentially create more problems for the Chinese Communist Party. But then if you look at it from like a surveillance standpoint or military type of AI applications, that's kind of in a different camp. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And I think they're definitely, one area where China is, I would say, leading in AI is on surveillance. They really have leaned hard into facial recognition, voice recognition, even gait recognition. So how you walk in a crowd, can they pick you out by that? I think in the West, there's been some development of these technologies, but with a lot of criticism from civil society, a lot of hesitation, sort of, I would say, like very yellow light. And in China, it's been blaring green light.
On the topic of WeChat, when we spoke ahead of this, I think we touched on the fact that there are some generalized misunderstandings about China's approach to social media and data and AI. AI relying on huge amounts of data, and the perception is that because of things like WeChat and similar things in China, that there's this huge pool of data that the population in China is very happy giving over and is used to giving over, and therefore is just sitting around waiting to be exploited by AI. And I remember that you made a pretty significant point. It's like, that's probably not really the case. And people think that's the case, but it isn't. So I wonder if you could touch on that.
Yeah, I think people have this perception that because the Chinese government is very controlling and has a lot of access to what's going on in Chinese citizens' private lives, that means that there's these beautifully curated, extremely complete, large databases of information that can be used to train AI systems or to do other things. But for anyone who's ever worked with data, you know that cleaning data, structuring data, making sure that the right information is flowing in the right places is incredibly challenging. So it's both true that the Chinese government can get very detailed information on the private lives of its citizens if it chooses to, and also true that it's incredibly messy the way that works and incredibly difficult for any given actor to get access to something. So for instance, a company trying to train some AI model using data is actually subject to a pretty significant data governance setup in China, data governance regulations that make it really challenging to use customers' data for things it wasn't already designed for, or that you didn't already get consent for.
Which we learned from Cambridge Analytica scandal just as one case, and there are many others. That is not the case in the US. It's not the case in Europe. There's a lot going on. The EU's AI Act is pretty widely praised by some people, not everybody, but it's quite broad and far-reaching. But that's not the case in China. In terms of what you're saying.
So China's setup is now more similar to the GDPR that exists in Europe. So around kind of protecting consumer data and giving people the right to, opt in to different uses. Of course, in China, there's always the exception, unless the security services, think that you might be a dissident, and then they're going to get whatever they want on you. But in terms of kind of companies, they're certainly relatively restricted in what they can do.
Switching gears a little bit, Dan, I'm curious about how China's sluggish economic growth recently weighs into the government's calculus and how they're thinking about AI's potential to spark social unrest.
I think that the Communist Party is very much involved in trying to think about, how to control possible social unrest. I was in Shanghai in November 2022 when there were protests in the streets denouncing zero COVID, denouncing the Communist Party by name, that these were things that were erupting. And so I very much sign on to Helen's description of AI, that China is leading in the AI of censorship. It is leading in the AI of facial recognition. That right now it looks very much like the US is a place where ordinary consumers can tinker with and play around on a lot of these AI tools, whereas in China is mostly reserving these very powerful tools for its own use, potentially to control society. That right now China is in a moment of economic weakness. This might deteriorate further, this might get a little bit better, but there is always this presence hovering over there that the state security might ramp up its technology really to make sure that there are no socially destabilizing incidents.
Well, Helen, Dan, thank you so much for being here. It's been great to learn from the both of you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
It is very easy to get a bad reputation. It's very difficult to win a good reputation, and it's hard, but not impossible, to turn a bad reputation into a good one. But if reputation is what other people think about you, then what does it even matter? More importantly, when do you ever have control over other people's thoughts and feelings? I read in Business Week about crypto, which has had a terrible reputation for scams. The journalist Zeke Fox, who has a reputation for very funny writing, also very serious reporting, looked into the coin Tether. And what he found was a crypto-powered human trafficking ring in Cambodia. Sometimes reality turns out to be much worse than reputation, and sometimes reputation turns out to be a lot worse than reality. How are you supposed to sort out which is which? We're gonna try to do it together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, reputation. In the NBA, everybody has a reputation. The stars, the rookies, the fans, the coaches, the refs, even the lowly reporters. But few figures have a more complicated reputation than sports agents. And few sports agents have a more interesting reputation than the man who is at the table with me right now. You may know that Rich Paul is one of the most influential figures in the business. You may know he works with his friend LeBron James. You might even know his partner is Adele, but you do not know his full story. In a gripping new memoir called Lucky Me, he talks about growing up with a loving mom who was addicted to drugs. He writes about selling them, and he writes about getting on the road to becoming someone else. We're really glad he's here. Mr. Paul, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
The part of your reputation that I'm personally and professionally most drawn to has to do with your role in the NBA movement that's called player empowerment. So I think broadly speaking, it's a shift in influence away from owners, who are mostly white, I think by far, to players, stars, who are mostly black. At this moment, what don't fans understand about who wields the power in the business of basketball?
When you talk about player empowerment, I like to use a different E word, because sometimes when you say empower, it gives off this perception that the players can do whatever they want. And that's not true. It's still a business. And I like to talk about the education of it, because I think players being educated allows them to understand that they have options. What those options are, well, that's to be negotiated, but also it's to be understood. And a lot of guys don't really have a perspective of the business. It's been something they've been doing all their life. And you can be taken advantage of just playing the game.
I want to ask you about LeBron, because he's performed at such a legendary level for so long, under such close examination.
He's a GOAT.
What have you learned from him about how to be?
As he became more and more successful, the person in him became better. But also, just like everything I've done has been earned. Nobody gave me anything per se. I sacrificed to put myself in a better position because I didn't want to be dependent of LeBron. And so when I see people say, oh, yeah, lucky you met somebody in the airport and happened to be LeBron, and if it wasn't for LeBron, you wouldn't do this or that. I would have been successful at anything.
What would you want to be?
The commissioner of the NBA.
I believe it.
I'm gonna manifest that. Yeah.
You could be.
Yeah.
Your ecosystem, it's much bigger than LeBron. I mean, you have had these really, really important clients, but it's hard not to think about him just because he's starting. I think it's his 21st season.
Yes.
And I think he's like the 6th person to do that.
Yes.
It's very, very unusual. So I'm wondering what you want your life in the NBA and also outside the NBA to look like in a post LeBron world one day when he's ready.
It's gonna look the same. That's why I built it. You know, today in meetings, it's there, but we don't go in pitching LeBron. We go in pitching clutch. You know, and here's the thing: people say, "Oh, well, LeBron gave you an opportunity. Lucky you did this," but you don't talk about. I think Donald Trump's dad gave him a loan, right? James Dolan's dad gave him a business. Somebody gave Mark Zuckerberg a loan. What's the difference?
Yep.
Because it wasn't my dad, and you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody has to have an opportunity from somewhere, especially me coming from a place where if you had any entrepreneurial aspirations, who's gonna look at your business? Who's gonna help you do a business plan?
Right. Here's an equity investment.
Right. And then who has the experience and the know-how and the resources and the relationships to help you even navigate to a place to where you're doing it properly.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends. And I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
My favorite character in this book is your father. He lived with another family, but he helped raise you.
And my brother and sister, yeah.
You mentioned his business, R&J Confectionery.
Yeah.
You write, Dad was the type of guy that everybody wanted to know. 5'7" tall with a 6'5" reputation.
Yes.
He got to work every day, I think 6 a.m.
6 a.m., yeah.
What did he teach you about how the business world works?
Oh man, I mean, he just taught me the importance of consistency, you know, getting up every day, rain, sleet, hail, snow. There was no holidays. I watched how he treated people. I watched how he went about his day. I watched the things, the detail of it. And he can see things in people that they probably couldn't see in themselves, and he took the time out to have a conversation with you. I watched how he treated other business owners around him. So I'm learning this business every day. And so it got to the point to where my dad could just sit in the chair and me, my brother, or my sisters could actually run the store.
Your dad is my favorite character in the book, but I would like to talk for a second about your mom because, you know, your depiction of your mom in the book is like it's not cliche though. It's not corny. You describe your mom as like not a bad person, just a person who was addicted to drugs for a long time.
Yeah.
But then your dad dies.
Yeah.
And after watching the impact of addiction on your mom, you make a decision whose context is like, you know, people should read the book to understand what's happening in your life at the time.
Yeah.
But you make a decision to sell. You don't do it for that long. It's like a part of the it's a part of the
my
book.
toe in the water. Yeah.
Will you talk about like I was impressed that you spoke about watching addiction and making a choice to deal drugs. Like I found it like among other things just like very honest. Were you worried that it would somehow like impact your reputation or?
No, I mean, how many people in high positions actually are users today, still right now, you know? And that's not a decision out of survival. That's something that they choose to do every day because they enjoy it. So you can't judge, right? I was a kid trying to survive. And so, my mom was great though. My mom, she had an issue, no different than the issues right now with fentanyl in our communities. But I can honestly say, going through those things, watching my mom, watching other people's moms, watching other people's dad, I was lucky enough to have my dad. And I was also lucky enough for my dad to explain to us at a very young age what was actually happening. And so I never lost the respect for my mom. And my mom had so much respect for us that today I understand why she was absent, because she never wanted us to have a visual of that. And so the book, it was important for it to be real. Like I don't fake anything. There's no gray, there's black and there's white. And again, I'm blessed to be in the position I am today, but I'm also thankful for what I went through as a kid, because it's really, it was my assembly line. It really was, and it molded me.
It makes me think before we end that reputation, like if it lives long enough,
changes.
It turns into something else, yes, and then it becomes like your legacy.
Comes legacy.
Reputation
becomes legacy.
What do you want yours to be?
I think my reputation is pretty solid across America. When I walk around in any neighborhood, people know, that guy, right? It's a stand-up guy. My dad wouldn't want it no other way. But the difference is today, I just want to be a great example. I want to continue being a great example and not just making it about me, not just look what I did type of thing, but I want to build things, continue to be a builder. Today when I go to work, I have 80 employees, 75 employees, right? And they're young, between the ages of 21 and 55 probably. But continue that, opening different verticals of the ecosystem of sport and building things to where I can provide opportunity, if that makes sense.
You know what comes into my head as my final question when you talk about that? Building something, ownership.
Yeah.
May I ask?
I have no interest in owning the team. I don't. I know, my competitors are trying to push that narrative out there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They're trying to
they
say
tell
that
families that all the time. Oh, don't go with him. When LeBron retires, he's going to go and own a team.
Mhm.
But first, I don't have enough money to own a team, first of all. So let's just get that out the way. And then secondly, I think owning a team would hinder me. I'm a creative at heart. So I have to have a lot of different irons in the fire. Because one thing people don't realize, those owners, they built something. So they don't own a team all day, every day. They go to work. They run Aries. They run, Blackstone. They run, so many different businesses that they have. Carnival Cruise, all these different things that the owners have. They don't just own a team all day. So you think I'm gonna go sit on my couch and own a team? No, I don't want to do that.
I could definitely imagine you starting you mentioned areas like a private equity fund. Would that appeal to you?
Yeah, it would, yeah. And I just might.
What would you call it?
I got the name, but I can't give it to you.
All right, we better end there.
I'll give it to you off the air.
I'll hold you to it.
I got it.
What a pleasure. What a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Great, man. Thank you.
I enjoyed it
Appreciate
very much.
you.
All
Yep.
right, you take care. Coming up next, more reputation. This guest has a reputation for being able to do a lot of things better than many people, me included. She is a visionary about collective activism. She is funny. She speaks truth to power. She gets results. She is clear about the ways that she is limitless, and she is clear about the ways that she is limited. For example, she needs some help doing things that sometimes many people take for granted, like breathing or walking or talking. And Alice Wong, the author of Year of the Tiger, is also one of the most influential disability advocates in this country. It is a joy, as in like an actual joy, for me to have her here. Alice, welcome.
Hi, Max. Thanks so much for having me. It's a delight to be here talking with you.
I honestly, it's a delight for me to have you here. Let's get into the questions. So much of the reputation that disabled people have is built by non-disabled people, and it's built around ideas of misfortune, sadness, embarrassment, burden. What have you learned about the ways that reputations, even ones that are old and stale, what have you learned about the ways that reputations can actually sometimes begin to change?
On reputation and reputation building specifically, so much of it is dependent on culture. Part of why I am a writer and activist is to help push the culture forward, but ableism is such an ingrained part of our society that change happens at a glacial pace, and it takes a collective effort, not just me or a handful of disabled people. Until non-disabled people reflect and confront their implicit bias about disability and do the work on unlearning their ableism, will disabled people be able to truly play a larger role in constructing their reputation. There will always be people in power who want to maintain the status quo and the ability to distort and erase disabled people's sense of self and their reputations because it serves them. I myself try not to care too much about what people think of me and continue to do work that gives me joy. And if that helps others see that there's more to life than a good reputation, that can be a positive step in the right direction.
Speaking of the work that you do that brings you joy, your work, your body of work, Alice, is so wide and it's so deep. You're the founder of the Disability Visibility Project. You're a co-partner on the political group that's called Crip the Vote. You served on the National Council of Disability. You've edited anthologies of work by disabled writers, and you've done much more. What's the reputation, though, that Alice, that you want to have?
If I wrote my own reputation, it would be that I am someone who shows up, is thoughtful, accountable, and collaborative. That I am someone who welcomes critique and change, and that I want to learn and grow from my mistakes and do cool things with cool people. That's a mouthful, but that's how I would like people to perceive me, whether they are acquainted with me or not.
Alice, a lot of companies in this country and around the world, but not all of them, have a reputation for paying lip service to inclusion and diversity. I'm thinking about workers who are disabled, but also Black or queer or trans or Asian or Indigenous, beyond. But the reputation is that they don't actually then do the real work of reshaping their own cultures after talking about it. What are a few examples, if you can name some, of companies and their leaders who really are, in your mind, really actually doing it right?
I think most companies say they want to do the right thing and fail from the top all the way down. It's not enough to have a disability-specific employee resource group, a day committee, an annual speaker, or a consultant, or certain metrics. There has to be a long-term commitment that is strategic, systemic, and sustainable.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I have felt so incredibly tempted to tell you about my brother, Tommy, who has, just real magic and humor and love as a person. It's really shaped who I am as a person. I'm sure it's shaped me as a journalist and shaped my sister Anna and our parents as well. But I'm going to resist because I feel like so much of the conversation around disabled people is often very personal and fuzzy and kind of sweet and very, very rarely about political things or very rarely systemic. Why? Why is that, Alice?
People are still averse to complex conversations about ableism because it makes them uncomfortable. We all have internalized or implicit ableism, and it is up to all of us to actually name it and unlearn things that have been designed to marginalize and dehumanize disabled people. For example, people may see me as a somewhat successful published author and editor, but if they took a closer look at my activism and writing, they will see that I openly talk about how because of Medicaid income and asset limits, I am unable to have more than $2,000 in my personal bank account. This has been the case since I turned 18, and I bet most of your audience cannot fathom what it's like to subsist on that amount. Later on, I do want to hear about your brother Tommy, because I am sure you have some hilarious stories. I am fortunate to have a tight-knit family, and much of the reason it is so tight-knit is because they have all supported me throughout my life, and what we experience as a family in the face of such an absurd, inaccessible, and discriminatory society is something that we just have to laugh if not cry about.
I want to share with our audience that I accommodated your needs by sharing questions for this interview with you a few days ago, and that's so that you could use your text-to-voice technology to answer them. And it reminds me that your muscles have weakened with time. You haven't always used this technology. And people, I mean, by the way, including me, I'm about to turn 40, people have very, very strange and complicated feelings about change and about their bodies changing and weakening. What have you learned about how you want to face those changes in ways that feel right to you?
Congratulations on hitting 40 soon. Can you believe this, but I'm turning 50 next year? Change is freaky and scary, but it's unstoppable and out of our control no matter how hard we try. Doctors told my parents that I wouldn't live to adulthood, so I grew up without an image of myself in the future. I couldn't see it, and while I have progressively become weaker and faced changes in my body and life circumstances, it is a freaking privilege and achievement to be this age, and not just surviving but thriving. A few months ago I moved into my own place for the first time. I finally have a home office rather than working from a small desk in my bedroom for decades. I adopted 2 cats named Bert and Ernie, who are my chosen family. I know people pity me and cannot imagine living like me, but what I have achieved and lost made me who I am, and I don't take anything for granted. Every moment with friends and family is a treasure, and I find joy amidst all the struggles and pain.
Alice, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't think it makes much sense to ask disabled people to help non-disabled people to just like be better. And yet I'm also wondering, like, if you were just completely like the queen of the world, what you would demand, what you would demand from your subjects.
Talking specifically about disabled people, in the United States, there is still a bias in Medicaid funding for institutional settings, where community-based services are optional for states while institutional settings are not. Many people think skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes are safer because a person can get 24-hour care, but no one should be separated from society and hidden from the public. And by the way, institutions are not necessarily safe. In fact, they're rife with abuse and neglect, especially ones that are for profit owned by private equity companies. I would like to see a world where no one goes hungry and has housing, education, and healthcare, a world where bodily autonomy is respected, a world where communities and neighborhoods take care of one another. A world where disabled people aren't siloed by diagnosis. A world where we can rest, dream, and create. Those are a few things I hope to see in the future.
I want you to know, Alice, how grateful I am. How grateful I am that you've joined us here. I'm hoping our paths will cross again one day. I'm grateful for your time, grateful for your energy. I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks a bunch for this opportunity, Max.
The pleasure is mine. Almost everyone has a reputation. Almost everyone has an inner life. And very few people see themselves the way their bosses or the market see them. When you sit down and talk to other people, as I did tonight, about who they are and what they've been through and how they see the world, the chances are good you're going to hear something new and interesting. And that's a good thing because it's nice to actually be surprised. When you want to figure out which reputations are better or worse than reality, it helps to start by asking questions. Our guests tonight were honest about themselves and their reputations, and maybe that will encourage you to ask other people about theirs. Or you can start by telling other people about you. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you
next time.
I think the most important lesson you've learned in business is it's never personal. It's always business.
My current vice is watching a ton of TV. When I was able to eat, I loved eating salty and fattening food. Things like French fries, tempura, donuts, and pastries.
What's the most expensive thing I've wasted the most money on? I would probably say a car because it's a depreciating asset.
What kind of car was it?
All of them.
You actually offer a payout at 7 years to encourage people to explore if they don't find themselves in management position. I mean, what's the thinking?
Yeah.
I mean, like, what's that about?
We're not forcing everybody to be kicked out, right?
But you encourage people to explore.
Exactly. We encourage people to think about their, because sometimes it's easier, even for me, if I don't need to change everything, it's easier. Right? Change is really tough thing for everybody. Should I do this job for next 5 years, 10 years, or should I try a new thing? If I had to think, that is a great opportunity to think about it. We need to think about what kind of talents I can have for the next 5 years, 10 years. What's the best way to contribute to the world?
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. How has that shaped your strategy for the bank? Is this a new normal? Is this like a catalyst? Do you think we're in a new phase for dividend policy overall? That's a great question. I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. A lot's happening on Wall Street.
I couldn't have been more wrong.
It's going to stay volatile for a while longer.
It's a bifurcated market.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Year over year, you could start to see some cracks.
It might be overhyped short term, but it's underhyped long term.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
A lot of the doom and gloom has been somewhat overblown.
If you're not living near the edge, you're taking up too much space.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything.
Why does this business model work? Because it's virgin space. It's never been done before, and it'll never be done again. When you step back and you look at something that's been golf through institutions has been the way it has been for 53 years without change. In 1993, I stepped back and said, okay, this is not right. It's doing the same old Groundhog Day. Everything's the same. Players are a pass-through entity. They're not getting any equity built in their day. Once they're done playing, they're out. I thought, that's just not right. When you have to build a sustainable model, you need to have these players, these famous, the world best, the best of the best. You need to give them equity into the future. You need to give them a vision of where they need to go and how they're going to get there.
If you get to work and you find it's really hard to do your job with imagination, do not worry. Imagination is still really new. Dreaming is more than 100 million years old, but being able to imagine things on purpose began only like 70,000 years ago, and even then the reviews were mixed. Plato thought that imagination was kind of suspicious, and the Bible does sort of suggest that it is evil. I read in the Heist issue of Business Week about a certain kind of imagination, creative thieves Their recent hauls include 200,000 Cadbury cream eggs, $37,000 worth of cadaver parts, 1,240 cases of crab, a 4-meter-long whale skull, and 1 catalytic converter from the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. How are you supposed to bring imagination to work, and how do you protect it from the pressures of the marketplace? We are going to try to imagine it together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, imagination. There are some wonderful people who do the same thing over and over again, and that can be interesting or imaginative. This guest is not one of them. The Astor Gates is interested in cities, space, land, planning, preservation, place, pragmatism, value, desire, development, capital, collecting, blackness, agency, and the art world itself. And that is a very long way of saying that this sculptor and performance artist and painter and scholar is one of the most imaginative people working today. The Astor Gates, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
You have this beautiful phrase that I think of as a kind of metaphor for imagination. You talk about the possibility of life within things. How do you find that life?
Well, it's interesting. So often the life is right up under our noses. And what I've learned from Shintoism is that there's a power. There's power, there's life within things. Wood, trees, water, a rock, right? If you respect that life, maybe it means that you have to work to care and to protect and preserve that life. I feel like there are moments like with the Stony Island Arts Bank or other projects that I've done where when it's dead, it's a reminder of the failures of culture to invest in a thing. But when it's alive, it's like a testament to what's possible. Collective people believe in the power of regeneration.
The work that you do on the south side of Chicago has been to find, I think, the meat on the bones, that have transformed spaces that were underinvested into spaces for artists to live and artists to show, and places to watch movies and places to listen to music and places to show collections. Did you find that your imagination was listened to and respected by others? Did people disbelieve that you could remake these spaces this way?
Well, let's look at this over a course of years. When I moved to my neighborhood in 2006, to the Grand Crossing neighborhood, things were interesting. It was a normal neighborhood adjacent to the University of Chicago where I had just taken a job. In 2008, the market crashed.
Yep.
And the real estate values and the kind of speculators that existed on the South Side, they were no longer interested in the speculative land. I slowly started trying to figure out, if no one else is going to buy and protect these buildings and make sure that people on the South Side have opportunity, and in my case, that culture continues to live, is there something that I could do to try to acquire some of these buildings on my block? So one at a time, with my mom's help, with friends' help, with my own sweat, we would acquire the building next to the building that we own and then renovate them best we could. And until we found ourselves owning, over the last decade, a lot of buildings.
Have they had to make a new kind of language for, you're a developer, you're an urban planner, you're an artist. Are you inventing your own words so that you can explain what you've done and what you are trying to do?
Definitely. I'm definitely always both inventing words and trying to resist certain labels. But there were times where I had real translation issues. So I would go to the Department of Planning, City of Chicago, and I would walk in and I would say, I'm an artist. And I would go to my alderman and I would say, oh, I'm a local artist in your neighborhood. And that did not get me the traction that I wanted. So I had to put on my shirt and tie, change my language a little bit and say, hey, I'm a developer. I've invested $10 million in this neighborhood. I'm interested in doing another $100 million of investment in this neighborhood, and I'd like the attention of my alderman and the commissioner of planning.
I don't think imagination has to be generative or productive to be worth something. But when I think about your work, and I think about the cafe, and I think about your mill, you created like actual jobs.
Yeah.
I think that falls under the rubric of like economic development. Can economic development be something that's imaginative instead of like destructive?
Yeah, dear friends of mine talk about, instead of talking about money, they talk about energy. What can I do to create varying kinds of good energy? And most of the time I start with, what do I want? And I want to be able to get a good cup of tea in the morning. I want to be able to hear great live music. I want to see amazing films. I want my friends who make films to feel supported in the production of their films. I want to listen to house music and I want to jack all night. I just locked in to my neighborhood and I'm like, oh, those things that I would normally try to find in another place, why don't I bring them here? I'm going to build the amenity. And if I build it for myself, it means 500 people, 1,000, 5,000 people could also benefit. And it also means that the model for neighborhood transformation, economic development, if you will, that model is playing itself out in real time. Then, and this is where I feel now as my hair whitens, that there's a way in which the work that's been accumulating, there are now other people who can grab the baton and do bigger, greater works.
I think this will probably go down in history as one of, if not the largest financial crimes ever.
I cannot imagine a scenario where $8 billion just disappears.
Bankman-Fried has pled not guilty to multiple fraud charges.
Sam was just too important in the crypto community.
When someone says, I'm going to give $1 billion in the next 2 years, like that catches everybody's attention.
As time went on, their ideas got like weirder and weirder.
I don't think he even had almost a conception at some point that it was wrong or right. I think he just had the mentality that he has to win.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX.
Sue, Mark.
Are you in? I'm in.
I'm in. We're in.
Will this be the last of its kind? No. This is the nature of capitalism. Get over it.
Without at all taking away from the beautiful energy that you're describing, there is something that a little voice in my head that scares me about what you're describing, because it reminds me of a very old lineage. Neighborhoods without resources, artists move in because the rents are affordable. Then developers come in because now the neighborhoods are a little bit cooler. Then rents go up, they're gentrified. What can you do, and what have you done on the South Side to make sure that the work that you're doing and the imagination that you're bringing is going to include your neighbors and not, eventually, I guess, like exile them?
Yeah. Well, right now, I feel like I'm in the middle of living this playbook that I'll eventually share with others. But a big part of it was the acquisition of land and then protecting that land so that it was always available for mission-based activity. While life happens, and change happens in cities, that will have 500,000 square feet worth of residential space, 2 million square feet of commercial and cultural space.
2 million?
That will protect, when this thing is over.
Yeah, sir. If you're talking on a scale of millions of square feet, I feel so sure that there have to be capitalists listening to this who are going to be calling you up and trying to say, these nonprofit investments you're making, you're a fool. You should be making money from this. Do you get calls like that?
Well, I would go back to this issue of the life and things. I think that one way of reading death is when a neighborhood has been underinvested in. Another way of reading death is when the fabric of the neighborhood has been forgotten and it's been replaced with gross reinvestment and redevelopment. The death of cities is not just the problem of gangs and violence. The death of cities is also when we become monotonous versions of ourselves.
Yeah.
And so I think that wealth has to develop more sophisticated tools for measuring health and life, and be willing to invest in ways that are more about what humans need than just about the bottom line.
I really like connecting the life of things with the death of imagination.
Yeah, yeah.
How have you learned to protect your imagination, the life of your imagination, and to keep it going? Imagination dies too, creativity. Yeah. How do you protect it and give it life?
You know, when I was young and my dad would make me paint the baseboards of apartments that he was renting, and it was time to turn the apartments over because someone had moved out, and he was like, whatever you do, don't get paint on my floor. And so I learned to tape, and I learned to use a paintbrush so that I could fan white paint and make sure that I wouldn't mess up his walnut floors. In a way, my dad was inventing creativity in me, inventing a deeper imagination by telling me to paint the baseboards. The way that I protect my imagination now is by continuing to work. That everything I do, I'm trying to find good solutions for complicated problems.
What are you going to do next? I mean, what are your dreams, and what does your imagination tell you about what the future holds, and why, what's stopping you from doing it right now?
Well, maybe this goes back to Buddhism. I'm thinking about how to, it's been about 15, 20 years of building, and I feel like right now I'm preoccupied with how to give it all away, how to let go of this tight hold that I've had on development, and imagine it as like a kind of long-term, durational performance. That I've been involved in a 15 to 20-year performance of neighborhood transformation. And at the end of the performance, the audience gets all the props back. So I'm learning a lot from people who are actively trying to say, I've been given too much, I've figured out some things, and I made a lot.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Do you have an instinct about how you're going to start? How are you going to start saying goodbye?
With gifts.
Do you know yet who you want to give your first gifts to?
Artists.
Are there any journalists you know you'd like to give some of your records to? No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe I'll keep the records. We can swap records. We can swap records.
Yeah, that was a pure joke. Yeah, Asher Gates, it's a pleasure for me to listen to you.
It's my pleasure.
Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed that. Up until just a few decades ago, the systems of American art had practically no room for women. Museums, galleries, auctions, schools, and mass media gave the distinct impression that men had a monopoly on imagination itself. The guest who's sitting with me at this table played a key role in changing that. Judy Chicago's painting, sculpture, photography, needlework, much more, has helped alter the shape of art itself. And at 84, she is getting her first major museum survey here in New York at a new museum show that's just brimming with color and generosity and imagination. It's really nice to have her here. Judy Chicago.
Thank you.
The art world has become a big business in the way that it wasn't when you were starting. So I'm curious to ask, what have you learned about big business and about how big business works and how it looks that you couldn't have foreseen back then?
Well, first of all, I've been asked a lot about, aren't you upset that this recognition has been so delayed and blah, blah, blah. Actually, I'm not. You know why? Because I had 5 decades of working in my studio without ever thinking about the market. So you have to really understand how outside of that I've been because I had my own vision of what art can be, should be. I believe art is an act of generosity, and that I feel really bad for young artists because, they get swallowed up, spit out like stocks on the stock exchange. But, you can stand up to that. You don't have to do it.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Your work is willing to imagine something that, I have a hard time with, which is, not just the death of the world, which is something the art does deal with, but your own death. I was really moved by, I think it's called a mortality relief. It's this bronze piece in the exhibit, and it looks almost like a death mask in advance, but you clearly are able to imagine your end. What do you think about when you think about it?
I wanted to be able to face the end of my life with grace and courage, because it really isn't good to have an adversarial relationship to aging. I started out exploring, I start with research, so I started looking at attitudes towards death going back in time. And of course, discovered that, we are an aberration in terms of the way we shroud death, hide death, try to have battles with death. When they write about cancer, after a battle, give me a break. Nature's going to win.
Hearing you talk now reminds me that, I have a relatively romantic idea of imagination, especially when I'm sitting with a wonderful artist who makes work that I admire. I guess I'm tempted to think of imagination as this very beautiful thing that could take you to very beautiful places. But you are also willing to imagine horror and grotesquerie. And I think that maybe people are uncomfortable doing that.
There are a lot of people who are concerned about what's happening in our world, and they need to be encouraged to look at it, to think about it. We are encouraging people to participate in this digital quilt that I created with Dementi, the Web3 company, and Naja, one of the founders of Pussy Riot. And so there are a series of questions that I believe we need to answer, like, if patriarchy were dismantled, would women and men be equal? Would men have permission to be gentle and vulnerable? Would women have permission to be strong? Would there be equal parenting? Would the earth be protected? I think there are questions that we need to come together and answer. I mean, we are so polarized now. But if we don't answer those questions, we're going to drive the world to destruction.
Judy, what you're describing when you talk about this work is the ability that an artist has to use her skills and to use her imagination to pose these difficult questions to people and make them think about it. But, it's like, Judy, I'm no artist. I don't have these skills. Is there something that non-artists can take from you where, like you, they can use what they're good at to make other people think in new ways? But for most of us, we're not able to paint and draw the way you can.
Of course, what we're looking at now is the pushback and the effort to push back all the gains that started in the 70s. It will take millions of people putting down their phones and going in the streets. I don't understand why there were not millions of people in the street after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Not protests, because just a protest doesn't work anymore. What is required is the same thing that propelled the social change movements of the 70s, which has to do with organization, all the things that aren't fun to do. You know, developing leadership, developing organizations that can take the protest and turn it into actual civil change. I want to tell you something. It's worth it to feel like you've made a contribution, to have the satisfaction of that. I don't care what the New York Times said over the course of my career.
I live right by the Brooklyn Museum, where the dinner party is the heart of this beautiful collection of feminist art. This center is named for a member of the family behind Purdue Pharma and OxyContin. Apart from just what everyone else says about philanthropy and money and naming, I'm just curious how you feel about that.
First of all, I'm going to answer you with a counter question. Elizabeth Sackler's establishment of the Center for Feminist Art has allowed dozens of unknown women and feminist artists to be exhibited. Does she get any points for that? Or does her name disqualify everything she has done? Patronage is complicated. And so is history. It's like when everybody wanted to just knock down the Confederates' statues and sort of erase our past. I'm like, what if we let Black people, African Americans, come and write their stories on the statues so that we would see multiple points of view simultaneously? The point of view of the oppressor, the point of view of the oppressed.
I want to end, Judy, with the future. I'm curious if you imagine, you know, what art will look like. We're living in this strange time of artificial intelligence. You know, I'm wondering if you imagine that AI will demand room for itself in the art world. I'm wondering if the opposite will happen and the infinite possibilities of computerized art will teach us to embrace craft and imperfection.
My answer is going to be really short.
Okay.
Many, many years ago, Bruce Nauman and I had a conversation about, we were in our 40s, about how art schools were getting rid of drawing. And we agreed that when you're a young artist full of bravado and energy, you can go a long way in your career. But when you get into your 40s and your ideas get more complex, if you can't draw, you come to a standstill. And I am somebody who believes in the hand. And I believe in the connection between the hand and the heart. And that's my answer.
Well, your hand and your heart and your imagination have changed other people's hearts and their imaginations. I'm really glad you've been here to talk to me about it. Really, really enjoyed it. Judy, Chicago.
Thank you very much.
So
You're
much.
very smart.
Imagine this. You've got imagination, you've got a job to do, but you're not sure how to bring one to the other. These two guests tonight have used their imagination successfully in completely different ways. One of them has used his to transform his neighborhood inside Chicago. The other one has used hers to transform herself into a Chicago and to transform art history itself. Maybe you use your imagination inside the market. Maybe you use it despite the market. Either way, you can steal the tools of these two artists. Patience, practice, collaboration, voice, and fight. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
When all else fails, one must scream. Well, as we look at what's happened to our world, it makes me angry that more people aren't screaming.
There have been times in the workplace when I've said that things were good when they weren't good. Sometimes because I was trying to maintain staff morale. Sometimes I was trying to be optimistic, like this is gonna be good, even though it's not good today. And then there have been other times where I've known that the person I was talking to had such a fragile ego, and you gotta be sensitive when you work with other creatives.
That's enough already, guys. Now, come on. Come on. I know.
This story did come around as something that's a bit different. There is a dark side to it.
It's hard to even talk to people about these chemicals and tell them, look, there's a chemical that's in you that's not found anywhere in nature.
This is the shadow fleet. To actually see clandestine behaviour, that makes you think, well, what else is going on?
We invest in, buy, and own the backbone of the global economy. When the water gets delivered to your house, the road you drive on, the pipeline that brings different things to your community, the telecom towers that transmit your phone, the data center, the real estate that you live in. It's what we own and build, so it's really what drives the economy, and you don't often see our name.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
You know, it's just because we're behind the scenes, but it's big. With $1 trillion of assets almost, we're behind a lot of the things of the global economy.
So being low-key, do you think it gives you strength?
We just try to be quiet and do our thing, and sometimes it helps and sometimes it doesn't. But I'd say on balance, it's been good for us.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything. Earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
You know, with all due respect and thoughts and empathy and sympathy for the people who are suffering at the moment, and there are plenty. It's not just Ukraine and Gaza, it's in many other corners of the world as well. But I'm constantly surprised by the level of resilience and the capacity to actually bounce back from those traumas. So I have faith in the human beings and their capacity to respond to adversity. We've seen it. You know, look, earlier in the pandemics, we thought that the world was coming to an end, right? It hasn't. Nobody thought that vaccines would come up in such a short period of time. And every time we have to constantly resurrect this spirit of resilience.
But are you hopeful that...
I'm always hopeful. Oh, come on, we have to be. We have to be.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome to the
Bloomberg Green Festival. I'm Carol Masser in Seattle, where we are hosting an amazing lineup of leaders from business, government, and climate innovators across a 4-day event. On the agenda, topics including the climate economy, innovation, and green policy. And it's not just all talk. Let's take a look.
There's a lot of rhetoric out there that makes you want to believe that we humans are destroying the planet. That's not true. We are the most creative opportunity for the earth. So instead of minimizing your footprint, maximize your handprint.
Activists are here to help everybody push the boundaries of our imagination. We should not live from the earth. We should live with the earth.
This work that all of you are doing, by the way, we're not going to have this work done in our lifetime. So we're fighting for something beyond our meager and short-lived existence on Earth. That's a noble thing.
We do not intend to surrender to a pollution blanket that allows special interests to rip us off and then burn us up. This is a health issue. It is not just the polar bears. It is our children.
This is a battle that we can't lose.
For me, it's science. That's our hope. That's our hope, is science, empirical data.
Hello, Bloomberg.
The incredible investment that comes from the Inflation Reduction Act is that it shifts the conversation from one of, can I afford it, to how do I get it?
These are things that can be unwound in a second Trump presidency. I am terrified about the system coming unraveled.
If we're going to tackle a challenge as large as climate change, we have to partner together.
That's what's happening around the Seattle Center ground and on the stage in McCaw Hall. Let's start there.
I mean, I've been doing this work for almost 30 years, and I think it's important to remain curious and not become entrenched in what you think you know. And that not only allows you to approach the challenges in new ways, also to see what you're missing, but it keeps it interesting, right? It keeps it fresh and fun and curious. And as a creative storyteller, I'm always looking for new ways of communicating with the world about our challenges ahead and inspire people. And if you're just telling the same old stories, you may get stuck in a false narrative just because it sounds good or because it sold last year. So I feel like I'm, in my 20th act, really, and I'm always constantly looking to make the work interesting and tap into new aspects of my own inspiration to approach the problem and keep going. We need our lifelong commitment to this work. It's a lifestyle, after all, and so we've got to make sure that we don't get burnt out.
I understand now you're deeply committed to oceans, and you've gotten very committed to regenerative agriculture. So can you tell us a little bit about that and sort of why you see that as critical to the climate fight?
Well, I have a philosophy. I practice this thing which I'm sort of creating called oscillation. You have to oscillate between the very big, the macro, and the very small. You can't get lost in the big problems of the world and get overwhelmed by them, because then you won't take action. And so after 20 plus years doing environmental work, trying to work on the world's problems, business solutions, hearts and minds, UN legislation, I needed to come small and very personal. And that's when I decided to start doing something that was extremely close to home and part of my family. So I started to work on regenerative agriculture because I wanted to know where my food was coming from, and I didn't want to cede responsibility to someone else or wag my finger at Whole Foods for not like doing it right or something like that. And I wanted to know directly where my food is coming from. And I realized that I can actually solve a lot of problems just on an individual, localized, hyper-localized level by taking care of a small piece of land that I have complete purview over, and I can make sure that it's done to the way that I think needs, how I can actually steward that piece of land.
As somebody who's been so committed to the storytelling elements of activism, what have you learned about how you make those connections from the super personal to the global nature of the problem, whether it's on oceans or regenerative ag or things you learned through Lonely Whale or other things?
Yeah, I do believe that the future is decentralized, and this top-down wagging your finger, soapboxing, telling people how to be, who to be, I think, served its role. But I think we're going to be far more effective when people start to recognize that they want to take responsibility and that they're empowered to make changes where they are. And they're going to have an understanding of what's needed locally that someone in an office or someone in a high tower couldn't possibly understand.
Adrienne Grenier inspiring the Bloomberg Green Festival participants in Seattle. They also heard from a climate activist whose message starts where she did, at home in Mexico.
I come from an indigenous community in central Mexico called Otomi Toltec, and we have a lot of values around respect for nature, reciprocity, reverence, intergenerational collaboration, and seeing nature as an extension of us and us as an extension of nature. I always love sharing this detail about my language, which is that the word for skin is the same as the word for the outer layer of the earth. So embedded in our culture is the notion that we are extensions of the earth, and we have not been behaving in that way. Imagine a world where Category 5 hurricanes grow in over 2 days. Imagine a world where we are at 1.64 degrees of warming for 12 consecutive months, where our unifying story is a flood or a hurricane or a wildfire, and where over 1 billion animals can die in one single wildfire. And now imagine that there are children that have known nothing but that world. And I am one of those children, one of those youth today. For many people in the climate space that have been in the climate space for decades, they know that, they knew how bad it was going to get, but we, as youth climate activists, know nothing else. My generation is here today because we have no other choice. And we really want to make sure that when we talk about activism, which is a very mystified term, what does it mean to be an activist? What does it mean to speak up? I think it means to be creative. Because creativity is looking at something and seeing how it can be more beautiful, how it can work better, how it can be more effective, or in this case, how can we work towards balance with Mother Earth? But today we are in a case where many people from my generation are either totally ignoring the climate crisis and focusing on daily trends over consumption, or so embedded in it that we cannot think of anything else. And I think the path forward is some of the stuff that I'm going to be sharing today, which is about how do we work together intergenerationally so that we are not saying things like adults stole our future. We're saying we have a problem now. How can we fix it together?
I think I'm curious, sort of a twofold question. Why is it so important to have youth activists in this space? But also, do you feel like sometimes there's like a little bit of lip service being paid to like not actually listening to the things that you guys are saying?
I mean, it's easy to not listen to the things that we're saying because the things that we're saying entail changing full systems, and we are comfortable in the systems that we have created. And when you have a perspective that is trying to tell you, let's stop, let's change, I understand how difficult that can be because I can feel it, in my own nonprofit when somebody else has an idea. You think of everything that needs to happen for it to become a reality. And so I understand why it can feel that youth activists can be naive at times at saying, we need to be net zero by this date. We need to this, and this. And there's this concept that we don't understand the real world, whatever that means, which I think, it's everybody's own perception. But I think that the naiveness is looking at the level of our crisis and thinking that we can't go on any longer. My question for the leaders out there, not only the corporate leaders, but also government leaders, is it not necessary to be uncomfortable, to change our minds, to see the problems, to be empathetic to the way that youth are feeling across the world? And that's why I think that we need to have true cohorts, true inclusion, true implementation, because at the end of the day, we want youth to be able to shape the world because we want to live in it. We want our kids to live in it. We want it to be healthy and safe. In indigenous communities, there's the concept of good living, of good enough, of not better but good. And so we have to question ourselves. How do we tell stories of good? What is good? When do we need no more? And how can the economic system adapt to no more? How can we see value in nature? Why is nature more valuable when it's dead than when it's alive? All of these questions we have to think through because they might be uncomfortable, they might mess up the economic systems in the ways that we know it, but the earth cannot handle it anymore.
Coming up, more from the Bloomberg Green Festival in Seattle.
And by the way, I want to welcome everybody to the state of Washington, the most innovative state and the most beautiful country and the most wonderful planet in the solar system. So welcome. You are in the right place.
I think most investors are intoxicated by the opportunity in artificial intelligence. $160 billion being spent this year. That's just one data point. Another data point is a $3 trillion market cap for NVIDIA against 80 billion of sales on a trailing 12-month basis. Obviously, a lot of growth is expected for NVIDIA and for other businesses in the space, but that is yet to materialize, and it's impossible to know what the scale will be of an NVIDIA or other players in the artificial intelligence ecosystem. I think investors are just so focused on the opportunity set, on what it can be, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you bought NVIDIA a year ago or 2 years ago, you're pretty excited about where it is today, and you think that it could go to the moon. As a result, you don't really focus on the risks. You're sort of just too excited about the opportunity.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech sector.
Spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Welcome back. I'm Carol Masser. Governor Jay Inslee has seen the evolution of climate change and how the government can make an impact. He spoke at the Bloomberg Green Festival with Bloomberg's Anna Edgerton.
And because we recognize the incredible state we have, we do not intend to lose her. We do not intend to surrender to a pollution blanket that allows special interests to rip us off and then burn us up. And so we have an incredible tool against that pollution blanket, which is the Climate Commitment Act. This act reduces pollution. It limits pollution. And by the way, we don't say this enough. Climate change means pollution, and people do not like pollution.
I was wondering how we make combating climate change and making this a priority the biggest tent possible, to bring in people of different political persuasions, different ideologies, and make sure that everyone feels like there's a place for them in this fight.
Well, the good news is the vast majority of Washingtonians understand climate science.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like the MAGA person that denies it and calls it a hoax and says that wind turbines cause cancer. That is a minority position. Vast majorities of Washingtonians understand the scientific principles behind climate change. And the way we do this is that folks are now experiencing this in their own lives. You know, 10, 15 years ago, climate change was a graph. It was CO2 parts per million. Now it is the fact that your child can't go outside in August, and this is a reality, 2 of the last 4 years. Our kids couldn't go outside because of the smoke they're choking on from the fires in Canada and from our own forests.
We felt that in Washington, D.C. last year.
Washington, D.C. They're now experiencing the tremendous heat. They're seeing salmon runs decline, that they can't go fishing. They're now experiencing this in a real world. So people are demanding, and we should respond to give them solutions to this problem. Now, the other thing is, and I'm going to talk about the moral aspect of this, but the economic aspect too, they are now experiencing the benefits of this economically. They're getting heat pumps. They're getting help for electric school buses. They're getting help for air filtration system at our schools. They're getting all of this assistance, and they're getting jobs.
Mm-hmm.
This is the greatest job-creating opportunity we have. I can't throw a rock without hitting a clean energy company and the jobs that have been created. So they have a take-home, where you take-home pay associated with this innovation. And the innovation in our state is really leading the nation, frankly, and the things we're doing. The advanced battery manufacturing, 2 plants, most advanced silicon anode batteries in the world are in Moses Lake, Washington. We're making aerospace fuel out of carbon dioxide and water in Moses Lake, Washington at the 12 company. You just can't overstate the amount of job creation that's going on. So this is a pocketbook issue with folks. But when you ask, you know, how are we going to get folks to buy into this? Because basically we all share something, which is a sense of morality. This is a moral issue. It is not just an economic one. It is a moral issue because it is a commitment to our children. And everybody shares that, regardless, in some deep way, to want to take care of their kids. And I believe we need to talk this more, that this is a moral cause, not just an economic one.
And the kids get it.
The kids certainly get it. Well, I'll tell you, you go to a 7th grade class and you ask them who believes there's climate change, and 95% of the hands go up, and who believes we should do something about it, and 96% go up. But we live in the most consequential moment of human history, because our ability to tame climate change is the one that will set the course for millennia. And we have to win this. And the reason I say this is that, with all of our frustrations about this issue, it's a great time to be alive, because we have something that we can do that's very meaningful, and we can win this. And by the way, there's a reason for optimism. Look, we've increased our solar by 400% in the last 5 years, wind by 45%. The price of solar energy has come down 90%. The day before yesterday, I went to 2 fusion companies which have promised that might give us fusion energy coming right out of Washington State, zero waste, infinite energy. So there is cause for optimism on this. We are accelerating our progress dramatically. It's just that we got to pick up the pace. So what we need to know is that we're capable of doing these things. It's just we need to do them faster.
Also on the Green stage, Stacey Abrams. She may be best known for her voting rights work, but in Seattle, she talked about rewiring America with Bloomberg's Akshat Reddy.
What are the biggest barriers that you still see are remaining in trying to get people to recognize that electrifying their lives is beneficial to them, even before it is beneficial to the planet?
I think the challenge is not convincing people it's beneficial, it's convincing people it's accessible. Because for the low-income, moderate-income families that are facing this challenge, they hear the specter of climate action, but they often see the behavior of people who are wealthier, who can afford to make choices. And so often it feels like sacrifice. It doesn't feel like progress. And I think the important piece of the work Rewiring has done, the incredible investment that comes from the Inflation Reduction Act, is that it shifts the conversation from one of, can I afford it, to how do I get it? When people get to make decisions that benefit their lives, they are much more likely to do so. We like getting stuff. And people like being cooler in the summer, they like being warmer in the winter, they like their power bills going down. And what we have to do is actually create the space for them to understand that's doable for the first time. But I grew up in southern Mississippi. I grew up near Cancer Alley in Louisiana. I grew up in petrochemical corridors where communities were often not served and where it seemed impossible for progress to happen. I lived in a community in college where the juxtaposition of where I went to school and where my older sister went to school was very distinct. And so a large part of this is just letting people know what's available, what's possible, and that they can afford it. In DeSoto, Georgia, we're actually making certain that every household that wants something is getting the investment of an upgraded appliance. We have a woman who was living without running water in her home because she couldn't afford to upgrade her water heater. It had rusted out, and she's an elderly woman, Mildred Carter, 75, and was just going across the street to her neighbor's house to get water. Because of the monies that are going to come in, because of the work of rewiring, she got a new water heater. There was a family that was living in a double-wide trailer without central air, with kids, 3 generations of families. They now have central air for the first time in their lives.
Just to connect the dots here, the reason why this is very important to our political future and very important to our climate future is that electrification and making these decisions is anti-inflationary to people's day-to-day lives because they trade out a $500 bill for a $100 bill. But it's also anti-inflationary because the most inflationary force in the history of humankind is climate change.
Ari Matusiak alongside Stacey Abrams. Up next, the story of one climate refugee told in a very unique way.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. A lot's happening on Wall Street.
I couldn't have been more wrong.
It's going to stay volatile for a while longer.
It's a bifurcated market. Need to catch up? This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Year over year, you could start to see some cracks.
It might be overhyped short term, but it's underhyped long term.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
A lot of the doom and gloom has been somewhat overblown.
If you're not living near the edge, you're taking up too much space.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back. I'm Carol Masser. A well-told story can shape public opinion. A powerful film can create lasting impressions. At the Bloomberg Green Festival in Seattle, the Bloomberg Green Docs competition featured several important films and one winner. During the event, 5 documentaries, the finalists, were screened. They explored topics ranging from saving melting glaciers.
I have a very important feeling when I'm here on the glacier. I want to be a part of the solution and not of the problem.
To protecting old-growth forests.
It's a long way up.
To the importance of species protection.
Caring for them gives us all enormous pleasure.
They're the most wonderful, wonderful animals.
This year's winner is Finding Home, an animated documentary that features the story of a young mother in Brazil forced by drought and disease to leave her family's home.
Meu nome é Antônia Jardina da Silva, eu sou de Milhã, é um município, 15 mil habitantes, mais ou menos. A maioria das vezes é um clima bastante quente, muito quente. Meu pai trabalhava na roça, ele começou a plantar quando começou a chover. Agora que não está chovendo, ele deu uma parada.
I guess I'm curious when people watch these films and begin to think more about the future climate migrant problem, is there something you hope in terms of policies or preparations to bring about as a change?
Yeah, I'm hoping that climate refugees will receive a status, because so far they don't have one that's universally recognized. And I'm hoping that we can somehow battle this political talk of, go back to where you came from, because for some people there is no place to go back to. So we need to think as a community and society of how we deal with that. It's a massive issue that's not going to disappear for sure.
The winner of the Bloomberg Green Docs competition. Coming up, finding investing opportunities in climate change.
You cannot be a tourist in climate. You can't just sort of pop in and think you know the answer. This is an immensely complicated revolution that we're going through. I don't think I have to tell this room because you're here, but we have to encourage people to do the work and not simply fall back on how things are done now.
Do you think it'll be the case where someday you will be an investment committee or I'll be an investment committee and we just apply AI, decide whether it's a good deal or not, or we're not going to be there anytime soon?
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And David, because being on investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, there's the people, and then there's judgment. So analytics of the math, I think AI will help us get way more refined. Right now, we have analysts building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is 86 pages. So we could refine that down very, very seamlessly to pieces. The people aspect to it, to make a judgment call on, do I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile? Do I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's the harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
Welcome back. I'm Carol Masser. The Bloomberg Green Festival is in Seattle because of the city's impressive legacy of environmental leadership. This city has focused on building a clean energy economy and in investing in healthy, well-connected communities. Let's get inside to the main event stage. Bloomberg's Jason Kelly with TPG Executive Chairman Jim Coulter.
We're about to undertake a $120 trillion reindustrialization of the world, and that need and that opportunity need to move together. The money can't come from governments. No coalition of NGOs can get it done. Unless we can get the money moving in a capitalist system, we can't solve the problem. So this idea of putting the need and the opportunity together has been more challenging than I expected. One thing I know from 40 years in business is nothing is linear, and there will be surprises. In fact, we should assume that there's going to be discontinuity. More people died from infections than heart attacks before penicillin. You know, taxis were taxis before Uber. Trading was trading until indexing. So industries constantly go through disruptions. As I travel the climate world, I'm running into disruptions that are about to happen at any time. I can't yet tell you which will happen, but I would bet on the field. There are going to be discontinuities that break our way. Our goal is to position for them. The second thing I'd point out on the green shoot side is understand the power of cost curves. Think about cell phones. In about 2000, they hit a whole new level, and suddenly they were ubiquitous. It changed how video conferencing came out in 1964, but it was $5,300 an hour. When it's free, things work very differently. In the climate world, you are watching some of the most powerful industrial cost curves I've ever seen. 28% for solar, that is double a normal industry. And these cost curves, while they look linear, they hit points like right about now when solar becomes dramatically cheaper, things happen. We can predict the cost curves. We can't predict how the market change.
So then why that word cloud of pessimism?
Well, I think in some ways, the voices that got us to this key moment have been calling out the need. And part of the reason I'm on the stage, I don't do many conferences, is we need to change our voices a little. We need to also make sure that we're looking for that opportunity. And we're looking for Colin Powell once said about leadership is that optimism is a force multiplier. We have to find a little bit of optimism. That is not to deny that this is tough. And the last thing on optimism is, you know, when things like this conference happen where you get many parts of society, policy members, activists working together, things happen.
Yeah.
Anyone remember the population bomb? 30 printings back in 1968. We were going to be out of food. Los Angeles, the smog was awful. I was in Beijing 3 weeks ago. The skies were clear. The ozone layer is actually going the other way now. Now, with time and with action, I think we can make progress. And that green shoots are something we need to grab a hold of.
All right, so I'm going to go counter then for my next for my next question, which is the whataboutisms.
Yeah, we also, as well as some optimism, we have to basically not fall for whataboutism.
Yeah.
And you know, one of the interesting things that's happened, if you look online and at social media, the attacks of climate deniers have flattened, but the attacks on climate solutions have gone up. And these are whataboutisms. Now, whataboutisms is a term that came from the 70s with the Irish Republican Army. Whenever they would do something, they'd say, what about the British soldiers? And Soviet propaganda uses whataboutisms. When Chernobyl hits, it's what about 3 Mile Island? So my point here is, as we're going down this path, we have to make sure that we don't get caught in the whataboutisms. And I always say, like, what about doing the work? Yeah. And what about solving the problem? You have to understand what we're doing is a simplification problem. I want you to think about our current energy system. You want to turn on a light. How does that work? Well, first of all, 50 million years ago, the sun shines. It's captured in a tree. The tree falls down. For 50 million years, it gets subsumed under thousands of feet. We then take an iron pipe. We put it down 10,000 feet. We turn it right. We put in water. We crack rock. We bring up a vapor. The vapor goes in 3 million miles of pipe. We wash it in a $250 million natural gas processing plant. We put it in 3 million miles of pipe again. We put it to $1 billion gas turbine. We basically blow it up, releasing a molecule that can destroy the world, and we have an electron. The other way to do that is we can get sun from this afternoon, hit a silicon panel. There's silicon everywhere, and we have an electron. Yeah. So it seems hard to do. I mean, this is hard to do, but what we're doing is hard.
Yeah.
So, like, why not make it a little more simple?
Given everything that you've just told us, what does this room do?
I think importantly, we need to take a bias to action and a touch of optimism. So one of the things that happens in a relay race is the last leg is sometimes the fastest. And what's surprised people historically is when you look at the time, I mean, after 30 years of the atomic revolution, Oppenheimer stepped in and won a war, won 7 Oscars, right? So I think there's an optimism here that we can get this moving. We may not be moving fast enough, but we are moving faster. And the path to progress and perfection starts with progress.
Right.
And I see that, I think that's happening, and the passing of the baton will accelerate it. So let's have some hope.
TPG Executive Chairman Jim Coulter. Also on the green stage, a business leader whose career focus has been helping to preserve the environment.
Businesses don't hate regulations. They hate uncertainty. That is the killer of business. If I'm making an investment that is going to last for 50 years or 30 years, I want to make sure that I'm going to be able to get a return on that investment and the rules aren't going to change. And, I worked in the oil industry early in my career. I worked as a banker with many companies in the natural resource sector. I'm on the boards of companies now, and they don't mind playing by the rules. They can't have rules that keep changing back and forth. And I'll give you a good example. We worked really hard with governors and wildlife agencies from 11 western states, 7 core states, on the protection of habitat called the sagebrush sea. And Republican governors, Democratic governors, administrations from all political stripes working together to say, how do we do this? Because the governors did not want to lose control of their ability to develop, okay? Because of their hard work to protect these landscapes, the Fish and Wildlife Service said this species does not need to be listed as endangered, okay? When that happened, the oil companies and everything heaved a sigh of relief because they had the rule book and they knew where they could develop or put transmission lines in or other things. They knew what they had to do and the areas they had to avoid. When Trump came into office and Ryan Zinke was in his brief tenure in the position that I used to hold, he said he was going to undo those rules. The very Republican governor of Wyoming, Matt Mead, who worked hard with us on this, went to the Trump administration and said, please don't. The oil companies are coming to me saying, oh no, don't reopen this. We have a deal. And the Trump administration tried to undermine it anyway. They had not been successful, at least at that point, but the oil companies are coming to the Republican governor saying, no, 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 we had a deal. We knew the rule book. And that's a good illustration. So businesses hate chaos. They need predictability.
Former Interior Secretary Sally Jewell. Up next, the man who has done more for electric cars around the world than Elon Musk.
European countries need to think, do you want to compete as a small country or do you want to compete as Europe? I don't think they have a choice because the US and China have already started the race. And Europe needs to follow. There isn't a European company in the top 20 largest firms in the world. That is a problem.
But what does it mean for individual countries within Europe?
You can have more control and less growth, or you can have less control and more growth. If countries trust each other more and they build more European champions rather than each country having its own national champion, growth is going to be better, productivity growth is going to be better, the welfare is going to be better. But there is going to be less control at the national level. So right now, each European country wants to have its own telecom company, its own couple of large banks,
Its own bank.
its own large energy companies. And the question is, are you willing to surrender some of this control to European firms, which are going to be more productive, but you are going to have less control at the national level?
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching the close.
Welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
The Bloomberg Green Festival shared the stage with TED Talks in Seattle. Let's join Bloomberg senior reporter Akshat Reddy.
I was at a climate protest and I saw a poster that said in big letters, "Burn capitalism, not coal." Now, how many of you agree that to tackle climate change, we should stop burning coal? Raise your hands. Almost all of you. And how many of you agree that to tackle climate change, we should burn capitalism? There are a few hands, but not as many. I'm a journalist and I write about climate solutions. And when I ask this question of people, I get the full range of answers. From those who say that the system that got us into this mess can never get us out of it, to those who say that the only answer is to unleash market forces for the innovations we need. But who is right? I wanted to find the answer for myself. So I started on the rooftop of my childhood home in India. I wanted to get solar panels for my parents. It took 2 days to get quotes, 2 weeks to have those shiny devices up on the roof, ready to capture the sun's energy. The payback was quick. Electricity bills fell, and my parents have recovered the investment in 5 years. For the next 15 years, they can enjoy solar power for free. So, what has capitalism got to do with it? Well, India did not invent the technologies that go into solar panels. Even today, India manufactures only a small fraction of what it deploys. And yet, a country with less than $3,000 of income per person per year is able to benefit from what is now one of the world's cheapest sources of energy. This has happened because profit-seeking companies want to sell all of us more and more solar panels. But it has happened because governments created that market through subsidies and regulations. Now, the primary motivation to deploy these solutions does not have to be tackling climate change. Other pressing issues such as air pollution or energy security or global competitiveness can garner even more support. How exactly? Let me tell you the story of Wan Gang. You've probably never heard of him, but he has done more for the global rise of electric cars than Elon Musk. Wan was born in China. He trained as an auto engineer before moving to Germany and working for Audi. There he saw the lifestyle that Germans lived and realized that perhaps Chinese people may never be able to experience it. That's because in 2000, China burned about 1 barrel of oil per person per year. Germans burned 12 times as much. So he made the case to the Chinese leadership that the country needed to work on an alternative and that he was willing to lead the charge. So he was given a chance to work on a government program. Juan's team, in a period of 8 years, built hundreds of electric cars and buses that were used at the Beijing Olympics. In those same 8 years, the country's oil bill ballooned and its cities became globally infamous for air pollution. But Juan had shown that an alternative could work. If China could scale the manufacturing of electric cars, air pollution would be cut, oil imports would be cut, and most importantly, China would create a new industry that could compete with other countries. So Juan was made the science minister, and the government started giving out tens of billions of dollars in subsidies for the manufacturing of electric cars and lithium-ion batteries. The government also started putting regulations to make it harder to buy fossil fuel cars. Even today, if you're in Shanghai and you want to buy a gasoline-powered car, you have to enter a lottery and win it. If you want an electric car, you can just go to a showroom and buy one. The Chinese government provided direction, but it was the practitioners of capitalism that made a small electric car industry into the global giant that it is today. One of those investors was Warren Buffett. He invested in a little-known company then called BYD. Today, BYD sells more electric cars than Tesla. For climate capitalism to work, governments and businesses need to be flexible. They need to recognize when there are policies that require certainty, but if they're not working, then they must be changed. Governments need to work with business to figure out what are the regulations that would work.
That's Akshat Reddy. We also heard from a campaign voting guru on how to get candidates to prioritize long-term climate issues. Here's Nathaniel Stinnett.
I've worked in politics for over 20 years, and one of the biggest barriers we face when addressing the climate crisis is a lack of political will to enact all the climate solutions that we already have. Whether it's energy permitting, pollution regulation, tax codes, building codes, you name it. The reason so little is getting done is often because it's easier to win elections by ignoring the climate crisis rather than addressing it. The problem is this: we don't have enough climate voters in the United States, and that's largely because millions of environmentalists don't bother to vote. When we look back at exit polling data from the 2020 presidential election, ultimately only 4% of voters listed climate change as their top priority. 22 midterm polls showed the same thing, 4%. And when so few voters prioritize climate change, two really important things start happening. First, it becomes incredibly hard to elect climate leaders. But second, even when climate leaders do win elections, it isn't like they can then just snap their fingers and get everything they want done. No, they still need to pick and choose what to spend their political capital on, and they ain't gonna spend it on the thing that only 4% of voters list as a top priority. And here's the final reason why this lack of voter demand for climate leadership is so problematic. Politicians know whether you vote or not. That's right. Who you vote for is secret. But whether you vote or not, in the United States, that's public record. And with limited time and limited money, the most important decision any political campaign makes is who to talk to and who to ignore. And when you literally have public voter files that tell you by name and street address which people have a history of voting in the election you're trying to win, well, who do you think political campaigns talk to? Likely voters. And who do you think they poll to figure out what issues to prioritize? Likely voters.
All the TED Talks from Seattle will be released soon on TED's own website at TED.com. Coming up, more from the Bloomberg Green Festival in Seattle.
So how do you think about what you guys need to do at Amazon in terms of the next generation?
Yeah, I think increasingly this next generation, they both care a lot, they're incredibly passionate, and they have a lot of anxiety about what's coming and what the state of the world is.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
I'm Carol Masser. As you've seen, the Bloomberg Green Festival brought together innovators, policymakers, and activists. I got the chance to speak with 2 leaders with very different backgrounds who have shared goals. Here's WNBA legend Sue Bird and Amazon's Kara Hurst.
We want to send these really strong demand signals, and we want to also put our own resources towards that. So we've been doing things like purchasing renewable energy. We're the largest corporate purchaser of renewable energy in the world. We have been for the last 4 years. We announced yesterday we've actually hit 100% renewable energy across our global operations, which is a huge feat. We have over 500 projects.
Yeah, exactly.
Around the world. We've got 24,000 electric delivery vehicles on the road already. We've got one of the world's largest electric charging infrastructure kind of operations going. We've just got, we look at all the different aspects of our operations and think about how do we make it more sustainable on behalf of our customer. We want to reduce waste. We took out those plastic air pillows. We took out 95% of those in North America. So we want to make a sustainable company and do it on behalf of our customer.
Sue, I want to bring you into it. You are part of a group of very elite athletes. And when we use the word legendary, it doesn't apply to everybody, but it definitely applies to you. So kudos. That platform, though, has been a couple of decades in the making and then some. How do you think about your platform and the responsibility of how you use it?
Yeah, women's sports is at an interesting moment, especially women's basketball. And for
a good interesting, right?
Yeah, no, great interesting, great interesting. But what's interesting about it, maybe in a negative sense, is while the coverage has increased, what I've noticed is it's not always accurate. And it's really had me take a step back and be like, first of all, what else is inaccurate out there being told to us, by trusted, places, other trusted platforms. So I think for me, when it comes to my platform, for so long while I was playing, it was about, bringing a certain understanding to the game, right? Using my platform for all kinds of good. Now I'm like, wait a minute, I gotta make sure the stories that are being told are accurate. I gotta make sure that when people are tuning into a game, they have a full understanding. So that's really where I feel like I can use my platform now as a retired player.
I wanna talk a little bit about the climate pledge. So I'm curious, Kara, when you have conversations with companies, what is it? Is it tough to get them to sign on, or tell us kind of the environment here?
Yeah, I think it's a huge commitment to sign on, and it certainly takes resources. And so I think it takes a leap of faith too. Not all of us know how we're going to get there. There are some things we know how to do, like electrifying fleet, and then there are other things like aviation, where we know sustainable aviation fuel is part of it, but we don't know all of the solves. And so some of it is a bit of jumping into the fray and saying we know some of how we're going to get there, and also we need to partner to figure out some of the other ways which we don't necessarily know. And we need to change the game, right? So we need to figure out how we're going to come together and make new decisions together, put resources together, and also public-private partnerships are a big part of it. So how do we come together and work in the cities where we all have employees or we have operations, and get cities to change their infrastructure, and build differently the buildings that we're in, or put more rail in, or change our, the ways in which people commute, and those kind of things as well.
Well, how do you think about what you guys need to do at Amazon in terms of the next generation?
Yeah, I think increasingly this next generation, they both care a lot, they're incredibly passionate, and they have a lot of anxiety about what's coming and what the state of the world is. And so one of the things I think is our responsibility is, one, to act fast, to drive big solutions, but also to bring some optimism to it. We have time. We don't have a lot of time. We're in this decisive decade where we have to act now.
Right.
We have to move very quickly. And so I think one of the things that we need to lead on is to show that there are solutions, but we need to deploy them now. We cannot wait any longer.
Amazon's Kara Hurst. That's it from the Bloomberg Green Festival in Seattle. Whether you run a business or a household, lead a nonprofit, or work with your community group, you can find stories that matter to you at Bloomberg.com. I'm Carol Masser.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Regional sports networks. There's a lot of, it's a business that seems to be collapsing. Leagues have sort of toyed around with, should we do something ourselves? Some teams are doing like local TV and streaming. How do you see that shaking out?
So I don't think I'm right on this, but my instincts keep telling me this is what's going to happen. Because if you remember the WWE, they launched their own network that had their own content and had their own pay-per-views. And it was kind of a smart, bold, ahead of its time move. And then they pivoted at the perfect time and they sold their content to, what was it?
Peacock. Yeah.
And that was really smart too, because they were able to leverage that number as high as possible. So they always zagged where the money was and when the opportunity was. I think the opportunity for the NBA with the local teams would be to own all that themselves.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
In January 2023, just after Indian billionaire Gautam Adani toppled Jeff Bezos to become the world's second richest person, a New York-based short seller delivered a gut punch. Hindenburg Research accused the Adani Group of pulling off what it called the largest con in corporate history. Despite the Adanis denying the allegations of stock manipulation and fraud, a stock sell-off wiped more than $150 billion off the group's value. It shook investor confidence in the massive conglomerate and in India's equity markets and its regulators.
Adani CFO had denied all this allegation.
India's Adani Group says it's exploring legal action against a US short seller, Hindenburg Research.
Up until now, he's sort of been out of the eyes of global scrutiny.
And concerns around that and how they faring financially have been brought up before.
Since then, Adani has won a reprieve from the Supreme Court. The shares have recovered as a group slashed debt and won over new investors. It's against this backdrop that the 62-year-old founder revealed to Bloomberg that he wants to step down when he turns 70. And he's executing one of the world's largest and most challenging transfers of wealth to the next generation. The $250 billion Adani Group controls a big chunk of the infrastructure that runs India's $4 trillion economy. And a complex leadership transition from Gautam Adani to his 2 sons and 2 nephews is loaded with risk for the group, as well as the country and beyond. In a rare and exclusive interview in which Adani would only discuss succession, Bloomberg's Anto Antony asked the tycoon if the Hindenburg report had an impact on his plans.
Mr. Adani, you said that the succession plan was conceived about 10 years back. Now the last 2 years incidents, the investigations, Hindenburg report, has it affected it in any way, the implementation?
In hindsight, I can say that it is this incident makes family more together and work very hard to fight it back. And I definitely basically see that they have converted this incident into the great opportunity for family uniteness. Secondly, they work hard, and whatever corrections in each and every aspect of our businesses we have to do. And in fact, basically, these Hindenburg issues of this last year was a Adani Group history is the highest performance.
As part of the succession plan, Gautam Adani's nephew Pranav, the eldest among the 4, oversees most of the group's consumer businesses. He's also leading one of the company's highest profile projects, redeveloping Asia's largest slum, Dharavi, located in India's financial capital, Mumbai. Older son Karan runs the cement, ports, and logistics businesses, which are among the biggest in Asia. Karan's younger brother Jeet is looking after India's largest network of privately operated airports, along with the group's defense business that builds weapons from small arms to missiles. And their cousin Sagar oversees the group's energy projects, including the contentious coal arm. He's leading efforts to build the world's largest renewable energy park on a barren salt flat in western India.
When the Hindenburg report happened,
in a series of exclusive interviews, the 4 of them told us about the fallout from the short seller's allegations.
I would say that this report came as a shock to many people who were not expecting anything of this sort. From our viewpoint, purely this report was nothing but accumulation of everything that was written and alleged over the last 10 years before that, but also very beautifully gift-wrapped and presented in a way that was, explosive and shocking, so to speak. There was nothing significantly new in that whatsoever anyways. So everything that the report said was in some way, form or the other there in news before. More importantly, the report that came, we gave a very, very long and comprehensive response in just 72 hours on every single point of the Hindenburg report. Strategic long-term global equity partners, they've only doubled down since the Hindenburg report came. So our institutional shareholding has only in fact increased going from that point on, rather than go the other way around.
For some of the second-generation Adani leaders, the Hindenburg report came as a bolt from the blue, and they had to act quickly to ensure that the business continued to operate smoothly.
I think it was definitely, personally speaking, a very stressful and tough time. Emotions were high. But I think the most important thing that was on my mind definitely was, what can I do to support, obviously, the family? But more than that, how do I support the larger family, which is the employees? Because the biggest risk that you run in times like these is demotivation. People, sort of losing hope. And to make sure that everyone is motivated, everyone knows that what we are doing is for a greater purpose. It's for, we're making real impact. And we continue day on with the work. Because these things, they happen, they come, they go. But we don't want to lose motivation.
One overhang, even right now, is the kind of investigations or probes which are there into the company. And also at the same time, there are allegations regarding opaqueness in the holding structure. How do you assuage the investor concerns on this front?
See, I think if you look at from investor perspective, right, as a group, we went through this transition from 2007-8. So if you remember, in 2007-8, we had a holding structure. We had Adani Enterprise, and then we had all the other companies which were subsidiaries of it. And again, getting feedback from the investors, they said that we would like to have a clean structure. And that's where we started demerging. So ports got demerged, Adani Power got demerged. So basically, the shareholders who want to invest in ports, they know that they come into APSZ. Or investors who know that they want to only invest in energy, they know that they want to come into renewable. So one is, there is a clean structure from a holding perspective. So there is no crisscross holding, which is very common in other groups in India. So there is no crisscross holding which is happening. So it's a very clear structure. Family holds directly into each of these entities. Second is, when you look at from a family perspective, family holding perspective, all of that has been disclosed because we have 23 or 25 international issues, bond issues across various group companies, again rated by all international agencies, investment grade rating. And part of it, unless you don't disclose all of this, there's not much of, you don't get through that hoops of getting that rating. And so all of that has been disclosed.
There were learnings, I would say, from the whole Hindenburg episode. As a group, we have always been very focused on operational excellence, on execution. There are times when we have missed out in the kind of communications that we should do to our shareholders, to media in particular. Now, from an optic point of view, we have become very clear that we go out and communicate more transparently about the structures and about things like the finances, and we are going out communicating more.
But at least 7 of the group's companies have received so-called show-cause notices from India's markets regulator, SEBI, about allegations of non-compliance with listing regulations. And according to Bloomberg reporting, U.S. prosecutors are examining whether an Adani entity or people linked to the company, including Gautam Adani, bribed officials for favorable treatment on an Indian energy project. The Adanis say they have not received any notice from the U.S. Justice Department. The DOJ says no Adani unit has been charged with wrongdoing, and that investigations don't always lead to prosecutions. Coming up, the next generation answers the critics who say their family is too close to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP.
Being close to a political party does not necessarily mean that you get the work.
When Inside Adani continues.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए. मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है.
That's Indian opposition leader Rahul Gandhi, right after the 2024 elections, in which Prime Minister Modi's party lost its majority in parliament. Investors sold Adani company stocks as soon as the results were